While everyone was cheering, Sodam started to wonder, why don't they call this a sword fight? Wonwi clicked his tongue and asked her, what do you think is the most famous sword fight on Jianghu? Heavenly South has answered immediately. Manhwa discussed sword. Wonwi nodded in agreement. Yes, that started hundreds of years ago, when the boundary between good and evil was more ambiguous than now. At that time, all the Miram masters, regardless of good or evil, gathered together at the top of Manhwa to participate in the competition to win the first Miram position, which was the Manhwa sword essay. In the past, the term sword wasn't just a weapon, it was an era where the sword reigned supreme over all weapons, symbolizing martial arts. In that age of the sword, they named the competitions Luanjian, considering swordsmanship to be representative of martial arts. However, times have changed. Now people no longer consider any weapon to be at the top of such glory. The name Manhwa sword no longer refers to the effectiveness of using the sword, but the level of martial arts skill. Sodam listened and nodded. I understand, so that's why they just call it a martial arts competition now. They really pay so much attention to details. Wonwi groaned inwardly. That's it, that's how the Miram sect works. But now martial arts competitions are no longer just martial arts competitions anymore, they have more to do with politics. Heavenly South immediately asked curiously, do you mean because this is no longer a discussion of martial arts but the unification of the White Path Miram sects? Wonwi immediately shook his head. That's partly true, but I mean is not so. Then, Wonwi's eyes fixed on the arena with a thoughtful gaze. You can't really call this a competition anymore. Can you call it a genuine competition when the victor has already been decided? At that moment, the first participant in the first round of the competition stepped onto the stage, his firm strides exuding confidence and determination. The first contestant didn't have a striking appearance. In fact, he could be considered plain, but Wonwi paid close attention to him. The first qualifying round was quite easy. Participants only needed to leave a mark on the challenge stone, similar to Wonwi's experience in the first round of the blood cult. Ho Yang's voice continued to reverberate as the first contestant stood before the stone. Martial artists, look at the stone on the stage. Your task is to leave any mark on it using your weapon. Based on the mark left, different scores will be awarded. Those who pass will advance to the second round, so we hope you don't hide or suppress your abilities. This preliminary round has 4,000 participants, but only a total of 500 will advance to the next round. While Ho Yang was encouraging the participants, the nameless young man, appearing weak and unremarkable, drew his sword and swung it horizontally across the stone. The clean sword strike was executed in a flash. It took less than 3 seconds from drawing the sword to sheathing it, demonstrating swift and decisive action. However, as the young man turned and walked away nonchalantly, the stone remained completely unscathed. A stunned silence fell over the crowd, because from the very first contestant, there seemed to be no effort to win. The supervisor beside the stone kindly advised the young man, "Hey, is that all? Have you completed your test? There's still plenty of time, you can try harder." At that moment, a loud sound echoed in his ear. The massive stone split in two, and as the top half fell, those who witnessed it stared in astonishment. Although the first contestant appeared weak with his half-closed eyes as if he'd just woken up and lacked motivation, he was in reality a once-in-a-century prodigy and the biggest obstacle for everyone in this task. Only one we knows who he is. His name is Li Zhongjiam, an extremely excellent Miram's promising talents, but his name is not mentioned in the new Tamstar because of the intentional concealment of the Miram alliance. He is the successor of 2 of the 8 great masters of the time. One is the Tai Chi Sword Emperor, the sect leader Wudong, the famous Jianghu, the true master of Jinin, and the other is the master of the Miram alliance, the leader White Path, One Sword Jianghu. Hyangmook. For someone with extraordinary power like Zhongjiam, his appearance seemed somewhat lifeless. Perhaps he would only be excited to demonstrate what those his age couldn't achieve. Zhongjiam was still yawning as if this preliminary round was a nuisance as he stepped down from the podium. He didn't even care about the cheers of the audience. No one knew that this competition would be something to let Zhongjiam's name shine on Jianghu. His identity will not be revealed until near the end of the tournament. Looking at Zhongjiam's indifferent appearance, Wonwi became even more nervous. He has definitely surpassed the level of sword master. It will be very difficult to win the contest. I will definitely have to just face him. Wonwi's position was marked as Zone B, where about 200 people were lined up in 2 rows. Coincidentally, he heard a provocative voice from behind. "Hey, you useless donkey from Yulang County, I heard you got lucky and became Heavenly South's disciple." Wonwi just turned back to glance at the other person without intending to talk. Who is this guy? I don't know him. Why does he want to cause trouble upon first meeting? Yet the big guy deliberately prolonged the conversation, being treated with respect just because he's a disciple of a powerful person. Isn't that shameful? When Wonwee looked behind the big guy, he saw the siblings of those scoundrels from Jang Jian's group, the ones Wonwee had taught a lesson in the restaurant the other day. The big guy continued to act aggressively and provocatively. "Why don't you answer? You can easily insult your friends in the restaurant, but you can't say a word in front of me, Wangbo Donghyun of the great Wangbo family." Wonwee didn't understand why this stranger Wangbo Donghyun was provoking him, but now he understood. His sharp gaze immediately targeted the three cowards hiding behind Wangbo Donghyun. What a bother, it's those three scoundrels again. How bad do they have to be to never give up their bullying ways? Wonwee knew that Wangbo Donghyun wanted to provoke him into acting in front of everyone, but he wasn't stupid. With many people watching, he chose a neat and simple way to resolve it by using the illusion eye. With just a second of eye contact with Wonwee, Wangbo Donghyun fell under the illusion eye's influence and shouted angrily while drawing his sword, "Coward, let's fight right here." As he suddenly swung his sword despite the crowd, people around couldn't help but retreat in fear. Jaeyoung Wook, who stood closest to Wangbo Donghyun, was inept and got grazed by a slash. The Miram Alliance warriors quickly grabbed Wangbo Donghyun to stop him. In a flash, he returned to normal but couldn't justify his disruptive actions. As a result, he was dragged out and disqualified from the competition. Meanwhile, Wonwee leisurely stepped onto the stage when his name was called. Number 84, Wonwee. As soon as Wonwee stepped onto the stage, Young's cheering voice immediately resounded. "Brother, do your best, I believe in you." Seeing Young suddenly appear and sit close to her, Sama Young innocently asked, "Young miss, why are you here?" Young cheerfully replied, "Today, my sex members are not participating in the competition, so I came to cheer for my brother." Then, Young suddenly became embarrassed, blushing and intertwining her fingers. "By the way, I have something to ask you, young master." Finally, some time to chat, but Sama Young didn't even pay attention to Young and just kept shouting towards the stage with a threatening tone, "Wonwee Sr., first place or die." Just as Wonwee stepped onto the stage to prepare for his turn, cheers erupted from the stands for the previous contestant who had just completed their task excellently. Oh ho, just as expected from a prestigious family. When Wonwee looked up out of curiosity, the scene on the stage made him widen his eyes in astonishment. The rock was carved and shaped as if it were sculpted into a statue, which is why the cheers and praises kept resounding. What exquisite swordsmanship, truly worthy of a noble family descendant. However, what shocked Wonwee the most was the identity of this contestant. It was a face he had known for a long time, someone with a handsome appearance and bright eyes exuding righteousness. That's why Wonwee had been deceived by his appearance back then. He was the representative of the renowned Moron clan, Mo Young-soo. As soon as he saw Wonwee step onto the stage, his eyes flashed with provocation. Without saying a word, Mo Young-soo extended his hand towards Wonwee in a challenging gesture. The crowd became even more excited, shouting, "What's that? It looks like young master Mo Young wants to challenge the disciple of the Heavenly South Swordsman." The elite battle has already heated up in the first round. At this moment, Wonwee could feel the rage rising to his head. He cursed Mo Young-soo inwardly for wearing the facade of a hero while hiding his greed and vileness in the shadows. Mo Young-soo was one of the two faces Wonwee saw before he died. He was the one who deceived him in his past life. He had a hidden, disgusting side that wouldn't hesitate to kill for his greed. Wonwee swore to himself that he would never forget that grudge. Mo Young-soo not only killed him, betrayed their agreement, but also disemboweled him. Mo Young-soo's current challenge was also a way to take advantage of Wonwee. He wanted to use the title of Heavenly South Swordsman's disciple as a stepping stone to elevate his own fame because he was confident that Wonwee's swordsmanship couldn't match his. Wonwee didn't hesitate to show courtesy. Clasping his hands in front of Mo Young-soo, he forced himself to smile, but his eyes were full of resentment. This was a sign that he accepted the challenge, and it attracted even more attention from the crowd. Amid the crowd's cheers, Young was almost the most prominent. "Brother, show your strength, crush that bastard." Sama Young, hearing Young speak so crudely for the first time, couldn't help but be shocked. "Bastard, young miss, do you know that guy?" Young grumbled irritably, "I don't know him well, but I've seen him a few times in the Dragon Phoenix Hall talking to others. Every time, he badmouthed and ridiculed my brother. It seems he wants to use my brother's fame to stand out." Upon hearing this, Sama Young immediately flew into a rage, declaring, "That bastard must be drawn and quartered." Her fierce reaction in a man's guise left Young in stunned confusion. Then, it was Sama Young's turn to scream with all her might, "Wonwee, show your strength, show him where he stands, cut him instead of the rock." Really? At this moment on the stage, Wonwee was very hesitant. As Young had mentioned yesterday about the second round, he couldn't reveal too much strength in the first round. He should leave some traces to ensure passing this round but not rank too high. being considered the weaker side would help in the next round. However, the problem was that everyone knew Wonwee was a disciple of the Heavenly South Swordsman. If he intentionally hid his strength, he would be misunderstood as a deceitful person. It's better to display strength worthy of his reputation, even if the second round would be more difficult. This way, he would also gain the trust of the Miram Alliance and the Righteous faction. Other spies would benefit from hiding their abilities, but Wonwee couldn't do that. Moreover, he couldn't lose to that bastard Mo Young-soo. As he approached the rock, Wonwee decided to show off a bit of his first-class warrior skills to look like the others and to humiliate Mo Young-soo. Those who recognized the sword Wonwee was holding became excited. It was the Heavenly South Swordsman's sword. How would the Heavenly South Swordsman's disciple demonstrate his swordsmanship? However, Wonwee simply thrust the tip of his sword into the center of the rock instead of swirling and twirling it. The supervisor looked at the rock, then glanced at Wonwee with a doubtful gaze. "What are you planning to do, young master?" he wondered. It was clear that thrusting the sword into the rock was a much simpler matter than people's expectations about the abilities of the Heavenly South Swordsman's disciple. Seeing that, Mo Young-soo also sneered and despised Wonwee. It seemed like he was just lucky to be accepted by Heavenly South as a disciple. After all, his strength was nothing special. As soon as the sword pierced the rock slightly, Wonwee stepped forward and applied a little more force. He could easily handle such tasks even without using inherent energy. A little bit of middle dantian energy was enough. In a blink of an eye, the rock started to crack open as if a whirlwind was drilling deep within it. The center of the rock quickly collapsed as Wonwee's powerful inner force pierced through to the other side. Wonwee was a bit doubtful about the effectiveness of this move in making an impression, but his supervisor was quite shocked. The rock had a hole in the middle, a powerful swirling sword strike concentrating all its force passing through the heart of the rock and piercing through it. It was truly astonishing. Young and Sama Young excitedly shouted loudly again, "Brother, it's so good." Other warriors felt discouraged, knowing they couldn't stand a chance against Wonwee. "So, this is the kind of strength you need to be considered one of the new 3 stars, they thought. This tournament is full of masters. After Wonwee took the sword back, Heavenly South asked with a bit of surprise, "Wonwee, isn't this the same sword move?" Wonwee clicked his tongue and replied, "Yes, I used part of that sword move." The sword technique that Wonwee used was a small part he had distilled after watching Hyangmook demonstrate his swordsmanship countless times. He had also gained practical experience thanks to his confrontation with Hyangmook the previous day. Although Wonwee was not yet proficient enough to use it in real combat situations, it was sufficient for use on stationary objects like this inanimate rock. After Wonwee's impressive victory, Sodam put on a teasing face to mock Mo Young-soo. Even though he couldn't see her, "You're embarrassed now, you jerk." Wonwee also looked at Mo Young-soo, but he acted courteously, greeting him with clasped hands. In his heart, he hoped that this lesson would help Mo Young-soo realize that he was on a completely different level in terms of swordsmanship, not to mention internal energy and martial arts level. Mo Young-soo also politely clasped his hands to greet Wonwee as he left the ring. However, the cheers that rang out when Wonwee stepped down made Mo Young-soo's expression gradually become serious. He could not hide the malice in his eyes. Of course, Wonwee would seek revenge on Mo Young-soo when he had the chance, but for now, he had to focus on the Blood Cult's mission. As he stepped down from the stage, everyone was again cheering for someone who was competing. "Wow, the rock is cut in half again." Wonwee immediately curiously turned his eyes to the ring. It was a single sword strike that cut the stone in half. Just one sword stroke was the same as Jong Jiam. Observing more closely, Wonwee noticed that the person who had just taken the challenge was still slightly inferior to Jong Jiam. It was also a single sword strike without hesitation, cleaving straight down towards the rock, but it stopped at the edge of the rock. It needed a little more force for the 2 halves of the rock to separate afterward. That's why Wonwee concluded that this person's swordsmanship was at a lower level than Jong Jiam's, but the distance between them wasn't that far apart. However, Wonwee had never seen this person among the well-known Miram's promising talents that he knew. He pricked up his ears to listen to the discussions around the stands. "I didn't know the Still Wind sect had a monster like that. What's going on with this tournament? Everyone is so strong. Wasn't that guy as strong as the first person who competed?" Wonwee immediately felt doubtful in his heart. "Is the Still Wind sect? This is the first time I've heard of it. Maybe it's a small or medium-sized sect, but I don't remember there being a prominent person in my previous life like that in the competition." Considering this person's skill level, Wonwee could only think of one scenario. He was one of Hai Yang's subordinates, and someone he needed to keep an eye on right after Jong Jiam. Just then, Wonwee received a voice transmission from the young man in red silk. "Don't look over here, there are 2 supervisors around you." Wonwee was slightly startled but didn't turn his head. He didn't expect his first conversation with this guy to go this way. When the young man wearing a red silk shirt walked past Wonhui, he suddenly announced, "I've heard about you. You are definitely suitable to become young Miss Hai Hang's fiancé." As soon as Wonhui heard it, his face froze, his expression was speechless. What the hell was he talking about? Why didn't anyone care to ask his opinion about it? The guy with orange hair who approached Wonhui was indeed Hai Hang's subordinate, Quan Young Ha. He had previously heard Hai Hang talk about Wonhui and was quite surprised. "Young Miss means he can block your ultimate move." Hai Hang smiled with a clear look of amusement. "Yes, and I also guess he's hiding his true strength. I think he's probably as strong as you." Quan Young Ha was merely astonished, not annoyed like the other subordinates of Hai Hang. Then he must be quite skilled in martial arts. When Quan Young Ha thought about the rumors he had heard about Wonhui, the most impressive thing was that he was a disciple of the fourth master and had defeated 2 true disciples of the second master while he was still in the Valley of Flesh and Blood. While Quan Young Ha was still pondering about Wonhui, Hai Hang continued to speak with a cheerful voice. "After regaining the Blood Demon Sword and unifying the Blood Cult, there will be an interesting event." Quan Young Ha raised his eyebrows curiously and looked at Hai Hang. "Young Miss means?" Hai Hang excitedly declared, "I'll marry him and bear his seed of talent." Quan Young Ha was shocked, his eyes widening. He spewed out the tea he had just taken a sip of. Hai Hang was not angry with Quan Young Ha's reaction, but instead seemed tolerant and concerned. "What's wrong? Don't you like the tea?" Quan Young Ha hastily wiped his mouth, flustered. It's fine, just your subordinate choked a little." It was after that conversation that Quan Young Ha started to keep a close eye on Wonhui, to see if he was worthy of marrying Hai Hang, and today, he could confirm that Hai Hang's choice of Wonhui was completely reasonable. In Quan Young Ha's eyes, Wonhui's ability to flawlessly wield a sword at that age indicated that he was a talent with a very bright future ahead of him. Of course, the strong internal strength that Wonhui showed in the first round of competition impressed Quan Young Ha even more. He also thought that he would be a troublesome enemy that he did not want. And then, surprising words continued to reach Wonhui's ears. "My apologies for the late introduction. I am Quan Young Ha, a disciple of the first master." Wonhui was startled, his eyes widening as he discreetly glanced at Quan Young Ha. He had thought he was a disciple of an elder or one of the bloody stars backing Hai Hang, but he didn't expect him to be a disciple of the first master, who held one of the most important positions in the blood cult. One venerable is known as the Blood Sword Emperor, Tan Wigang, a true monster despite his age and is considered the strongest in the blood sect. The participation of the first generation's disciple shows how important the blood demon sword is to them. That man even boldly revealed his identity to Wonhui, showing his confidence. At this time, the silent conversation continued. Quan Young Ha spoke with a decisive voice. "I will speak frankly. Join our side. Personally, I think fighting within the sect is pointless. We need to unite more. It would be better if you could convince your master." It was a proposal, but Quan Young Ha's tone was 90% commanding. However, Wonhui was relieved that Quan Young Ha wasn't coming to pick a fight with him like the idiot earlier who wanted to marry Hai Hang. Before Wonhui could reply, Quan Young Ha cut him off. "I don't mean to belittle your skills, but you and your friend Song Juabek can't beat me, let alone the others here." Wonhui clicked his tongue and raised an eyebrow. "You seem quite confident." Quan Young Ha calmly replied, "It's just the truth. The sword will be in our hands." Wonhui also showed his own confidence with a short declaration. "We will be the ones who get that sword." Immediately, Quan Young Ha glanced at Wonhui but simply spoke the words that Hai Hang often said. Even his tone of voice was arrogant and teasing, just like his master, so stubborn. "TSK, but if just a few words are enough to persuade you, I'd be rather disappointed." Wonhui was once again stunned by Quan Young Ha's attitude. It seemed that all the people around Hai Hang had strange personalities like this. Wonhui glanced after Quan Young Ha as he left, then heard his voice again, reminding him, "Good luck. There's a guy who wants to kill you." Wonhui couldn't help but wonder if the disciple of the fifth, the Bloody Star, was still pursuing him. However, he had no clue and decided to put that matter aside for now. Meanwhile, Sungwon was quietly gathering information by walking around the corridor of the stands. At that moment, the shouts from the stands made him stop and look up at the stage. "Wow, that beggar is not bad. Huh." One punch and the rock almost shattered. On the stage, a man in ragged clothes was grinning after using a punch to shatter the core of the rock. It was Hong Jiaogi. Everyone was excited and shouted, "So, that's the 18 dragons subduing palms of the beggar sect. It's truly magnificent, just like what the Jianghu has been talking about." Sungwon saw Hong Jiaogi's face and his heart filled with anger. He bit his lip to suppress the curse that unconsciously wanted to escape his mouth. Damn it. After gathering the information, Sungwon went to join Wonhui and Sama Young with a gloomy mood. my apologies for being late. Wonwi didn't blame Sungwon but went straight to the point. Have you investigated what I asked for? Sungwon clearly looked bored and responded to Wonwi with an indifferent attitude. Then, after searching for a while, I found its location. Sungwon didn't even look at Wonwi as if he was angry about something. Wonwi vaguely noticed his unusual attitude but still praised him for doing his job well. At that moment, Sungwon, not paying attention to where he was going, tripped over a stone and tumbled toward Wonwi. Usually, with his agility, he could easily regain his balance in such minor incidents. However, this time, Sungwon stumbled into Wonwi. Wonwi immediately caught him with a worried tone. Hey, what's wrong with you? Be careful, why are you walking without paying attention to the path? Sungwon was startled and flustered by his own carelessness. Sorry. After observing Sungwon's unusual behavior, Wonwi frankly asked him through voice transmission, is it because of the young leader of the beggar sect, Hong Jialgi? Sungwon was immediately stunned, his eyes widening as he looked at Wonwi. He didn't expect that Wonwi could see his state of mind. Understanding that Sungwon was unhappy thinking about his unfulfilled promise of revenge, Wonwi assured him, let's focus on completing the cult's mission first. I swear I will help you get revenge. Sungwon couldn't help but be moved, looking at Wonwi with eyes full of hope and trust. Yes, Vice Leader. Even though this scene was quite normal for Wonwi and Sungwon, Sama Young found it unusual. She squinted at them, muttering under her breath, Sungwon, you bastard. Then, in her mind, Sama Young started to imagine herself falling into Wonwi's arms and them gazing at each other passionately. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. I can use this trick too. It's a brilliant idea. That idiot Sungwon is actually useful for once. Sama Young didn't hesitate. She spread her arms and fell towards Wonwi with a fake cry. Oh, how did this rock appear here? I'm going to fall. She couldn't even hide the wide grin on her face. Immediately, a strong hand caught Sama Young. The gentle gesture was just in time as she fell, causing her face to flush red with romantic scenarios playing in her mind. Her expression clearly showed her infatuation, enjoying the feeling of being held by her beloved. However, when Sama Young slowly opened her eyes and blinked like the heroine in every love story, facing her was the handsome face of Song Jua-baek. He kindly asked her, affectionate eyes, oh my god, is Sama Young Miss okay? She's not hurt anywhere. The beautiful young miss could have been injured if she had fallen, but before Song Jua-baek could finish his sentence, he was hit with a hammer-like punch from Sama Young, leaving him stunned and unable to react. Sama Young's punch was so powerful that Song Jua-baek flew into the air, disappearing into the bright sunlight along with Sama Young's scream. He was completely unprepared for the girl he admired and naturally couldn't react in time. Even though Song Jua-baek was the one punched, Sama Young screamed even louder. Her scream not only expressed anger at the interruption, but she couldn't even shake off the cold shiver she felt despite knocking him out. Before she could recover, Wonwi vanished. Pitifully, Wonwi didn't ask or care about Sama Young at all but hurriedly went to another competition area according to Sungwon's report. When he looked in that area he saw someone still waiting to take the test. Look, a tall man with 2 swords on his back. There he is. In a flash, the one-eyed man left a deep X-shaped mark on the rock and quickly stepped onto the competition platform with his 2 swords crossed behind him. Previously, Wonwi had been a bit unsure because things were different from his previous life, but this man's appearance as expected made him happy that he sent Sungwon to investigate. The man that Wonwi had gone to great lengths to find was Jaeyoung-in. He wore a black eye patch over his left eye, but you could still sense the unusual aura emanating from his gaze. Sodam curiously asked Wonwi, who is he? Wonwi then told Sodam about the great war between good and evil that had engulfed the entire Murim world 20 years ago, pushing it into hell. The Murim Alliance, evil cults, blood sects, and even bandits had started a war where the bloodshed never stopped. Countless families and schools were destroyed in this great war. Kunlun was one of them. Everyone in the sect was massacred in a single night, complete annihilation, and Jaeyoung-in was the last remaining heir to the fallen Kunlun sect. Sodam interrupted Wonwi's story. He's truly a pitiful fellow, but what does it have to do with us? Wonwi gave Sodam a sideways glance and muttered, you'll know after you hear the whole story. After Sodam grudgingly agreed to listen, Wonwi clicked his tongue and recounted what had happened in his previous life. Jaeyoung-in was a powerful warrior, once the leader among the Kunlun sect's disciples. He came to this tournament to report that there were survivors from Kunlun and formally request the Murim Alliance's help in rebuilding their sect. However, he couldn't even come close to winning because he faced Jong Jaeam in the quarterfinals and was eliminated. Sodam couldn't help but sigh. He's really unlucky. However, the story doesn't end there. If he was simply defeated, there wouldn't be any issues. But at that time, a few other problems arose. He accidentally tore his mask during the duel, revealing his hidden identity. He even used Kunlun's martial arts, causing the match to stop, and he was immediately suppressed by the guards of the Miram Alliance. Sodam couldn't control himself and quickly asked, "Why?" Wonwi gave Sodam another sideways glance but patiently finished the rest of the story. He was mistaken for a spy using the martial arts of the extinct Kunlun sect. At that moment, Jiangyan boldly removed his mask and revealed that he was the last hope of the sect. However, this only increased suspicion. Against expectations, he was imprisoned in the dungeon as the situation escalated. The tournament was also halted for 3 days. If something like that happened this time, it would be very bad for Wonwi. The Miram Alliance could make a bigger fuss over a spy, even if it was a mistake, and conduct a thorough investigation. They would be even busier running around trying to catch members of the blood sect. Therefore, Wonwi had to ensure that Jiangyan would participate in the competition properly. When Jiangyan tried to move through the gaps in the crowd and leave, Wonwi blocked his way. Wonwi tried to approach, but Jiangyan stepped back to find a way out. Wonwi pretended to be an acquaintance, folding his hands and greeting him. "You're still as skilled as ever, it's been a while." Jiangyan immediately frowned suspiciously, looking confused. "Who are you?" Wonwi switched to telepathic communication. "You're quite audacious, a man over 30 wearing a human skin mask and participating in a competition for children. Quite impressive, Mr. Jiangyan." When Jiangyan was exposed, his face immediately changed color and he stared at Wonwi in shock. The next second, Jiangyan quickly grabbed Wonwi's collar and hugged him tightly as if they were close friends, with a forced awkward smile. "Ah, long time no see." In contrast to his friendly words, Jiangyan's grip tightened as if he wanted to suffocate Wonwi. As they drew closer, Jiangyan's gaze felt like a blade cutting across Wonwi's neck, with a threatening telepathic voice. "Who are you? What do you know about me?" Wonwi blinked calmly at Jiangyan and motioned for him to glance at the city wall behind him, where a subordinate of the first advisor was secretly blending into the crowd, watching him. After that, Wonwi continued to point out the location of 2 other guys who were mingling with the group of people participating in the competition. Finally, there was one hiding behind the wall not far from Wonwi. He cautiously reminded Jiangyan, "There are 4 people watching you in total." Actually, Wonwi had spotted those tailing him before Quan Young Ha even mentioned it, even knowing the exact number, but he was simply ignoring them. Jiangyan furrowed his brows in confusion, not understanding what Wonwi was saying. However, Wonwi still smiled brightly and amicably, secretly warning him, "If you don't want everyone to think we're suspicious, you should act naturally. They're watching you." Jiangyan immediately started sweating profusely when he realized that those 4 were indeed tracking him, but he didn't know that the real target was Wonwi. Despite discovering the group of people watching him, Jiangyan still seemed skeptical of a stranger's kindness. "Why are you telling me this? You have no reason to help me. We've never even met." Wonwi immediately replied in a serious tone, "Please forgive me for not having announced my name yet. I am a disciple of the Heavenly South Swordsman, Wonwi. Because the current situation does not seem to be very favorable, I will go straight in. Problem. If you're doing this for the sake of rebuilding the Kunlun sect, why don't you carefully reconsider the situation?" Jiangyan's eyes widened upon hearing this, clearly containing bitter emotions. "How do you know?" Wonwi squinted and glanced at the tall buildings of the Miram Alliance, where only the top brass could set foot. He said with a suggestive tone, reminding Jiangyan, "Look at the top. Even I know you are the last survivor of the Kunlun sect. Then do you really think the others won't notice?" Of course, no one had realized Jiangyan's existence yet, but Wonwi cleverly used the people tailing him as pawns, making Jiangyan feel like he was in danger. Jiangyan clenched his fists, hiding the anger and frustration rising within him. "So you're saying those people know and still choose to remain silent?" Jiangyan's eyes kept flickering, his pupils widening with shock and anger. The reason for his anger was Wonwi's words that had awakened him to the fact that the Miram Alliance knew about the Kunlun sect's massacre that night. It was a case that the Miram Alliance should have investigated, but instead, they covered it up and treated it as a case perpetrated by an evil cult without a thorough investigation. Wonwi knew the truth after the incidents that happened in his previous life and honestly didn't care too much about Jiangyan's mood, but he still felt sorry for him, which was unfortunate, but true. Jiangyan felt so angry that he punched the wall but still tried to suppress his rage, only silently venting through telepathic communication. "Those bastards." This reaction showed that he no longer trusted the Miram Alliance. However, Wonwi wasn't sure if this was a good thing. It just seemed fine for now, because, in his previous life, after Jiangyan's identity was confirmed, the Miram Alliance had treated him as a useful pawn, promising to support the rebuilding of the Kunlun sect and blaming everything on the evil sect. For the purpose of rebuilding Kunlun, he didn't hesitate to lead the fight against the blood sect. Jiangyan continued to vent his resentment in his silent conversation with Wenhui. The Kunlun sect has wholeheartedly supported the righteous side and strived to uphold justice more than any other sect. What have we done wrong for the Alliance to abandon us so mercilessly? The simple reason is that the Miram Alliance hates Kunlun. Kunlun is a sect that practices Taoism. Even though they are a crucial force in upholding justice, they don't take sides. They always remain loyal to neutrality. Sadly, in the great war between good and evil, everyone is forced to choose a side. However, we couldn't tell Jiangyan the truth right now, so he just shook his head. I don't know the details about that either. Was talking to Jiangyan when Wenhui suddenly moved and turned to one of the people watching them closest, who was coming out from behind the wall. Initially, Wenhui intended to let it be, but realizing that Jiangyan was a good card to play, he decided to take action and chase off the watchers. In a blink of an eye, Wenhui's short sword flew out and plunged into the ground directly in front of the watcher, causing him to jump back in surprise. Wenhui passed Jiangyan with a whisper, I think it's best if we get rid of the people monitoring you first. Immediately afterward, he acted angrily and questioned the watcher who had just revealed himself. Are you following me? The watcher pretended as if he didn't know what was happening. What are you talking about? Wenhui, with a sharp voice, directly exposed him. Don't pretend to be clueless. Then, Wenhui glanced at Jiangyan and leaned close to the watcher's ear, whispering a smooth lie. My acquaintance over there told me that 4 people, including you, have been constantly watching me all this time, and I'm wondering if that's true. As Wenhui shifted his gaze towards the other watchers, he displayed deep suspicion with a cold stare. You are spies for the blood sect, right? Before Wenhui could finish, the man quickly jumped back in panic and yelled in defense, Hey, don't just accuse someone like that. I'm just a warrior monitoring the Alliance's security. Wenhui continued to approach, intimidating him. If you're not, then why are you overreacting? Someone might think you're actually from the blood sect. The man frantically covered Wenhui's mouth, looking terrified. No, why is the word blood always on your lips? Wenhui seized the advantage and threatened him more harshly. Then why are you watching me? Are you really a security warrior, or do you work for someone else? Can I go verify with the Alliance right now? After arguing back and forth without being able to convince Wenhui, the watcher decided to leave with a sullen expression, as if he had been wronged. Oh my god, you accused an innocent person. I was just passing by. Wenhui cautiously glanced at other locations, and the remaining 3 watchers disappeared soon after. One arrow hit 2 birds. Wenhui had both gotten rid of the people tailing him and created an opportunity to draw Jiangyan in. When all those troublesome people had vanished, Wenhui no longer needed to use telepathic communication with Jiangyan and could relax and speak normally. They've all retreated. However, he spoke with a smug tone as if he had just saved Jiangyan. The guys tailing you have been taken care of. Now you owe me one, Wenhui said with a mischievous grin. Jiangyan had no idea he had just fallen into the trap of an old fox, but it wasn't necessarily a bad thing since he had now learned the true nature of the Miram Alliance. After listening to Wenhui's persuasion, Jiangyan swore on the honor of the Kunlun sect that he would never forget the kindness shown to him today. He then quietly withdrew from the Miram's Promising Talents competition, but of course, there were conditions attached, which Wenhui accepted. As Jiangyan left, Sodam marveled at Wenhui's intelligence. You really are clever. You managed to get rid of the people tailing you, prevented a bad situation from happening, and acquired a good card up your sleeve. It's a 3 birds with 1 stone situation. However, Wenhui didn't seem too excited and simply clicked his tongue thoughtfully. I'm not sure if this is a good thing or not. Seeing Sodam squinting his eyes in question, Wenhui immediately explained that in his previous life, after Jiangyan's identity was verified, the Miram Alliance pledged to help rebuild the Kunlun sect, and Jiangyan also became famous, because he was Kunlun's last hope, but also for the sake of rebuilding Kunlun. He blindly believed everything the Miram Alliance said. Believing that the devilish sects and the blood cult were responsible for the destruction of the Kunlun sect, Jiangyan gradually deviated from his initial intentions. He became a true lackey for the Miram Alliance, continuing to serve the righteous and leading the fight against the blood cult. This was the origin of his later title on the Jianghu, the one-eyed Kunlun, Jiangyan. Sodam exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. Oh my god. Wenhui strolled along with a relaxed and carefree demeanor. I've also promised him that I would help rebuild Kunlun. Now, it will be me, not the Miram Alliance, who will do it. Heavenly South suddenly spoke after silently listening to the entire story. You don't need to be so modest, Wenhui. He may not realize it, but you helped him maintain the neutral ideology of the Kunlun sect, right? Heavenly South continued, his admiration for Wenhui becoming more evident. You said you always make choices based on what benefits you the most, but in reality, you respect others more than anyone else. Won-wee simply smiled in response with a relaxed tone. Who knows, it's just a coincidence. At this moment, Won-wee was certain that the news of the exposed tailors had reached advisor Won Myung, but he wasn't worried that the supervisor's position would be filled by someone else. After listening to the report of 4 subordinates, Won Myung suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect him to do that. PMO, who is Won Myung's confidant, took the initiative to propose. Also because of his ability, their strength is still weak, their subordinates will send other warriors with more strength to do this task. Won Myung immediately waved his hand after laughing. Enough, it seems we can stop sending people to him. Can't you see he's playing a prank on us? PMO couldn't help but wonder. Prank, what do you mean? Won Myung chuckled gleefully, exposing Won-wee's prank. Blood cult spies. He really acts like he thinks so. If he truly believes that, do you think he would let you off easily? He would report it to me immediately or capture you himself. Won Myung's subordinates nodded in agreement after listening. That's right, then he must have realized we were sent by you to monitor him. While the subordinates were all surprised, Won Myung muttered with interest. That's right. I didn't expect this reaction from him. I thought that even if he noticed, he would pretend not to care to avoid suspicion. But he is not only smart but also bold. I like him already. When PMO heard that, he frowned slightly as if he was dissatisfied. However, PMO, being wise, didn't reveal his jealous thoughts and instead used Won Myung's amused attitude to continue speculating. So, does this mean you no longer suspect him? Won Myung suddenly clicked his tongue and shook his head. I think it's too early to conclude that, however. We'll be able to confirm after the second round of the competition, Won Myung said as he focused his sharp gaze on the papers on the table, which listed those who had passed the first round. The next morning, the second round of the competition began. Everyone was excited because the arrangement of the Miram Alliance this time was different from previous competitions. There were a total of 16 battle platforms, and as Young had told Won-wee, the rules for the second round had changed. 500 people would be divided into groups, and each group would compete on a single battle platform. Based on the order of results from the first round, the most outstanding contestants would compete first, and then the fight would continue with the lower-ranked contestants taking turns to step onto the platform. As the strongest contestants stood on the platform, every now and then, another martial artist would step up to challenge them. Even if they couldn't defeat the first challenger, they would still have to face the second, and so on. The last person remaining on the platform would advance to the next round, so only 16 people could move on. When Sama Young heard Sungwon announce the new rules, he immediately became angry and stiffened. Wouldn't that be too much, if those martial artists came up at the same time and then shook hands, only targeting the strongest martial artist on the platform? So what? Sungwon hastily explained. They had made a rule prohibiting a group of people from fighting with no more than 3 fighters, to prevent too many people teaming up against one fighter. In fact, this rule is still not very good, because strong fighters will have to struggle and continue to stand to save face. Sama Young is even more angry, gritting his teeth in Sungwon's ear. What? Well, that means 2 people can still work together to deal with 1 person. Sungwon immediately turned pale and tried to avoid the anger pouring down on him for no reason. I'm not the one who created this rule. Sungwon repeated the explanation given by the Miram Alliance. Sure, the new rule will be disadvantageous to certain groups, but this is an opportunity given to smaller and medium-sized sects. It limits the opportunities for the strong while the weak have a chance to rise. However, it's also proof of a strong warrior when they have the strength to overcome such adversity. On the contrary, if the smaller and medium-sized sects have representatives who can pass this challenge, the attention they receive will be exceptional, their names and their sects will be widely spread, or they'll receive benefits like that. Despite hearing these explanations, in Sama Young's eyes, they were just lies from the Miram Alliance. Doing this is too much of a challenge for the strong, because the smaller and medium-sized sects are too weak to enter the competition in large numbers. In that case, the most powerful martial artists will be at a disadvantage and might fail because they will constantly have opponents targeting them. At this time, Elder Ho Yang was requesting that the contestants, after receiving their region-designated cards, proceed to the designated battle platforms based on the letter written on their cards. Won-wee held the card for the fire zone, as he had passed the first round with the 4th highest score, so he was assigned to the 4th platform. However, the issue was that 500 people had passed the first round, and if there were only 16 platforms corresponding to 16 people advancing to the next round, each group would have at least 31 people participating. There would be 4 people left over, and it wouldn't be fair if they fought on a separate platform. Therefore, the 4 people would be assigned to the first 4 platforms, starting from the highest position. Won Wei sighed at the thought of having to fight 32 people, but he had no choice but to accept his fate. While waiting for the round to begin, he took the opportunity to glance at the martial artists around him to see their order. The person at the top and on the first platform was obviously the successor of the Miram Alliance leader and the sect leader of the Wudong sect, Zhang Jiam. Even knowing that he would have to fight against so many opponents, he still yawned lazily, a trademark style of his. The person who came in second in the first round was Quan Yongha. This was exactly as Won Wei had predicted, that he would be ranked slightly lower than Zhang Jiam. The person on the third battle platform was the grandson of the legendary sword breaker, Jin Yong. Although Won Wei hadn't watched his performance in the previous round, this was also a result he had anticipated. Won Wei intentionally didn't leave much of an impression like the others, but the judges still thought he had performed well enough to stand on the fourth platform. This made him suddenly regret his impulsive actions in the first round. Damn it, it's all because of that damn Mo Yong-su. I shouldn't have shown my skills higher than him. I already feel exhausted just thinking about the constant battles with 32 people that I'll have to go through. Just then, Elder Ho Yang's voice echoed from above. As you have been informed a few days ago, as soon as this second round begins, the martial artists will take turns stepping onto the battle platform after a certain period of time, based on their scores from the previous round. Now is the time for the second round to begin. Martial artists, when it's your turn, please step onto the battle platform. With Ho Yang's command, loud cheers erupted throughout the stands, and everyone was eager to witness a new and exciting part of the competition, different from before. When the first opponent stepped onto the fourth platform, he couldn't hide the excitement in his voice as he transmitted it to Won Wei. So you're the disciple of Heavenly South Sword Master, or, no, you're the disciple of the fourth venerable, right, Won Wei? As soon as Won Wei heard that challenging voice, he knew this guy was a subordinate of Hai Yang, but he didn't know the identity hidden behind his mask was Sang Hyun Myung, the first disciple of the Five Bloody Stars. The moment he saw Won Wei, he chuckled and challenged him, "Let's see how skilled you are." Looking into Sang Hyun Myung's eyes, filled with murderous intent and confidence of victory, Won Wei thought, maybe this is what Quan Yongha warned me about, but it might be better this way. It'll be better if I ensure that Hai Yang's people are thrown into disarray sooner. However, at that moment, another voice was transmitted into Won Wei's ear. "Hey, Won Wei." When Won Wei looked towards that voice, a familiar face appeared, but Zhua Beck was shocked to see Won Wei and stammered on the transmission, "Damn, what is this? This will mess up the plan." Won Wei just looked at Song Zhua Beck and didn't respond. It was already risky for them to look at each other like this, let alone transmit sound. Knowing that, so Song Zhua Beck didn't say anything more. After that, Won Wei couldn't help but be startled as he glanced over the people standing in line before his battle platform. Besides the presence of Sang Hyun Myung, most of the others below were also those who he and Sungwon had previously suspected of being Hai Yang's people. Won Wei's intuition told him that this couldn't be a coincidence, as more than half the people here were suspected of being spies for the blood cult, including him and Song Zhua Beck. Won Wei quickly understood something and quietly glanced at Quan Yongha, 2 platforms away, silently asking him, "You're in a similar situation, too." Of course, those who were suspected by the Miram Alliance would all face the same challenge. Quan Yongha immediately looked over to Won Wei's area and gave a slightly bitter but mainly confident smile. "I understand, you're in the same situation, too." "That's right, many of our spies are gathered here." Quan Yongha's voice began to sound a bit sour, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Of course, he didn't mind defeating his fellow disciples, but the problem was that the person who put them in this situation where they had to eliminate each other was too cunning. If they didn't use all their strength, it would only increase suspicion. Seeing the situation where most of the spies were gathered in his area and Quan Yongha's, a name immediately flashed in Won Wei's mind. Only one person could do this, manipulating the ranking list of the martial artists to their liking, so that all those suspected of being spies were gathered to fight each other. From afar, Won Wei could see Won Myung sitting on the observer's chair in the high platform area closest to the battle platforms. Although he didn't want to, he was forced to acknowledge the man's strategic brilliance. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. He's not called the greatest strategist of all time for nothing. Although Won Myung was covering his face, he still looked satisfied with what he was witnessing on the battle platforms. Because everyone he suspected of being a spy was gathered together at the same time, he could find out who among them was the spy in one go. The plan had to be carried out seriously, and this was the best opportunity for Won Myung to observe his enemies. It was very likely that the spies would show mercy to each other and start to separate when they had to fight each other, but regardless of the outcome, Won Myung was the only one who would benefit. He was staring at them like a hawk. Even if they chose to sacrifice themselves to clear all suspicion, in the end, there would still be two spies facing each other, who would be forced to defeat many people as quickly as possible to completely clear all suspicion. Won-Wei looked at Won Myung with blank eyes. Although he knew that he was not easy to deal with, he did not expect it to come to this level. At first, he only thought that he was forcing many people to fight at the same time to force the fighters to fight. The monk used all his strength and exposed his loopholes as if using some evil martial art, but now we know that his head is full of grit. Moreover, the problem was that Won-Wei had to fight in close combat against so many people from Haihyang. There was nothing wrong with them engaging in a fierce battle because they served two opposing young misses. But if there were two of Haihyang's subordinates on the platform working together, constantly switching partners, it would drain Won-Wei's energy. On Sang Hyun-Myung's side, he still hadn't grasped the severity of the situation. He was confident that he could take Won-Wei down in seconds, so confident, in fact, that he believed he would be the last one standing on this battle platform and have to face Kwon Young-ha in the next round. He even thought it would be a tough situation for Kwon Young-ha to fight his senior, but he couldn't care less. A deep envy flashed in Hyun-Myung's eyes. All he wanted to do here was eliminate this insolent brat who was trying to steal young Miss. The position of her fiancé could only belong to him and him alone. She would look at him differently if he eliminated this one and took the Blood Demon sword. While waiting for the signal to begin the fight, Sang Hyun-Myung carefully calculated in his head. Although he wanted to kill him immediately, he couldn't. If he went too hard, the guys behind him would be more wary of him. He would fight him for at least 10 moves before taking him down. It seemed like he was just in the early stage of the peak level. It was ridiculous that the four great masters had such a weak disciple. The warriors who were present on the battle platforms quickly assumed their ready stances. Sang Hyun-Myung was still immersed in his own delusion. He could toy with this kid for a while. 10 moves would be enough. Right after that, he would take your life. As soon as Elder Ho Yang signaled the start, Sang Hyun-Myung immediately charged towards Won-Wei with a clenched fist and an arrogant smile. He shot forward like an arrow after a powerful kick, his movements decisive and seemingly powerful like a wild beast. But that momentum was nothing compared to Won-Wei's. In the moment Sang Hyun-Myung prepared to unleash his power and shoot towards him like a bullet, Won-Wei remained calm, standing still without moving much. All he did was simply raise one leg and start channeling his inner energy. In the blink of an eye, as Won-Wei's foot hit the ground, the battle platform instantly split open within a 5-meter radius. Rocks and dirt flew in all directions as a powerful blast of energy, like a violent storm, surged towards Sang Hyun-Myung, forcing him to stop right before he could reach him. The blast of energy created an invisible shield that blocked Sang Hyun-Myung's attack. At the same time, he felt a shock like a tornado hitting his mind. He was confident that nothing could stop him, but judging the speed of the tornado heading towards him, it was far beyond his imagination. Won-Wei's sword tip was extending, pointed towards Sang Hyun-Myung's fist. Even though the sword tip hadn't even touched Sang Hyun-Myung's hand, the energy had already penetrated his hand and wrist. A feeling of terror immediately welled up in his heart as he saw Won-Wei's cold eyes. You bastard. His power had surpassed the early stage of the peak level. Sang Hyun-Myung had realized the issue, but he realized it too late. The tornado had pushed his body away. He was swept away by a powerful current created by the sword technique, spinning many times in the air before stopping. Song Jua-baek, standing next to him, was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Won-Wei to act so decisively and swiftly. In one move, he had blown his opponent off the battle platform, essentially stripping him of his fighting. Song Jua-baek's mouth gaped open, his eyes bulging like balls, as he saw Sang Hyun-Myung's clothes turn to rags, blood flowing everywhere. Sang Hyun-Myung's heart was equally surprised. Damn it, he had hidden his strength. He wasn't someone he could go easy on. It seemed like he needed to go all out. Immediately after, Sang Hyun-Myung looked up at Won-Wei, his eyes filled with determination to fight with all his might to defeat him. He didn't even realize the fact that he was out of the fight. At this moment, Won-Wei's calm voice rang out, "Call the next person up." Along with that came cheers from the audience, causing Sang Hyun-Myung to stare in shock. What? Sang Hyun-Myung, unable to comprehend how far he had been thrown, hastily stood up and criticized Won-Wei. "Don't talk nonsense. The fight isn't over yet. Don't get arrogant just because you got lucky with that one move." Knowing that Sang Hyun-Myung still hadn't realized he had landed outside the battle platform, Won-Wei simply clicked his tongue and looked at him with disdain. "Look at your feet for me," Sang Hyun-Myung blurted out in confusion. "Look at what?" At that moment, the referee announced, "The second fighter from the fire zone has fallen off the platform and lost his fighting." Sang Hyun-Myung screamed in agony and frustration as he clearly saw his position. "No, it can't be. Thunderous cheers erupted from the audience. Everyone was shocked by what had happened right at the beginning of the fight. No one thought such a clear result would come so quickly. Sang Hyun Myung continued to yell and curse, "Wonwee, you bastard!" However, Wonwee didn't pay attention to the madman and immediately turned back to the center of the battle platform, preparing for the next fight. Because Wonwee would have to face over 30 opponents, he had decided to eliminate each one who stepped onto the battle platform quickly, before the time for the second person to come up, to avoid having to deal with two people at once. So, Wonwee had taken down the first opponent. Now, the second opponent stepped onto the battle platform, as introduced by the referee. It was none other than Song Jua-baek. He stepped onto the platform with decisive steps, despite seeing the fate of Sang Hyun Myung. In Song Jua-baek's heart, he secretly encouraged himself, "I, Song Jua-baek, can fight him for a longer time than that useless guy who was just blown away. I can definitely do it with the techniques my master taught me." However, no matter how much he encouraged himself, it didn't help Song Jua-baek think more positively. He couldn't use the golden blood body, so he could only cry in his heart as he looked into Wonwee's fiery eyes burning with the desire to win. "This bastard, he doesn't seem like he will give me any quarter at all." Meanwhile, in the special seats of the stands reserved for the organizers of the competition, Won Myung couldn't take his eyes off Wonwee. Since he was a disciple of the Heavenly South Sword Master, Won Myung had expected something more worth watching, but his first victory was the fastest among all the battle platforms. Like the other spectators, Won Myung didn't think there would be any outstanding performance from the first two fighters on each battle platform, because a quick victory like that would require more inner energy. Since he had to defeat another 32 contestants, he thought that Wonwee would give his opponents a little leeway instead of going all out from the beginning. Won Myung had thought that if Wonwee was a spy for the blood cult, even if he won, there would be some signs of collusion between the fighters. But there was clearly no such thing here. It was hard to consider him one of the blood cult's spies after he had just crushed another suspect who was also suspected of being a spy. Won Myung's suspicion of Wonwee had significantly subsided. However, he was very suspicious and still found it difficult to get a definite answer from just one fight. It was highly possible that Wonwee had changed his plans at the last minute to avoid suspicion. He needed more factors to be sure, so Won Myung decided to observe further to see if the second fight would end in a similar way. The fight between Wonwee and Song Jua-baek had also begun. Song Jua-baek was originally someone Won Myung had always suspected, because he also came from Hunan. Song Jua-baek had disappeared and then reappeared at the same time as Wonwee to participate in the tournament. He was also considered to have a chance to defeat Wonwee. In Won Myung's eyes, Song Jua-baek was just a guy with big muscles but a much simpler mind than Wonwee, so he thought it would be easier to see the problem from him. As Won Myung was intently watching the fight between Wonwee and Song Jua-baek, a yell suddenly rang out. He immediately turned his head towards the other battle platform to see what caused it, and the result surprised him. The development of the fight was so incredible that Won Myung's bodyguard couldn't help but exclaim, "That's unprecedented." Won Myung immediately asked his subordinate, "What do you mean?" The bodyguard whispered his observation. "The high-ranking people on each platform have thrown their opponents outside the boundaries of the battle platform. They are all acting as if they were encouraged by Wonwee's swift victory. Actually, Jong Jiam is thinking that his master wants him to get everyone's attention, so he's decided to show off like Wonwee." As soon as one challenger was taken down, everyone followed suit, including Kwan Young-ha, the disciple of the first great master. He thought the same as Wonwee, that if he just defeated each opponent with a single move or in the shortest time, he would avoid suspicion. The atmosphere seemed to be revolving around Wonwee. It was as if the high-ranking contestants were competing with each other to finish their fights as quickly as possible. Jin Yong, who already had a grudge against Wonwee, became competitive simply because he didn't want to see Wonwee appear more talented than him. Jin Yong's eyes were filled with anger and hatred for Wonwee. "How dare you act superior to me? Do you think I can't do what you can?" Everyone's eyes were fixed on the other contestants as they won, but Won Myung remained focused on Wonwee, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Everyone with high rank wants others to acknowledge their skills. This is the perfect place to do that. It seems Wonwee is the one deserving to be the next advisor of the Muram Alliance. Meanwhile, the fight between Wonwee and Song Jua-baek had gone on for 10 moves, but Song Jua-baek was starting to fall into a defensive position, using his gauntlets to block. If everything went according to plan, he had to lose to Wonwee here. However, looking into his eyes, it was clear that he desperately wanted to save face and didn't seem like he would back down easily. Usually, Wonwee would scold Song Jua-baek because it was a mission and a plan they had to follow, but this time, he generously let him fight like that, as it would improve his credibility. After exactly 10 moves, Wonwee decisively unleashed a palm strike towards Song Jua-baek's chest. he got hit and was suspended in the air before falling off the battle platform. Won-Wee didn't hold back. Using his 5th level of inner energy, this sent Song Jua-baek flying even further than Sang Hyun-myung, smashing into the wall opposite the battle platform. He believed that a body that had been trained daily by action with fists wouldn't be able to die from just that much force. Hearing the commotion of the crowd cheering for Won-Wee's second victory, Won-myung became even more pleased and excited. He wasn't sure if this was an arrangement or a planned scheme, but he was controlling the atmosphere of this arena. From the audience to the other contestants, everyone was influenced. As Won-Wee had just dealt with Song Jua-baek and made everyone more enthusiastic, Sodam chuckled and teased him. It seems you've set this arena on fire. When Won-Wee looked at the other battle platforms and realized how he had inspired them, he couldn't help but be baffled. Today's youth is something else. Why do they have to be so competitive? After falling face-first onto the ground, Song Jua-baek stared blankly into nothingness. Although he knew he hadn't fought to his full potential, he still felt bad about being treated so ruthlessly by Won-Wee. That bastard, he could have gone easier on me. This hurts like hell. Then, Won-Wee proactively bowed to the referee to call up the next contestant, but suddenly, a voice transmission reached his ears. It was the voice of Sungwon, the deputy commander. Deputy Commander, it seems he needs to talk urgently, so Won-Wee couldn't ignore him. If it's not serious, don't talk to me through voice transmission while the competition is going on. I don't want them to think we're suspicious. However, Won-Wee couldn't help but react to Sungwon's next words. There's explosives. Won-Wee immediately forgot everything else and turned his eyes back to Sungwon in the stands. Sungwon nervously raised an empty scabbard and turned it upside down. A bit of black gunpowder fell out onto his hand. He tried to hide his inner panic and reported more details. This powder is scattered all over the seats in the stands. Sungwon quickly summarized for Won-Wee the reason he found the explosives. His subordinate, who was watching the fight from the stands, suddenly smelled a strange scent in the air. Sungwon knew that this was a scent that shouldn't be present in a crowded place like this, because it was very similar to the smell of explosives. Although he wasn't sure, he quickly searched for the source of the scent around the seats. Seeing a suspicious person trying to secretly spread a black powder around the rows of seats by opening his scabbard with each step, Sungwon carefully examined the traces of the powder and confirmed that it was explosives. Sungwon immediately followed the person spreading the explosives, but he didn't know how long he had been secretly doing this on the stands. However, because the stands were too crowded, Sungwon couldn't act immediately, fearing that he would start a commotion. Then, Sungwon patiently followed the person spreading the explosives to a secluded place and knocked him out. After examining his face, Sungwon discovered that he was one of Haihang's spies, who was previously suspected. Sungwon chose to inform Won-Wee before reporting this to the security warriors of the Miram Alliance. He eagerly asked for his guidance. There's no time to hesitate. If this explodes, we're finished. What should we do now, Deputy Commander? Now, the next fighter stepped onto the battle platform, but Won-Wee's mind was in turmoil. He couldn't care less about the fight anymore. He was wondering what Haihang was up to. Did she want to blow up the entire stadium? Why would she do that? What in the world was this crazy woman thinking? With his sharp mind and years of Jianghu experience, Won-Wee quickly understood Haihang's plan and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Don't tell me, she's planning to fake an attack here. Without any time to ponder further, Won-Wee immediately addressed the referee and his opponent. My apologies. His third opponent frowned. What the hell are you talking about? Apologize for what? Fight. However, despite his opponent's surprised expression and readiness, Won-Wee calmly sheathed his sword. His action stunned his opponent, who rebuked him. You dare to sheath your sword, you, a disciple of the Heavenly South Swordmaster, think you are too good for me? I am a disciple of... Before the opponent finished his sentence, Won-Wee clasped his hands together, politely declared with determination, I forfeit. The referee and the crowd were astonished, confused by his actions. The referee kept asking if Won-Wee was sure of his decision, but Won-Wee had no time to linger and explain. He leaped, using his opponent's head as a springboard to launch himself towards Sungwon on the stands. Show me the explosives. While his opponent was frozen in shock on the battle platform, experiencing a humiliating victory unlike any other in his life. Upon receiving the sword case containing the explosives, Won-Wee immediately asked, Where is Sama young miss? Sungwon replied, She's pursuing the other people who planted the explosives. Won-Wee looked at the sword case, pondering, if Sungwon found this, Won-Myung will surely discover it too. Right after that, Won-Wee dashed away like a gust of wind, instructing Sungwon before leaving, Alright, find her and meet me as soon as possible. Sungwon was perplexed. Not sure what Won-Wee was up to, but having worked with him for a while, he didn't question much and simply followed his orders. In a blink of an eye, Won-wee used his light footwork to swiftly glide towards the other side of the stadium, where Won Myung and the high-ranking officials of the Miram Alliance were gathered, watching the competition. Sodam noticed this and couldn't help but worry. "Hey, you quit like that. What about the Blood Demon Sword?" Won-wee replied with a shrug. "This is a matter of urgency, not a time to think about the Blood Demon Sword." Won-wee couldn't continue to focus on the competition to obtain the Blood Demon Sword. If he didn't do anything to address the explosives issue, he would surely be suspected by Won Myung as a subordinate of the blood cult. He couldn't help but lament, "We just made some progress in clearing Won Myung's suspicion, and now it's all gone to waste because of that crazy woman." As Won-wee suspected, Won Myung was currently speaking with several security warriors of the Miram Alliance. They brought him a type of powder found in an empty sword case, similar to the one Sungwon discovered. Won Myung examined the powder and frowned in worry. "You mean, he carried this thing everywhere?" Based on its smell, Won Myung confirmed that the black powder was explosives. At that moment, Won-wee rushed in but was stopped by the guards. He shouted, "I need to see the first advisor right now." Won-wee's loud shout drew everyone's attention, including Won Myung. "He should be on the battle platform. Why is he here at this time?" Won-wee tried to raise the sword case so that Won Myung could see it, shouting, "First advisor, I have something to tell you." This is. Before Won-wee could shout out this crucial matter to everyone, Won Myung recognized the sword case in his hand as the one he had just examined. Could it be that he also discovered this? Won Myung stopped Won-wee in time before he escalated the situation and caused more chaos. "Don't shout, come here now, let him in." Immediately, the guards released Won-wee, allowing him to enter and meet Won Myung. Won Myung looked at the empty sword case in Won-wee's hand and asked as if he didn't know anything about it, "What is this?" Won-wee quickly explained, "A friend who came with me found this from someone on the stands. It seems someone is hiding explosives and brought them here for some kind of scheme." Won Myung was very pleased with Won-wee's honesty in his effort to sacrifice his glory in the competition for the greater good. He immediately dismissed his last doubts about Won-wee and patted him on the shoulder. "Just as I thought. So Gongzi, you haven't disappointed me." Won-wee understood Won Myung's meaning but feigned ignorance, looking at his hand. "What do you mean?" Won Myung couldn't explain that he had just stopped suspecting Won-wee, so he quickly changed the topic, directing it towards Hyangmook, who was standing masked not far away. "I have no intention. The most important thing is, the current situation seems quite unstable. I understand that as a teacher, you really want to see your students' performance, but please return to the headquarters immediately. No matter how strong our security force is, there is a huge difference between having or not having the Alliance leader's presence there." Hyangmook glanced at Won Myung with sharp eyes and immediately understood his meaning. "Okay, I got it." As soon as he finished speaking, Hyangmook disappeared very quickly, as if he had just turned invisible or performed a teleportation spell. Won-wee couldn't even see the direction he went. More importantly, because Hyangmook was disguised, Won-wee could only recognize his identity after hearing Won Myung's implicit words. Won-wee was a little shocked because he didn't expect Hyangmook to come in person before the final match. Perhaps it was because of a teacher's heart. He probably came to see how Jang Jiam would perform as the top performer in the first round. After discovering that the Miram Alliance leader was disguised here, Won-wee's intuition told him something was related. In the next second, he realized the problem with a start. "Wait, that means the strongest person in the Alliance is absent from the weapon storage, including the Blood Demon Sword. Damn it, I think I know what Hai Hyang is aiming for." From Won Myung's eyes, it was clear that he had also guessed Hai Hyang's intention. He then seriously proposed to Won-wee, "This is a matter of urgency. I don't have time to explain now, but can you help us?" Won-wee could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that Won Myung finally trusted him. If he had reacted a little slower, he would have been treated as an enemy of the Alliance. Won-wee immediately showed his integrity and generosity, agreeing to Won Myung's request. "Of course, advisor, whatever you need, just give the order." After a nod full of trust, Won Myung looked towards the stands and said briefly, "If we announce something about the explosives now, the tournament will stop halfway, then chaos will ensue. If that happens, it will benefit them." Won-wee understood and continued, "The blood cult spies will use that chaos to escape." Won Myung nodded, pleased with Won-wee's intelligence. "That's right. I will gather the Alliance warriors now to prevent that from happening. Can you go with Elder Ho Yang and pursue those I have identified as spies?" Right after that, a group of warriors suddenly appeared behind Won-wee, making him jump a bit. Just a glance revealed that they were no ordinary warriors. Their skills were all top-notch. Elder Ho Yang himself led the disciples of the Manhwa sect to support the Miram Alliance forces. Because this situation was very serious and affected the safety of many people, they could only go all out and mobilize as many trustworthy forces as possible. For Wonhui, this was a difficult situation. They didn't suspect him, but wanted him to help pursue those on Hai Hang's side. Even though he and Hai Hang were on opposing sides, they were still part of the blood cult. They couldn't betray their own. Sodam knew this situation was tough for Wonhui and teased him. This way, you might have to capture Hai Hang yourself. Wonhui clicked his tongue, indifferent to the crazy idea. That's not for sure. Won Myung will ask us to capture her, but no one among us can catch that crazy woman. According to Wonhui's speculation on Hai Hang's plan, she actually never intended to infiltrate the Miram Alliance's treasury and obtain the Blood Demon Sword through this competition. It was too complex and risky. Even if she succeeded, there was no guarantee she wouldn't be captured immediately. Sodam exclaimed in surprise and then persistently questioned Wonhui to satisfy her curiosity. Then what about the spies who participated in the competition? There were even disciples of the first patriarch participating. If they weren't aiming for the championship, why mobilize so many forces? Wonhui clicked his tongue. That's just to distract us and the Miram Alliance so that Hai Hang can seize the opportunity. Wonhui and Sodam's conversation didn't last long. As they descended the stairs from the stands, a terrifying scene unfolded. Even Elder Ho Yang was speechless in shock, while the crowd was in an uproar. What the hell? That martial artist, what's tied around his waist? What is that strange thing? Wonhui was also frozen in shock as he looked at one of the battle platforms, where a martial artist was performing a crazy action, but it was the true nature of Hai Hang's subordinate. He never imagined that she would once again sacrifice her subordinates without any remorse. At this moment, one of the participants in the competition, also a subordinate of Hai Hang, was standing on the fourth battle platform. He suddenly took off his shirt, and then a chain of explosives appeared around his waist, but most of the people there, including Ho Yang, didn't know this was his act of self-sacrifice. A deafening scream echoed from the suicide warrior. The peerless warriors will never forget this hatred. After declaring that, he pulled the pin, activating the explosives and disintegrating in a blaze of fire. The explosion, accompanied by the sound of body parts flying and screams, reverberated throughout the air. Sadly, Elder Ho Yang only wanted to stop the stranger who was causing chaos but ended up getting caught in the explosion due to his lack of knowledge. Although his martial arts skills were strong, at a distance of only 3 steps from the epicenter of the explosion, surviving was already a miracle. Right after that, another explosion sounded from another direction of the battle platform. Once again, the roaring sound and intense heat filled the air. Although the distance between the battle platform and the stands was quite far, people still could not avoid the influence of the hot air and became panicked. The explosions around the arena and the successive appearance of other suicide warriors created an extreme chaotic effect. For a moment, the entire arena was thrown into disarray as the audience screamed and fled. The Alliance warriors tried to calm the crowd, but to no avail. The fear of another explosion plunged the entire place into chaos. The declarations echoed repeatedly. The peerless warriors will not forget this feud. We will reclaim everything you have done. Blood must be paid with blood. Each suicide warrior, after chanting their slogan, decisively pulled the trigger and disintegrated into flames in a blink of an eye. These explosions made it impossible for any spy to continue hiding. However, there was another problem. As tens of thousands of people began to flee in panic, the crowd and the noise concealed Hai Hang's army. Even though the Alliance's security force shouted loudly, begging people to stay calm, the noise drowned out their voices. Kwan Young-ha also vanished quickly with a perfect escape plan, even if it meant sacrificing a few pawns. A while ago, before the explosions happened, Hai Hang stood before a large, intricately carved gate. It was the entrance to the Miram Alliance's treasury, where the Blood Demon Sword was heavily guarded. Hai Hang placed her hand on the gate, her voice filled with a playful chuckle. Delighted with her brilliant plan, who cares about becoming the top performer in the competition? Do you think I need to follow your rules to obtain the Blood Demon Sword? I hate having to follow someone else's regulations. With a mere gentle push, Hai Hang blasted open the gate made of solid cast iron, carefully locked with 3 different types of locks. Any mechanism requiring intelligence or dexterity to solve was nothing compared to her brute force. As Hai Hang retracted her hand, a contented smile stretched across her lips, enjoying the feeling of doing evil in broad daylight. Directly stealing the Blood Demon Sword is much quicker than waiting for it as a reward. Not long after, inside the dark basement of the treasury, there was a corridor filled with thick, poisonous smoke, so dense that it obscured everything ahead. The air was filled with the sounds of something being crushed in the smoke, mixed with footsteps. Every time Hai Hang took a step, the corridor shifted like a constantly changing maze. The sharp spears from the walls constantly pierced the opposite side, a trap set for intruders. But none of them had any effect on Hai Hang. She was able To walk through this maze filled with traps without breaking a sweat or hesitation. Flickering in the shadows, someone's hand touched the wall. The hand slid down the wall accompanied by a painful moan. The wall, reflected in the lamps, was stained with blood. Even though the key figures guarding this place were absent, there were still many guards assigned, as expected from the Miram Alliance. However, these people were merely moving punching bags for Hai Yang to unleash her attacks. When Hai Yang had passed all the obstacles in her way, she finally saw a space illuminated by lanterns at the end of the corridor. However, instead of rejoicing at reaching her destination, Hai Yang snorted coldly. The Miram Alliance people, they really make a lot of trouble. Countless swords, identical in appearance, filled the wall in front of Hai Yang. Hundreds of scabbards, all the same design, with yellow charms covering each sword. It was clear that the Miram Alliance wanted to make it difficult for anyone searching for the real blood demon sword by completely concealing its evil energy. Hai Yang grabbed a random sword covered with charms, her face contorted with annoyance. They make a ton of fake swords like this to confuse us. Hai Yang could understand why the Miram Alliance put charms on the swords. The blood demon sword was a rare, evil sword, incomparable to any other. It was a sword that could corrode people's minds, so putting charms on it to suppress its evil was a common practice. Immediately, Hai Yang drew the sword to inspect it, but the blade only emitted a weak aura of killing intent, as if it had never been used to kill. Hai Yang immediately recognized it as fake and scoffed, a predictable outcome. However, the problem now is that it would be a waste of time if she had to draw every single sword here. The first bloody star Zhang Riyang, who had been closely following Hai Yang, frowned at the wall of swords. We're in a tight spot right now. Someone will surely come to check soon. It's impossible to draw every sword for inspection. Young miss, do you have a solution? Zhang Riyang hadn't finished his sentence when he sensed an overwhelming killing intent emanating from Hai Yang. When he glanced at her, the chilling feeling sent shivers down his spine. Hai Yang spoke with a mocking tone. The Miram Alliance thinks they can simply seal the blood demon sword's aura and hide it amongst these fakes, thinking I wouldn't be able to find it. How childish. A red mist, like a raging fire, erupted from Hai Yang's body. To elicit a reaction from the real sword, she decided to unleash her energy to its fullest. Her eyes blazed with a fiery red, like the setting sun, as she stared at the wall of swords and steadily moved forward. Hai Yang's aura quickly enveloped the wall, towering dozens of meters high. The swords began to tremble, but their vibrations varied greatly. Some swords only responded for less than 3 seconds before falling silent. The creators of these fake swords have put in a lot of effort indeed. Zhang Riyang finally understood Hai Yang's intentions. Young Miss unleashed her ultimate demonic power to trigger the blood demon sword's response, then used her energy sense to locate the vibration of the sword more easily, as expected of our future leech. It took Hai Yang only a minute to pinpoint the sword with the strongest response. She immediately leaped and snatched the sword. However, the sword's appearance was indistinguishable from the others, leaving Zhang Riyang doubtful. Is that it? He asked Hai Yang. Hai Yang landed on the ground like a falling weight, shattering the tiles beneath her. Yes, I found it, she replied decisively, so confident that she didn't even bother to inspect the sword's interior. Zhang Riyang, however, didn't even suggest a double check. After acquiring the prize, Hai Yang couldn't celebrate just yet. Sensing a presence outside, she mused to Zhang Riyang, I think it's too late for us to escape. A master is approaching from the direction of the arena, moving very quickly. Zhang Riyang finally jolted, surveying the surrounding space. He realized, as Hai Yang had said, based on his energy sense, the person's aura and speed of movement, that their level of skill could only be. A shiver ran down Zhang Riyang's spine as the image of Miram Hyangmook, the alliance leader, materialized in his mind. Even with Hai Yang's strength, she wouldn't stand a chance against Hyangmook. Confronting him now would only lead to death. Zhang Riyang racked his brain, desperately seeking a solution to this predicament, but Hai Yang didn't seem to be too concerned. After observing for a while, she noticed the surviving treasury guards and let out a mischievous chuckle. Don't worry, I have an idea. Immediately, Hai Yang approached a guard who was struggling to get back on his feet and stomped on his head. The guard collapsed in pain, but Hai Yang stopped there, unlike her usual cold-blooded and bloodthirsty demeanor. Then, Hai Yang pointed towards the other swords, sealed with protective talismans, filling the wall before them, the fake swords in the vault, and these surviving soldiers, we can use them, she said to Zhang Riyang. The treasury guards looked up at Hai Yang with trembling eyes. They were completely powerless to resist, and even though they fought for justice, they couldn't escape their fear of death. Seeing the guards' horrified reaction, Hai Yang curled her lips into a sinister smile. She knew her plan would succeed again, because these survivors wouldn't want to die here. Soon after, thick smoke billowed out before the vault's entrance. The Miram Alliance's reinforcements finally arrived, but they were met with poisonous gas, forcing them to retreat. It's poison gas. Quickly cover your mouths, all of you, disperse and wait for the Tang clan, don't panic. Sama Young-hyung, the second advisor of the Miram Alliance, stepped forward to lead the reinforcements, his voice laced with urgency and anger. Damn it, the poison gas has spread too far, we can't barge into the vault. Just then, Hyang-mook appeared at the vault entrance, cautiously observing the thick smoke. Advisor, what's the situation? Sama Young-hyung was overjoyed to see Hyang-mook, a reassuring presence. The alliance leader, you've arrived. The enemy has entered the vault and unleashed poison gas, preventing our men from entering. Even Hyang-mook, known for his stoic demeanor, couldn't contain his anger upon hearing this. How dare they? Sama Young-hyung continued his report with a frantic tone. Elder Tang Woo-jung has entered the vault and started neutralizing the poison gas, but it may reach all the way to the basement. Inside the vault, the Tang clan's vice master, Tang Woo-jung, was using his energy to purify the surrounding toxins. He was the heir of a clan that could handle any poison, but the issue wasn't just the poison. Hyang-mook continued to inquire about the situation from Sama Young-hyung. Have you caught the intruders? Sama Young-hyung sighed with a troubled expression, explaining the situation to Hyang-mook. The elders and everyone else are in pursuit, but they scattered in different directions just before we arrived at the vault. They used a clever plan. Hyang-mook frowned, skeptical. A plan? What kind of plan? Sama Young-hyung spoke in a serious tone. The enemy seems to have used a diversion tactic. Several individuals have escaped from the basement, all dressed as guards. They've scattered everywhere. The more pressing issue was that each person escaping carried a few swords with protective talismans still attached. Since so many people had escaped from the vault, they couldn't identify the actual intruder. Hearing this, Hyang-mook became anxious. How long will it take to catch them? Sama Young-hyung pointed to the courtyard, a fair distance from the vault. His men were assisting in transporting the fallen soldiers, their bodies stained with blood, some even carrying fake blood demon swords. He spoke with a defeated tone. Some of those who escaped are our own soldiers, entrusted to protect this place. This adds to the chaos. They're wearing swords on their backs and fleeing recklessly. Sama Young-hyung's voice grew increasingly frustrated. They deceived our men, saying they would be killed if they stopped running. They were tricked, and their actions ended up increasing the chaos. Hyang-mook also fell silent, the situation spiraling out of control. They must have scattered everywhere. How many are there? Sama Young-hyung immediately responded, around 40. Hyang-mook quickly calculated, that's a large number, and the real culprit must be among them. An excellent plan. Whoever orchestrated it, they possess an exceptional mind. Sama Young-hyung then asked with a worried tone, the alliance leader, I believe we should issue an emergency order. Considering the tournament currently underway, the sword could be stolen. Hearing this, Hyang-mook felt even more troubled. The implications of this matter were vast, so he couldn't make a hasty decision. The second largest tournament of the Miram Alliance was in progress. Influential figures from the Jianghu had come to attend and watch. The Miram Alliance's honor and reputation would suffer a significant blow if an emergency situation forced them to announce the theft of their sealed weapon vault, but there was no other choice. Hyang-mook's anxiety didn't last long. Before he could act, a deafening boom echoed through the air. The explosion originated from the direction of the arena's battle platform. The blast reverberated throughout the air. Even though the distance between the arena and the main building was considerable, Hyang-mook and Sama Young-hyung could still hear the explosion, as well as the people screaming. Finally, Hyang-mook gave the order with a firm voice, issue an emergency order now and deploy all our forces to the arena. Sama Young-hyung finally recalled the Miram Alliance's image and objected. But the alliance leader, if we do that, the Miram Alliance's image will. Hyang-mook's expression turned stern as he resolutely affirmed his decision. If the greatest prize of the righteous path in the battle between righteous and evil is stolen here, the Miram Alliance's image will be dragged through the mud. It will shake the morale of everyone in the righteous Miram. There's no time to think about the alliance's reputation and pride. Issue the emergency order now and deploy all our forces to the arena. Sama Young-hyung finally took off running to mobilize the troops. I understand. The soldiers will immediately carry out your order. Hyang-mook stood alone in the ravaged vault, engulfed in heavy silence. He never imagined the blood cult would act so audaciously. Only when he was alone could Hyang-mook release a heavy sigh, filled with worry. In the current situation, the Miram Alliance's image no longer mattered. He was calculating something, but strangely, he wasn't concerned about the blood demon sword being lost. Soon after, carts carrying corpses emerged outside the Miram Alliance's headquarters. The carts were covered in thick cloth, and swords were also transported alongside them. All the carts were heading to the isolation zone, which also housed an incinerator for special situations, such as destroying objects and people who had come into contact with poison to prevent its spread. Upon reaching the isolation zone, the Tang clan's hall master, Tang Ju-sang, ordered the soldiers, "Take all the poison corpses into the incinerator." The soldiers in unison replied, "As ordered." The number of bodies being disposed of had exceeded 30. They were the soldiers who had died in the basement, but the task wasn't over. Tang Ju-sang emphasized further, after seeing a pile of swords brought in behind the corpse carts, "Burn anything that has come into contact with the poison." The number of swords gathered near the incinerator had reached 30, and the talismans on each sword had been removed. However, more carts carrying swords were still on their way from the vault. Seeing so many corpses and swords, Tang Ju-sang couldn't help but grumble in annoyance. "Deal with this quickly, we still have a lot more to do, this is a real hassle." Since they didn't need stretchers to transport the bodies to the incinerator, everyone there grabbed the corpses by their hands and feet to move them one by one, saving space. However, this was quite physically demanding, and they quickly became exhausted. "Damn it, it's so heavy, I'm tired, hurry up, stop complaining." As the corpses were being loaded into the incinerator, one of the men suddenly heard a cough coming from the pile of bodies. "Hey, did you hear that? Sounds like someone's coughing in those corpses." His comrade, surprised, moved closer to investigate. "Are you mistaken? You must be mistaken." But the other man firmly insisted, "I clearly heard something like a cough coming from the corpses." At that moment, a blood-soaked corpse suddenly lunged from the pile of bodies, causing everyone present to jump back in horror upon witnessing this. "Oh my god, what the hell?" Just by looking at the long, flowing hair, they could recognize that the reanimated corpse was none other than Hai Yang in disguise. A soldier rushed to the side of the reanimated corpse and asked solicitously, "Hey, are you okay? You're alive." Of course, Hai Yang didn't have time to answer. She took a deep breath, gulping down lungfuls of fresh air to make up for the time she had been holding her breath. Before the soldier could touch Hai Yang, she struck him with swift, brutal strikes, piercing his throat and heart. The soldier's eyes widened in shock, his life abruptly snuffed out before he could even utter a sound. As the soldier fell, a blood-red killing intent blazed in Hai Yang's eyes. "Yes, I'm alive." Of course, no one in the Muram Alliance would have thought of this. Not even Hyangmook was fooled, and Tang Ju-sang himself personally inspected all the corpses before bringing them here for disposal, but he didn't detect anything unusual. Hai Yang had used the chi restraint technique to temporarily block her breathing and transform into a corpse. She also wore a human skin mask, disguised as a man. Hai Yang let out a seductive smile as she gazed at the soldiers surrounding her. "Well, I never want to use that chi restraint technique again." Immediately, Hai Yang stepped out of the pile of corpses and confronted the head of the Tang clan and his soldiers. Tang Ju-sang couldn't help but express his astonishment at the absurd scene unfolding before him. "Ha, what the hell is this? This is utterly ridiculous. You disguised yourself as a corpse." Tang Ju-sang couldn't believe he had been fooled. "I checked the aura of those corpses, so how is it possible? Did he wear a human skin mask?" Finally, he figured it out, but it was already too late to realize it. Then, Hai Yang calmly removed the mask and nonchalantly looked away, as if she didn't care about the soldiers cornering her. Tang Ju-sang was shocked again, because Hai Yang hadn't even been discovered as a woman disguised as a man, even though they had thoroughly inspected all the corpses. After taking off the mask for more comfort, Hai Yang suddenly raised her hand and wiggled her index finger, but she didn't utter a word. This action left Tang Ju-sang bewildered, wondering what she was planning next. In a flash, a sword covered in talismans flew through the air, passing over the heads of the Muram Alliance soldiers. All of them watched in astonishment as the sword soared, none of them leaping to intercept it. Even Tang Ju-sang could only stare in disbelief as the sword continued to emit a threatening clinking sound as it moved. Before the soldier's wide-eyed gaze, the sword landed in Hai Yang's hands with ease. She confidently gripped the precious blade in her grasp. Only now did her eyes meet the strongest foe among the group surrounding her, Tang Ju-sang. The warriors stared in horror at the discarded sword. Another one, the one who threw the sword to Hai Yang, was Zhang Riyang. While Hai Yang blended into the pile of corpses, Zhang Riyang was tasked with blending into the 40 warriors who were fleeing the vault. He had hidden in this crematorium because he anticipated that the Tang clan would use this method to eliminate the source of the poison. Before ordering the destruction, Tang Ju-sang had instructed them to remove the protective talismans and inspect each sword. Thus, he confidently drew his sword and pointed it at Hai Yang. "What can you two do? That sword is fake. We checked each sword before bringing it here." However, as Hai Yang tore off the talisman on the sword and drew it, Tang Ju-sang took a closer look at the scabbard in her hand with a shocked expression. Realizing that it was still full of talismans, he wasn't sure how she managed to obtain the real sword. but this sword had unique patterns on its surface and seemed sharper than the fake swords he had examined earlier, therefore, he assumed it was the real deal. As Hai Yang began to draw the sword from its sheath, Tang Ju-sang hastily shouted, "We can't let her get that sword." Naturally, the warriors of the Miram Alliance rushed to attack Hai Yang before she could fully unsheath the blade. However, even with the time they had gained, they were unable to stop the blade in Hai Yang's hand. In less than 3 seconds, the crimson light of the sword traced intricate patterns in the air. Where the sword went, bodies fell apart. Blood didn't even have time to stain the blade as it cut through the enemies. Despite having eliminated a dozen enemies in one fell swoop, Hai Yang frowned, seemingly unhappy as she stared at the sword in her hand. She held her gaze on the blade for a long time, unable to hide her speechless shock. Essentially, the sword in Hai Yang's hand had no trace of being a fake. Every detail was perfect. The Blood Demon sword was described as a sword made of silver plating, intricately crafted, but the most crucial aspect was the color of the sword. While Hai Yang stood frozen, Tang Ju-sang suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. Tang Ju-sang threw his head back and laughed as if he had just won the lottery. He chuckled, mocking Hai Yang. "You fool, how ridiculous, you brought a fake. Anyone who was present during the righteous evil battle remembers it. I am living proof. The Blood Demon sword is a blood-red blade. It has claimed the lives of thousands. How could I forget such an impressive sword?" Tang Ju-sang's arrogance grew with each word. He scoffed at Hai Yang. "What you are holding is merely one of its copies from the vault. A mediocre sword of no value. You will never accomplish anything with that ordinary sword. How amusing, ha 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 ha." After a moment of silence, Hai Yang dropped the scabbard to the ground and regained her confident voice. "You are the ones who are mistaken. There's something that outsiders like you would never know." Tang Ju-sang felt a pang of anxiety. "What?" Hai Yang raised the sword to eye level. The blade shimmered red, reflecting the color of her eyes and blazing red hair in the sunlight. She solemnly explained to Tang Ju-sang, "The reason why the Blood Demon sword doesn't appear blood-soaked now is because red is not its original color." As Hai Yang spoke, a fierce aura of killing intent began to emanate from her. The red light, like the glow of the setting sun, stained the space before them, making Tang Ju-sang shiver in fear. What are you saying?" This energy, the energy gradually overwhelmed and submerged the surrounding space in crimson. At that moment, Hai Yang still held the sword at face level. She simultaneously touched the blade with her index and middle fingers. A red mist began to rise from her shoulder. A surprising thing happened when she swiped her finger along the blade. The silver blade rapidly changed color, as if being stained with blood. Tang Ju-sang stood rooted to the spot in fear. "No, I can't believe it. This is the crimson light from that year." The Blood Demon sword unleashed its terrifying power. In a blink of an eye, Tang Ju-sang was ripped apart into 100 pieces. His body parts fell like autumn leaves while blood sprayed like a drizzle. The entire space was submerged in a crimson sea of amplified killing intent. At the same time, a crimson pillar of light shot straight up into the sky from the secluded outskirts of the Miram Alliance. Along with the light, an incredible killing intent spread far and wide, but not everyone could sense its presence. Not only light and energy, the sword also emitted a horrifying, eerie moan like a wailing ghost. The sword's plaintive sound echoed thousands of miles away. Even in the chaotic arena one could hear its cry, but of course there was only one person here who could hear the sound. That's just that weird sound. At this moment, Wonwei's plan had been ruined. If Hai Yang's side succeeded, the Blood Demon sword would be gone, and he would never have the chance to retrieve it again. Therefore, he decided it was better to flee now. But just as he blended into the crowd, he suddenly felt goosebumps all over as a terrifying sound echoed from behind. As Wonwei turned towards the source of the voice, filled with killing intent, continued to reverberate in his head, as if he were sitting in the middle of a gigantic bell, but the bell was crying out, "I will kill everyone and destroy everything." Cold sweat dripped down Wonwei's body as if trying to drown him in a wave of icy water, but he couldn't stop the horror that was welling up inside. The chilling sound of a sword wailing, he recognized it instantly. It was the Blood Demon sword. Wonwei had originally planned to abandon the mission to obtain this sword to save his life, but unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him. As long as he could still hear the sound of this sword, he would find its whereabouts, no matter where it was. A surge of excitement rose in Wonwei's heart. He quickly separated himself from the crowd and moved towards the sound of the sword. A thrilling sense of anticipation coursed through his body. As long as he followed the sound, he would find the Blood Demon sword. "I must get it, no matter who is holding it." Wonwei dashed like an arrow towards the sound of the Blood Demon sword. Right now, all the forces of the Miram Alliance were focused on suppressing the chaos in the arena, so no one could track his movements. The sword was finally within his reach. Not long before, in the southeastern part of the complex, not far from the events at the crematorium, the medical hall, located between the main building of the Miram Alliance and the military building, was rather deserted. There were almost no guards, while the situation in the arena and the vault was in chaos. Won Myung's urgent voice appeared in this silent place. "Are you sure?" Won Myung and Pamo rushed into a room inside. Won Myung's expression was uncomfortable, and Pamo also looked worried, confirming, "Yes, my subordinate heard that someone left here with swords that had protective talismans on them." Won Myung grew even more anxious. "I didn't anticipate this and didn't instruct the guards here. How much did they investigate to be able to do this?" As they stepped into the medical hall storage room, filled with various medicines and books, Won Myung carefully turned back and instructed Pamo, "Listen carefully, no matter who comes here, do not let them in until I return." Trusting in Pamo, a warrior who had been by his side for 20 years, with a clean background and no ties to any factions, Won Myung went straight to the end of the room without hesitation. "You wait here," Won Myung said. Pamo obediently followed his orders. "As you command." The reason for Won Myung's seriousness and anxiety was simple. The real Blood Demon sword was not hidden in the vault's basement. He knew that there was a chance that the Blood Demon sword could be stolen, so he decided to discuss it with Hyangmook and hide it in a place no one would think to look, a place known only to him. This explained why Hyangmook didn't seem too concerned when he heard about the disappearance of the sword from the vault. After reaching the end of the storage room, Won Myung pressed a few bricks on the wall. The room suddenly expanded as a door appeared. This was the talent of Won Myung, known for being the best at strategy and defensive formations. As Won Myung descended the dark staircase behind the secret door, he wondered how the sword could have left the basement. He hadn't even told his closest guardian, Pmo, about its location. If the sword was stolen so easily, it would be a lifelong shame for the Miram Alliance and for him, the first advisor, Won Myung. After illuminating the dark secret room beneath the storage room, Won Myung immediately focused his gaze on the far end of the room, where a long wooden box lay. It looked old and unremarkable, but it was placed on a stone pedestal, separate from the numerous other treasures in the room, indicating its significance. Although the box looked untouched and closed, and thieves usually wouldn't waste time closing a box back up, Won Myung couldn't be sure with just those details. He rushed to the box and opened it with extreme anxiety. "It has to be here." Meanwhile, at the crematorium, not far from the medical hall, after Hai Yang had dealt with all the enemies, the sword that had turned crimson returned to its silver color. Jang Ryong finally spoke, full of doubt. "What happened, young miss?" Hai Yang, annoyed, threw the sword into the ground right in front of Jang Ryong. "Take it." Jang Ryong was immediately confused and stepped back. "Forgive me, young miss, but how can I hold this sword?" However, Hai Yang decisively repeated her order with a sharp glare. "Just take it." Jang Ryong was terrified by that death-like stare. He was forced to reach out with trembling hands towards the Blood Demon sword. The reason for his fear was that not everyone could hold this special sword and control its immense power. The Blood Demon sword was a unique weapon. If someone without the proper qualifications touched this blade, they would be deprived of their consciousness and killed by the blood-soaked curse. The evil energy within the sword had reached its peak and was almost only compatible with those who had the bloodline of the blood cult liege. This is why this sword had to be sealed with talismans. Hai Yang, of course, knew about this but still told Jang Ryong to hold the Blood Demon sword. This forced him to speculate that this blade wasn't the real Blood Demon sword. Under the pressure of Hai Yang's gaze, Jang Ryong finally touched the hilt, but there was no unusual reaction. Jang Ryong's expression changed like a spinning top. Initially, his eyes widened in shock, then he furrowed his brows in contemplation, but there was no indication that he was being controlled by the sword. He couldn't even sense any sign of the evil energy that should have been present within this blade. Noticing Jang Ryong's shocked expression, Hai Yang flicked her sleeve and turned away, confidently stating, "This is not the real Blood Demon sword, it's just a well-crafted fake." She had known the truth when she removed the sword's seal but had to act as if it was the real sword in front of the Hall Master of the Tang clan to protect her pride. Although she had been tricked, Hai Yang still managed to smile proudly without any hesitation. "This sword must be the work of that blacksmith. Could this be Won Myung's plan? Interesting, even after 20 years, his mind is still sharp and active. He tricked us spectacularly." In Hai Yang's speculation, things had gone overboard, but the Miram Alliance must have controlled the situation to some extent. Everything was part of Won Myung's plan to make this incident a warning to those who wanted to claim the Blood Demon sword. All those who fled with the fake swords had probably been captured. Hai Yang's subordinates who were tasked with using suicide explosives were also dead or captured. And the Great Alliance could not be shaken by this incident. They wouldn't allow any loopholes or mistakes to happen again. this event would create a stronger internal defense line and make any future infiltration attempts impossible. Naturally, this warning applied not only to Hai Yang but also to Baekryonha and Wonhui. Those on his side would also have to withdraw now. Neither side succeeded in their plans. Hai Yang couldn't get the sword, but at least the other side couldn't either, so she calmly accepted this. It's over, for both me and him. Just as Hai Yang accepted this as the end of her ambition to reclaim the Blood Demon Sword, Jang Ryong suddenly spoke in a decisive voice. I don't think so, young miss. Hai Yang frowned in doubt and glanced at him. What do you mean? Jang Ryong solemnly presented the sword to Hai Yang with both hands and said, young miss, if it can withstand the energy you inherited from the bloodline of the Great Liege, isn't it incredibly close to the Blood Demon Sword, even if it's a fake? Hearing Jang Ryong say that, Hai Yang immediately raised her eyebrows in confusion, but Jang Ryong continued to speak with very fierce eyes. Sometimes, the fake can also become the real thing. After thinking for a moment, Hai Yang Thief Tongue warns Jang Ryong, don't disappoint me this time. Returning to the situation in the secret chamber below the storage room, after Won Myung opened the box, the sword with the protective talisman was still there, but instead of joy, new doubts arose in his mind. It's still here, then what sword did they take from the medical hall? At that moment, Won Myung heard a loud crash from behind, but before he could close the chest and turn around, a stream of crimson blood gushed out, splattering onto the Blood Demon Sword. The event happened so quickly that Won Myung couldn't even react. Under the flickering light, the person who had stabbed him in the stomach slowly emerged with a sinister smile. So, that was the real Blood Demon Sword. Won Myung stood petrified as he heard the familiar voice. It was Pmo, his most loyal guardian. Won Myung was shocked beyond belief by the betrayal of his most trusted confidant. He shouted in a bitter voice, you, how could it be you? Pmo laughed coldly as he saw Won Myung's panicked reaction. It seems even the first advisor of the Miram Alliance didn't anticipate this happening, did he? Immediately, Pmo decisively unsheathed his sword and kicked Won Myung in the chest, sending him flying into the opposite wall. Won Myung groaned in pain as his body slowly slid down, his abdomen stained with blood. Pmo quickly grabbed the Blood Demon Sword but was in no hurry to leave. He tilted his head, raised the sword, tore off the charm around the scabbard and gently pulled it out to examine. In addition to the talisman taped between the hilt and the scabbard, the sword was torn. The remaining talismans were still attached to the sheath. The sword was only pulled out a little, but the difference between the fake and the real thing was too obvious. The fake sword had no talisman on the blade, while the real sword has charms on the blade to enhance its ability to block evil energy. However, Pmo felt dizzy right after pulling the sword out just a few centimeters. He felt the dark energy flooding out like waves, making his hair stand on end. He quickly put the sword back in its sheath, as expected from a demonic sword. Now I understand why the blade shouldn't be drawn. It's no exaggeration to say that this sword will corrode the mind of the one holding it. At that moment, Won Myung's whispers reached Pmo's ears. Who ordered you? It can't be the blood cult. You're one of the peerless warriors, right? Pmo remained calm and turned to look at Won Myung, who was slumped against the wall, defeated. Why do you think that? Won Myung, though heavily injured, still tried to clear the doubts in his mind. If the blood cult knew the real sword was here, they wouldn't have needed to complicate things by using explosives in the arena and using all sorts of tricks to distract after infiltrating the vault. Pmo slowly approached Won Myung and kicked him in the face with a hateful expression, still as sharp as ever. First advisor. Won Myung took the kick, his head spinning. He couldn't understand why a warrior who had been by his side for 20 years, with a clean background and no connection to any sect, would suddenly betray him. Before Won Myung could guess, Pmo unleashed a sarcastic rage upon him. Try guessing with that intelligent brain of yours. Why do you look so weak now? If you had been more careful about looking around and seeing what was happening, things would have been much better. I've been by your side for 20 years, faithfully and diligently, but you only saw me as a mediocre bodyguard, while you just kept getting promoted. You didn't even bother looking at others unless they had titles or famous names. Pmo became increasingly aggressive. It was clearly not a new anger that had just erupted. Finally, Pmo revealed what angered him most, like a drop that spilled the cup after all the injustices he had endured. I've been ignored for 20 years of my life, but you say you want a kid who you met a few times to be your successor as advisor. You only value him because he comes from a prestigious sect, don't you? Having poured out all his resentment, Pmo quickly sheathed the Blood Demon Sword on his back and sneered bitterly. I've been waiting for this day for a long time, this moment of terror and suffering on the face of the one who pretends to be the wisest and most knowledgeable in the world. If this thing disappears, the reputation of the Miram Alliance and yourself will be gone. To restore your reputation, You'll have to fight the blood cult again. All of this happened because of you, but this time, I wonder how well you can fight them when the warriors of the peerless warriors who have helped you in the past no longer want to stand with you. If I had chosen to follow the peerless warriors instead of you back then, I could have reached a higher position without having to run around wiping your ass every day. Now I'm done with you. Won Myung was exhausted but still wanted to do something to retaliate against PMO. He finally spoke after a long silence. What have you learned in the 20 years you've been by my side? As PMO stopped and waited to see what Won Myung wanted to do, the old man provoked him with a sarcastic voice. Do you think the peerless warriors are stupid enough to let a traitor like you join them, or do you think the blood cult will forgive you when they find out you stole the blood demon's sword? What great things will you accomplish when you confess everything and think you can corner me? After threatening PMO, Won Myung looked straight into his eyes with a half-smile of disdain. You know, your development over the years has been good, but what kind of person with true maturity and capability would choose to remain silent for 20 years? That's why I've always only considered you a bodyguard. That's all you deserve. PMO was completely enraged by those words. He couldn't leave without venting his anger. That damn old geezer, trying to get the upper hand even at the last minute. With curses, PMO rushed towards Won Myung and raised his foot to stomp on his stomach. However, the moment PMO raised his foot, a blinding light suddenly exploded from Won Myung, accompanied by the rumbling of something exploding. Startled, he quickly raised his hand to cover his face in reflex to block the light. When the dazzling light faded, PMO was horrified to realize his palm was riddled with poison darts. What the hell? If he hadn't covered his face, those darts would have been aimed directly at his head. The poison spread rapidly upon contact with his skin. Won Myung was holding something that looked like a cylindrical cannon. He didn't hesitate to speak frankly. This is a secret weapon, the Fire Ox Dart, a hidden weapon of the Tang clan. It contains explosives inside and can shoot out hundreds of darts continuously. Won Myung continued to point the Fire Ox Dart at PMO, as if threatening to fire again. I wonder how long you can live without an antidote after being poisoned. Shocked by this unexpected resistance, PMO immediately ran outside. Damn it, clearly, he was terrified of the threat of the poison. This gave Won Myung a little more time, allowing the guards outside to hear the strange commotion and quickly prevent PMO from escaping. PMO quickly ran up the stairs of the basement and Won Myung could only hope that those outside could recognize his unusual actions. Meanwhile, Won Myung dropped his hand, letting the Fire Ox Dart roll around on the ground with a cynical smile. Foolish. If this thing could actually fire multiple times in a row, the balance of power in Miram would be shattered. In reality, the Fire Ox Dart can only be used once, and it's often used to deceive your opponent. Although he had delayed PMO's escape, Won Myung was still unsure if anyone would be able to discover him in time. He could only sigh helplessly in the darkness. He stabbed the sword through my spine and paralyzed my lower body. I can't even feel my legs anymore. I need to find a way to get the blood demon sword back, but how? At that moment, a loud noise came from above the basement, sparking hope in Won Myung's heart. He immediately leaned forward, trying to see through the darkness to understand the situation. PMO had only just run up when he was thrown back down, tumbling down the basement stairs without a groan. His body went limp, like he was dead. Right after, another person calmly stepped down into the secret room. The thudding of footsteps brought hope back to Won Myung. It seems like heaven has helped me. The person stepped over PMO's body and approached Won Myung. He was holding PMO's sword. When he saw the person's face up close, Won Myung couldn't help but smile broadly and cry out like a child seeing his mother returning from the market. Young master, you really didn't disappoint me. Won Myung was so excited that he temporarily lost his composure and clarity. He asked excitedly with shining eyes, "How did you know I was here, young master?" Before he could finish his sentence, Won Myung regained his composure and realized something was wrong. His face darkened, his eyes wide with shock and numbness. Damn it, we're in trouble. He began to realize that the situation was becoming more serious, not something to be happy about, because there was no reason for someone who had proposed a plan to catch spies to be here, except for one reason: he was the spy. It was too late to know that now. Before Won Myung could say anything else, Won Wei acted decisively and without hesitation, throwing PMO's sword towards him. The sharp blade flashed in the dim light of the vault. It only took a second for the tip of the sword to pierce Won Myung's throat. The blade went halfway in before stopping. Blood immediately spurted out like a waterfall after the arteries in his neck were cut. Won Myung trembled, wanting to say something, his desperate hand reaching towards Won Wei, but the pain and the severed vocal cords tormented him, leaving him only able to groan in anger. Won Wei stared at the pathetic sight with cold eyes. Sorry, this is the most unpleasant part of my job. but you're standing in my way." In the dim light, Won-Wee's face appeared like a gruesome killer. His cold, unwavering gaze seemed to confirm that Won Myung had no other fate than death. Then, Won-Wee left the room without hesitation or worry about his actions. The thudding of his footsteps faded as he disappeared from the stairs of the vault, leaving Won Myung alone in the dim and silent darkness. Won Myung's contorted face looked down at the sword stuck in his neck. Only now did he realize it was Pomo's sword. Finding himself in this predicament, he could only let out a bitter laugh, accepting his fate. Impressive. I was hoping it wouldn't be like this. Won-Wee had used the events that had transpired before to create a false scene, blaming the disappearance of the Blood Demon sword on the Peerless Warriors. With this sword as evidence, anyone would be deceived that Won Myung's closest bodyguard had betrayed him and they had killed each other. The Peerless Warriors might not have wanted to accept a traitor, so they ended up killing Pomo and taking the sword. A final thought appeared in Won Myung's mind as his consciousness began to fade, with the smell of blood becoming increasingly strong. Just as expected, I wasn't wrong. Now there's nothing left to doubt. But it was his own subjective hope that Won-Wee wasn't a spy that made him easily trust him after only a few tests. The smile on Won Myung's lips became increasingly bitter. His whole life he had never trusted anyone and always calculated everything. In the end, the only time he trusted someone, he was hit with a spectacular deception. Won Myung's blood-soaked body limply slid down, with a sense of belated regret surging within him before he passed out. It turned out that 10% doubt was still a number worth paying attention to. Not long after, on the outskirts of the Miram Alliance, surrounded by vast, dense mountains and forests, Won-Wee met up with Sungwon and Sama Young. Taking advantage of the chaos, they escaped the Miram Alliance grounds and headed towards the forest in the southwest. This wasn't the real path leading to the meeting point scheduled with Hyangmuka, but a secondary route he had laid out in case they were trapped by Hyang. However, on the way here, Won-Wee and his two companions had encountered too many fakes, making it difficult to believe this was real. Both Sama Young and Sungwon doubtfully tilted their heads as they looked at the blade hidden in Won-Wee's scabbard. Is this the Blood Demon sword? Is it really real? Won-Wee gently pushed the blade back into the scabbard and asserted, "This is the sword that Won Myung personally hid and tried to protect until the very end, even when he was about to die. It's definitely real." More importantly, Won-Wee could be sure because since he pulled the Blood Demon sword out of its sealed sheath for easier transport, a crazy voice had started to echo in his head. Won-Wee heard chaotic sounds, murder, anger, madness, and many other things emanating from the Blood Demon sword. Kill, 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 kill them all for me, kill them all for me. I will kill everyone and destroy everything. Even though he felt chills down his spine, he could only endure this eerie noise to take it away from the Miram Alliance. Even Heavenly South and Sodam can sense the evil energy that the Blood Demon sword emits, and that creepy voice. As long as it echoes here, Heavenly South will never be able to truly end. Enjoying his journey, he grumbled, "Won-Wee, how long will I have to stay in the same scabbard with this murderous maniac?" Won-Wee smiled bitterly, trying to appease Heavenly South, "Until it was safe. Sorry, but I will make it up to you later by sharpening you." Heavenly South, upon hearing that, made further demands with a somewhat perverted moan. "I want to be oiled, too." Won-Wee couldn't help but shiver, finding Heavenly South's tone even more eerie than the Blood Demon sword, but he could only agree to appease him. Won-Wee considered staying at the Miram Alliance for a while to avoid suspicion, but going out and about while carrying the Blood Demon sword was too risky, so he discussed with Sungwon and Sama Young. The best decision was to go to the meeting point with Hyangmuka to hand over the sword, and then return pretending to be innocent and make sure the Miram Alliance was fooled that it was the Peerless Warriors or at least Hyang's people who did it. After all, if Won-Wee was suspected, Young would be implicated too, and he couldn't let that happen. However, just as Sungwon was relieved that this difficult task was coming to an end, suddenly someone dashed through the bushes and jumped in front of them. Won-Wee didn't even notice someone approaching because the Blood Demon sword's crazy roar constantly echoed in his head, making him unable to hear the sounds of the enemy's swords around him. The man who had just jumped in front of Won-Wee seemed to know who he was. He slowly stood up in the cloud of dust and called out politely, "Young Master So." This was a shock to Won-Wee. He couldn't help but curse in his heart upon recognizing the person. Both Sama Young and Sungwon were also stunned, not knowing how to respond in this situation. A tense silence hung between them. The person who had just appeared was none other than North Blade Star, the one-handed swordsman, Hyung Jik. He was staring at Won-Wee with suspicious eyes. Though Won-Wee didn't know how he could have known his whereabouts, it was clear that he had doubts in his heart, which is why he blocked Won-Wee's path. Without waiting for Won-Wee's greeting in return, Hyung Jik directly asked a question. "Strange, Why are you here, young master? This was clearly not a general question or a simple exclamation about this encounter, but a question full of suspicion, as if he was interrogating him. Wonwi put on the most calm expression he could, but he secretly glanced at Heavenly South hanging on his back. He couldn't help but worry that the blood demon sword hidden there would be exposed. Since this situation wasn't suitable for him to fight, he decided that the best way to handle it was not to use force. However, the constant moans and screams expressing the blood demon sword's desire to kill made Wonwi very annoyed. He couldn't focus in this situation, so he had to find a way to deal with this talkative sword first. Sodam immediately suggested to Wonwi, "You should stop the sound of the sword. It's not like it has legs to run away or anything, so don't worry." Wonwi without hesitation agreed to Sodam's suggestion. He focused inside air into his head, increasing the volume of the surrounding sounds and decreasing the volume of the swords. The sound of the swords slowly disappeared. He couldn't even hear Heavenly South and Sodam anymore. He always lived with them like talkative people, making the silence now feel so strange. Meanwhile, inside the scabbard of Heavenly South was sighing deeply, because if he were a person, he would never want to be near such a chatterbox. Unfortunately, he was just a sword, currently stuck here. Afterwards, Heavenly South carefully observed the blood demon sword and began to feel something strange. Heavenly South wondered if this was truly the blood demon sword's true self. He wasn't sure about it. It seemed to harbor too much resentment and a frenzied bloodlust to be called the ego of a sword. It felt like the sword was deaf and just kept repeating the same words about killing, regardless of how Heavenly South tried to talk to it. Heavenly South's attempt at befriending the blood demon sword was meaningless, because it was filled with only murderous intent. Eventually, he decided not to care anymore, but just as he was about to turn away from the blood demon sword, the charms attached to the blade were gradually fading. It was like they were being eroded or burned. The burning spread everywhere like poison. Soon, all the charms on the sword had vanished by half. Heavenly South couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Were the charms burning? This was bad. He had to tell Wonwi immediately. Heavenly South hurriedly yelled in panic, "Wonwi, Wonwi, the charms on the blood demon sword are disappearing. We need to do something. Hey, can you hear me? Danger is near." Unfortunately, Wonwi blocked the voices of the swords, including Heavenly South's desperate screams. He was focused on dealing with Hyung Jik and had no idea about the danger lurking behind him. Wonwi, after calming down, was able to answer Hyung Jik calmly and smoothly. "Advisor Jagal asked me to track down people he suspected were spies. I'm helping to catch one." Hyung Jik obviously didn't believe this lie and continued to speak with a suspicious tone. "Really, it's strange. I noticed from the time we were in the city, you started moving and blending into the crowd as if to hide your whereabouts. I want to ask why you had to do that." All three people in Wonwi's group were speechless. Sungwon silently said to Wonwi in a worried voice, "That guy obviously didn't just appear here by chance." Wonwi agreed with Sungwon's speculation. "He must have been following us since he saw we wanted to leave the Miram Alliance." Even though this wasn't the right time, Wonwi had to admit Hyung Jik's abilities. They had been very careful to move in the crowd, avoiding any eyes. But even when Wonwi activated his senses to the highest level, he still didn't realize Hyung Jik was following him. Besides the reason related to the blood demon sword, the main issue was his overwhelming strength. Clearly, there was a reason he was compared to Heavenly South Swordmaster, and if he was this good, Wonwi's group would be in big trouble. Wonwi could feel his heart beating faster with each word Hyung Jik said. Then, he pointed at him with a resolute gaze. "I still believe you until now, so, can you clear my doubts?" Wonwi still pretended to be innocent and asked Hyung Jik back. "What do you mean?" Hyung Jik emphasized his request with a stare at the sword hanging behind Wonwi. "Can I see your scabbard?" Hearing his request, Wonwi immediately stiffened and cold sweat ran down his back. Hyung Jik continued to state his speculation with a fair amount of certainty. "Just show me, you don't need to do anything much." "It sounds strange, but your scabbard is wider than the space needed for the Heavenly South sword." "I might be overthinking, but it seems like there's enough space inside the scabbard to hold another sword." Hyung Jik's judgments felt like they were squeezing Wonwi's heart, making him tense. This wasn't something many people could easily notice. It would be quite illogical to imagine there was space for another sword. However, for a man who had fought against Heavenly South sword many times, this suspicion had a basis. However, listening to his tone, it seemed like Hyung Jik only suspected, not confirmed his speculation. Therefore, Wonwi decided to continue persuading him instead of acting impulsively. "You're very creative. You're saying I have two swords in this scabbard." Right after that, Hyung Jik propped his saber on the ground and pressed a point that looked like a button on the hilt. "What I'm saying is not nonsense. In fact, I've done the same thing with my scabbard." The top of the saber's scabbard opened like a clamshell, revealing what was inside. Surprisingly, there was another blade inside. It was shorter than a regular saber with a unique shape and had a hilt that was a large circle. It was about the width of a human hand or foot. It was also strange that he had such a scabbard. As soon as Won-wee gives Hyung-jik the sheath, they will be captured, which means there are only two options in front of him, either run, or fight to the death here. Seeing him hesitate like so, Hyung-jik immediately frowned and asked, "Are you really not going to show me?" As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened in shock. After a sigh, Hyung-jik let out a bitter laugh. "It's truly a tragedy that the successor to Heavenly South Swordmaster is a spy." He spoke in disappointment, as if he never expected this to be true, and it seemed like he didn't want to fight someone he had treated kindly before. However, Won-wee had made the decision to fight Hyung-jik. He didn't say anything, didn't justify or try to conceal the truth anymore, but just decisively drew the Heavenly South sword and pointed it towards him with a cold gaze. Won-wee knew there was no way all three of them could escape him safely. One way or another, one of them would be crushed or captured. To avoid that, they had no choice but to fight together until the end. Hyung-jik looked at Won-wee with pity in his eyes, as if he wanted to treat him as an ally, not an enemy. Then, he said something unexpected. "I truly never wanted things to turn out like this. This is the end. You won't have a chance to win, so why don't you just stop and give up?" As soon as Hyung-jik finished speaking, large figures appeared in the sky behind him. It turned out he wasn't the only one chasing Won-wee. This was a worse scenario. Even if the three people in Won-wee's group fought together, he wasn't sure if they could defeat Hyung-jik, and now there were reinforcements. Even more astonishingly, among the group of 6 reinforcements of Hyung-jik, there was not only Jang Myung, his disciple, but also Wangbo Dong-hyun, who had a grudge against Won-wee from before the competition, and the spy Sang-hyun Myung whom Hai-hyang had planted in the competition. He was so blinded by the desire to defeat Won-wee that he even ignored the chance to escape from the Miram Alliance to pursue him. Jang Myung couldn't hide his astonishment when he saw Won-wee. His expression was as if he was very disappointed, not wanting to believe that this was happening. As soon as the enemies charged, Sama-young and Sungwon immediately moved to block them without waiting for Won-wee's orders. They had worked together long enough to read the situation and their teammates' thoughts. This was a similar scenario to previous battles. Each of Won-wee's subordinates would take care of 3 people from the reinforcement group, while Won-wee tried to take down the strongest enemy, Hyung-jik. However, the opponents this time were not easy to deal with, so Sama-young and Sungwon would have a hard time. While Hyung-jik's reinforcements were fighting fiercely, he also moved towards Won-wee to start his own battle. As someone who walks on the path of righteousness, I can't stand idly by. Right after that, Hyung-jik drew his 2 sabers, but Won-wee still couldn't predict how he would use them with just one hand. After holding the saber with a long hilt in one hand, Hyung-jik calmly declared to Won-wee, "How can a senior attack a junior first? Come on, I won't attack you first." It must be acknowledged that Hyung-jik had a valuable upright quality. There was no reason for him to abandon his principle, even if it was a fight to the death. At that moment, Won-wee didn't hesitate to charge towards Hyung-jik. He had no reason to reject the opportunity to attack first. Unlike Hyung-jik, Won-wee's chivalrous spirit wasn't that high. If he was determined to fight for his life, he would definitely use all his strength to kill his opponent by any means. In a blink of an eye, the first technique of the Starlight Swordsmanship, Tiger Fang Annihilation Sword, was deployed. This was a technique that used brute force to overpower opponents, which Won-wee had perfected and trained many times. It could be said to be one of the techniques he mastered best. The sword flashes repeatedly, charging towards Hyung-jik, but his saber smoothly blocked every path of his sword. The sound of clang and clash echoed incessantly. Hyung-jik's stance was balanced to the point that it was hard to believe he only had one arm. Normally, a martial artist who lost an arm would lose balance and become weaker. Won-wee couldn't help but be amazed by the smooth saber technique Hyung-jik displayed. Unbelievable. I know he's very strong, but even after losing an arm, is he still strong enough to match his prime in the rumors? Scary. Won-wee even had the feeling that losing an arm not only didn't make Hyung-jik's martial arts regress, but it even made him stronger than before. The sharp saber slashes, relentlessly tearing through the air, made Won-wee more tense than when he faced Yu Kyung. Suddenly, a surprise attack came. Something spinning like a windmill moved close to Won-wee's face from the blind spot below, making him jump. The attack was too unexpected at close range, so Won-wee couldn't block it. Won-wee was forced to dodge it. He bent his body and leaned backward, trying to widen the distance from Hyung-jik by swinging his sword. The moment Hyung-jik tried to push the saber at his foot further, he realized it would break upon contact with Won-wee's sword due to its extremely hard material. He immediately bent his knees slightly and retracted his foot. Hyung-jik's eyes widened in shock, unable to hide it as he saw the body technique Wonhui was using to avoid death in a heartbeat. The martial arts you're using, aren't they? Wonhui stepped back with a tight, rapid breath. He knew his identity would be completely exposed after using this technique, but if he hadn't used the golden blood body, he would have been beheaded by that attack. Wonhui's body temperature, which had just risen from using the golden blood body, slowly decreased, and his skin color quickly returned to normal as steam rose from his flushed skin. He looked no different from a steaming boiler. At this time, Hyung-jik had shifted his weight to his left foot and the strange saber was spinning on his right toe. The special circular hilt of the saber was designed for this. Now Wonhui knew what it was used for. This was the first time he had seen someone perform such a strange technique, controlling two blades with both hands and feet without any difficulty in maintaining balance. Wonhui knew he couldn't block two attacks at the same time, so he tried to widen the distance from Hyung-jik while considering how to counter. However, Hyung-jik suddenly stopped spinning the saber on his toe. The blade plunged into the ground decisively and threateningly, showing how perfectly he could control his weapon. Afterwards, Hyung-jik said something unexpected. Wonhui, why don't you return to the orthodox path? Wonhui completely didn't understand Hyung-jik's intention. He thought he would try to subdue him by any means, but he made such a sudden proposal. Wonhui frowned, revealing a puzzled expression. He didn't understand what Hyung-jik was thinking to say that. He continued to speak with a sincere tone of persuasion. I won't ask you why you joined the blood sect, but if you are the true disciple of Heavenly South Swordmaster, it's not something everyone wants to see that you are associated with the blood sect. If someone like you is involved with that sect, I'm sure you have your own reasons. Now Wonhui understood. It seemed like Hyung-jik misunderstood that Wonhui's group had some kind of grudge against the forces of law enforcement, so they joined hands with the blood sect. That was why he decided to do this. Hyung-jik patiently persuaded Wonhui, clearly showing that he wanted to treat him as an ally, not an enemy. It's not too late yet. Don't get lost on the path of evil. Wonhui couldn't help but be surprised and moved that Hyung-jik was genuinely trying to persuade him. It seemed like he had such deep feelings for Heavenly South Swordmaster that he still believed in Wonhui even after he had revealed himself to be a spy. He even convinced himself that there must be some good reason for him to do that. Thoughts about the past flooded in as Wonhui realized Hyung-jik was truly a good-hearted man. Do people like this exist? If I met him in my previous life, would he have helped me? He must be different from the two people who caused my death in my previous life, right? Wonhui's hand holding the sword began to tremble as he was swayed by Hyung-jik's words. I hate killing people. He's a truly upright man walking on the path of righteousness. I don't want to kill him. But Wonhui also knew that if he didn't kill Hyung-jik now, he would end up being labeled a traitor to the forces of justice. It would also affect Young. It didn't matter what happened to Yulong So-jie. But he couldn't let his sister get involved in this. With that thought running through his mind, Wonhui regained his determination to fight. Seeing the burning will return to Wonhui's eyes, Hyung-jik still tried to find a way to resolve the situation peacefully. Wonhui, I swear on my honor that I will protect you and your brothers. Can you trust me? Wonhui answered with a low voice. I trust you, but it's just that I can't believe those rotten people who hide behind the name of the force protecting justice. Hyung-jik remained silent when he heard this. Of course, as a seasoned warrior, he knows the different aspects of each group of people existing in Murim, and what Wonhui said is not non-existent. Wonhui also honestly shared his feelings. From what I've experienced, the Murim Orthodox sect is just a lie when it hides horrific deaths with corrupt principles. There are not just two answers, yes or no, for every question in this world. Just like there are bad people in the force protecting justice, there are also good people in the evil cult. I will choose to stay on my front line. After listening to Wonhui's explanation, Hyung-jik no longer expected him to change his mind, so he immediately pulled out the blade at his feet with a regretful tone. It sounds like you have your own pain and sorrow, which led you astray from the orthodox path, but in the end, you still chose to stay in the evil path. You're right, the two factions of good and evil are not the only answers, and there is nothing completely defined between black and white. However, Jianghu always judges a person based on the side they choose, Hyung-jik said, raising his right foot high to his head. The blade on his foot was also infused with internal energy, spinning like a spinning top. In the thick dust swirling and following the terrible wind created by the blade, Hyung-jik's eyes gradually became decisive. That's the nature of Murim. But please understand that even I am limited by that judgment. As someone who stands on the side of justice, I also have my own beliefs, and I can't let you leave. Immediately after, the blade on Hyung-jik's leg swept across a path aimed at Wonhui's leg, but he quickly retracted and retreated with his sword raised, ready to counterattack. Finding an opening in the moment when Hyung-jik had just retracted his foot, Won-wee immediately seized the opportunity to counterattack and swung his sword, using his most powerful sword technique, the axis of the jawbone sword, the sixth technique of the brilliant light swordsmanship. The sword was like a drill, tearing through space. The sword energy around the blade spun, forming a whirlwind straight towards Hyung-jik. With just a seemingly simple straight thrust, at the tip of Won-wee's sword, a powerful internal energy storm was created. Among the various sword techniques Won-wee knew, this was the most powerful one. It contained explosive power, plus abundant internal energy that had become his trump card. However, Hyung-jik was not at all outmatched by this technique. As someone who has fought with the Heavenly South swordsman for many years, Hyung-jik knows these techniques well. Even though what Won-wee is using is an improved version, it can't overwhelm Hyung-jik's swordsmanship. He completely blocked the axis of the jawbone sword simply and effortlessly. He raised the blade in his hand and slashed at Won-wee's sword like lightning. His power broke the core of the whirlwind, and Won-wee was pushed back. Not only that, Hyung-jik also chased Won-wee's sword all the way and gradually gained the upper hand, overwhelming him. Won-wee couldn't help but admire this man, truly the worthy opponent of the Heavenly South swordsman. When their swords were simultaneously retracted, the blade on Hyung-jik's leg was ready to launch. He charged forward, approaching Won-wee with fiery eyes. "That's all you can do, right?" The spinning blade beneath Hyung-jik's foot flew towards Won-wee very quickly, like a whirlwind. The seamless combination of a blade in his hand and a blade on his foot constantly attacked in rapid succession, making it impossible for Won-wee to find any openings to counterattack. He was forced to continuously step back to dodge. Although every blade of Hyung-jik aimed at his chest, he didn't extend his leg to its full potential, but only maintained a distance sufficient to slash past his chest. Like a cat toying with a mouse. After dodging about a dozen strikes, Won-wee could dodge no longer. His feet stumbled, losing balance, and he fell backwards, but the blade on his leg didn't strike him. Instead, it only severed the leather strap used to hang his sword. In other words, from the beginning, what Hyung-jik aimed at was always that strap. The sword scabbard on Won-wee's back slipped down. The force of the fall caused the blood demon sword to slip out of the scabbard. Hyung-jik saw this and immediately burst into a cheerful smile of the victor. "So finally, it really is inside, huh?" Won-wee quickly stepped on the sword scabbard, intending to hold it under his feet, but Hyung-jik, of course, wouldn't let him. He immediately took a step forward and struck a palm strike, sending Won-wee flying backwards. Won-wee, already off balance, couldn't withstand his palm technique and flew backwards. However, it was clear that the palm power Hyung-jik unleashed was not strong. Won-wee was only thrown far away without serious injury. He was even able to quickly regain his balance by somersaulting in midair before landing. When Won-wee regained his balance and stood up, it was too late to reclaim his sword. Hyung-jik, holding the victory in his hand, calmly said, "It's all over now. I can't let you take the blood demon sword," Hyung-jik said. He didn't notice that the seals on the blood demon sword had disappeared. Fortunately, he only grasped the scabbard of the Heavenly South sword instead of directly holding the hilt of the blood demon sword. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, Won-wee couldn't let Hyung-jik take the blood demon sword, which he had worked so hard to obtain. So, while the other party was complacent and relaxed their guard, he suddenly snatched back the blood demon sword with his silver thread. The silver thread had always been connected to the sword since it fell into Won-wee's hands, but Hyung-jik hadn't paid attention to it. Hyung-jik was surprised to see the shining silver thread wrapped tightly around the hilt of the blood demon sword and the scabbard of the Heavenly South sword. "This kid can use both his left hand and silver thread," he thought. Meanwhile, Won-wee had easily pulled the blood demon sword halfway towards him, like fishing. Although he was quite impressed with Won-wee's talent, this was not the time for Hyung-jik to stand there in awe. He immediately deployed his light skills, shooting towards the blood demon sword, as fast as the wind. Unfortunately for Won-wee, the silver thread was only wrapped a few times around the hilt, so it slipped off, completely breaking the connection between the sword and the scabbard. Hyung-jik saw his chance and flipped backwards in midair. His toes skillfully touched the hilt of the blood demon sword, flicking it out of the loose, wide scabbard of the Heavenly South sword. Hyung-jik's movements were too quick and decisive, leaving Won-wee completely unable to react. He could only watch helplessly as the blood demon sword fell at a distance he couldn't reach in time. Damn it, this old man. After snagging the sword, Hyung-jik immediately threw it towards the Miram Alliance warriors. "Here's the blood demon sword, catch it." The sword cut through the wind, flying like an arrow, but Hyung-jik hadn't realized the serious problem. The seals were gone. Anyone who tried to catch it with bare hands would be in grave danger. The blood demon sword flew over Sama Young's head, but fortunately, she didn't have time to catch it because she was still fighting others. The same situation happened with the assistants Hyung Jik brought. Even Sang Hyun Myung could only watch helplessly as the sword flew over his head, unable to grasp it. At that moment, Sungwon, who was furthest from Wonhui, had enough time to jump up and dive towards the sword. He stretched out his hand with all his might, not noticing that the sword had lost its seals. We can't let the blood demon's sword fall into the enemy's hands, otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Wonhui was the first to realize the problem. He shouted in alarm, stopping Sungwon just as he was about to reach the hilt of the sword. Sungwon, no, don't touch it. It was clear to him that his teammate's safety was more important than obtaining the sword. Unfortunately, as soon as Wonhui finished speaking, a rough hand firmly grasped the hilt of the blood demon's sword. But the unlucky one here was Jang Myung. He used Sungwon as a literal stepping stone and jumped up to grab the blood demon's sword. He couldn't help but be excited, raising the sword high in the posture of a victorious person. I got it, master, I got it. In contrast, Sungwon, who was stepped on below, didn't know how lucky he was and was still sighing, I almost got it. The joy on Jang Myung's silly face didn't last long. He quickly became confused as he looked at the blood demon's sword shining brightly in his hand. Only then did Jang Myung panic, realizing that the situation was not good. Had all the evil energy sealing spells of the blood demon's sword disappeared. Right after that he tried to let go of the sword but could not. His hand began to tremble and the tremors quickly spread throughout his body. It was a strange sight as the veins on Jang Myung's face protruded like tubes running beneath his skin. It seemed like something inside his body was being pressured by something wanting to burst forth. His usually squinted eyes suddenly widened in terror and turned blood red. Jang Myung tried desperately, but he still couldn't let go of the blood demon's sword. It was as if he didn't know how to extend his fingers. The blood-red blade pointed straight at the sky and pulled Jang Myung's arm upwards in a posture of unifying Jianghu. The veins on his face continued to thicken as his eyes glowed a terrifying red. Amidst Jang Myung's pain groans, the blood demon's sword continuously emitted evil energy, turning the space around him a fiery red. His hand felt bound to the hilt, and even with all his effort, he couldn't detach it. Blood veins began to appear around his hand as if the sword was sucking his life force to nourish itself. Hyung Jik couldn't help but be alarmed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he shouted, trying to awaken Jang Myung's consciousness. Jang Myung, put that sword down now. The despair in his shout was evident, because if he held the blood demon's sword without seals, its mind-controlling effect would be difficult to reverse. Wangbo Donghyun and Sang Hyun Myung, along with other alliance warriors standing nearby, hastily approached Jang Myung to try to help him. Hey, what's wrong with you? Say something. They didn't even realize that Jang Myung's entire body was covered in the evil energy of the blood demon's sword. At this point, Jang Myung had slumped over, sitting like a broken puppet, but the evil energy continued to run through his body and seep deep into his mind. The calls of the others, even if they echoed in Jang Myung's mind, he couldn't respond because of the blood demon sword's control. Just as Wangbo Donghyun took another step forward, a sharp sound suddenly echoed, as if metal had just slashed through flesh. A flash of blood-red light, thin as a thread, emerged. In the blink of an eye, Wangbo Donghyun was chopped in half. Everyone was stunned by this sight because Jang Myung hadn't moved at all. The remaining warriors, including Sang Hyun Myung, were so shocked that they didn't know what to do. Before they could even react, the blood-red light flashed again, continuously cutting through the bodies of those around him. Some people in confusion tried to block their deaths with their swords, but the ordinary blades were instantly destroyed by the blood demon's sword. After taking down his comrades, Jang Myung staggered towards Sungwon. Not a single drop of blood was on the blade. Sungwon couldn't help but step back in horror. This power, this strength, what is it? Such a sudden increase in power was unbelievable. It made Wonhui feel alarmed. He recalled the rumors about the blood demon's sword. It wasn't just called the treasure sword that kept the blood cult secure, the symbol of his unification of disciples, but it was also called the demon sword. When someone who isn't powerful enough or qualified to hold the blood demon sword, it will completely control their mind, turning them into a frenzied killer. Looking at Jang Myung's evil smile and bloodthirsty eyes, you could see that his body had truly been possessed by the blood demon sword. Calling him a monster wasn't enough to describe the madness in those eyes. Hyung Jik turned to look at Wonhui with a serious expression. His voice became gloomy when he realized that his disciple was filled with the desire to kill everyone there while holding that demonic sword. I know I'm in a position where I don't have the right to ask for help, but please help me. I can't just stand here and watch my disciple go crazy, Hyung Jik pleaded. His expression became dark and heavy, making him look like he had aged 10 years, but those deep-set eyes clearly reflected his love for his disciple. In this situation, Won-wee was forced to form an unexpected alliance to deal with it. He swallowed nervously, looked at Hyung-jik, and nodded in agreement with his plea for help. I was about to say the same thing. Now, Sama-young became Jang Myung's next target. He violently charged towards her like a storm. The evil energy erupted like a swirling whirlwind around him. However, Sama-young remained undeterred, facing him head-on. Sama-young didn't know the power of the blood demon sword, so she channeled internal energy into her own sword with strong willpower, almost arrogantly. So now I just need to reclaim that sword, and everything will be solved, alright. As Jang Myung swung the blood demon sword to stab Sama-young, she also raised her sword, ready to strike. Her goal was to target his arm. She thought that if she just chopped off his arm, the blood demon sword and his body would lose their connection, and the control would disappear. That's what Sama-young had planned, but as she got closer to Jang Myung, she suddenly realized that things weren't as simple as she thought. As Jang Myung stabbed, the power he unleashed was more terrifying than Sama-young imagined. She was forced to retract her sword and use it as a shield instead of launching a counterattack. Although she managed to block the tip of Jang Myung's sword, Sama-young was still pushed back, as if thrown away by the evil energy burning within him. Won-wee, coincidentally, flew to Sama-young's side and reached out to support her back, ensuring she wouldn't collapse. Even after using the golden blood body to enhance his physique, Won-wee still couldn't easily hold on to Sama-young, and they both were pushed back 10 steps. Won-wee gasped as the effects of the golden blood body subsided. He frantically turned to check on Sama-young. Are you alright? Sama-young's face had turned pale from exhaustion. Even though there was no blood, it seemed like she had suffered internal injuries. Yes, I'm fine, she replied, but then she added with a serious and wary tone, he's become too strong. Sama-young said this in a serious and wary voice, addressing Jang Myung. She even exclaimed in worry, how are we going to fight this monster? At the same time, Hyung-jik attempted to suppress Jang Myung's movement by using his signature foot-spinning blade technique. The blade slashed towards Jang Myung, but he didn't even bother to dodge. Jang Myung simply grabbed the blade with his bare hand. It was terrifying. No human could possibly catch that blade with their bare hand, but he took the risk and caught it without hesitation. Hyung-jik also tried to shout words of awakening to his disciple, but unfortunately, his words fell on deaf ears. Jang Myung was only filled with the desire to kill. In the blink of an eye, Jang Myung destroyed the internal energy-infused blade of one of the top 8 masters of Miram's central planes with his bare hand. Normally, such a blade would kill Jang Myung instantly, but his body was like metal. Now it was Sungwon's turn to charge and attack Jang Myung with his bare hands. Sungwon excelled in palm strikes and hand techniques. Instead of using weapons to confront Jang Myung, he decided to disarm him in a different way. Although he wasn't sure about his method, he had no choice but to test it directly. First, as he approached Jang Myung, Sungwon blocked his right elbow to ensure he couldn't strike down. While the blade was still unable to move, Sungwon seized the opportunity and immediately struck the acupoints on Jang Myung's wrist and arm, hoping it would make the muscles in his arm obey and loosen his grip on the blood demon sword. However, Sungwon's plan didn't go as smoothly as he'd hoped. Even the 2 fingers he used to strike the acupoints were broken after colliding with Jang Myung's iron-hard muscles. What the hell? Is his body invulnerable to weapons? At the moment Sungwon lost focus, Jang Myung thrust his sword forward. The decisive, lightning-fast movement caused Sungwon to reflexively lean back to dodge. Just as Sungwon fell, Hyung-jik used his back to support him. He also grumbled about his disciple's lack of focus. You chicken. Immediately, Hyung-jik spun and pushed Sungwon towards the empty space behind him, away from the range of Jang Myung's sword, sending him flying far away. Sungwon realized that Hyung-jik had just saved his life and quickly shouted, "Thank you, senior." The fact that Jang Myung maintained his composure despite the relentless attacks suggested that they couldn't handle this easily. If they couldn't defeat him, everyone would be in danger. Therefore, Hyung-jik could only silently make up his mind. I'm sorry, Jang Myung. My misjudgment has put you in this situation. Just bear with it for a little longer. I'll save you from that sword. With intense determination, Hyung-jik began to swing his blade. He thought of a typical solution that Sama-young had considered before, severing Jang Myung's arm or wrist holding the sword, but he didn't want to do that at all, so he hesitated. Hyung-jik then tried to use his blade to suppress Jang Myung, and Jang Myung did the same, but his goal was even higher. He aimed for Hyung-jik's life. Sword energy and blade energy ripped through space, creating crisscrossing streaks of light. The battle between Hyung-jik and Jang Myung wasn't just a struggle of techniques but also of internal energy. Although Jang Myung was the disciple, under the amplified power of the blood demon sword, he had become almost as powerful as his master. The constant clashing of energy streams even created a distinct feeling of two separate spaces. As the battle with his most beloved disciple intensified, Hyung Jik was still caught in a fierce internal struggle about whether or not to cripple Jang Myung's arm. He involuntarily recalled something he had asked his disciple. "What is your dream?" Jang Myung tilted his head in confusion. "Why are you asking that, master?" Instead of explaining the reason, Hyung Jik continued to press him. "Don't you have any dreams?" Jang Myung nervously clasped his hands together. "I do, but it's difficult to say, master. I'm actually a bit embarrassed." After a moment of hesitation, Jang Myung took a deep breath and decided to reveal the dream he had always harbored. "I want to become one of the top 8 masters of Murum's Central Plains." Hyung Jik frowned in disapproval after hearing this and admonished his disciple. "Jang Myung, I've told you that power and fame shouldn't be the goals you strive for in life." Jang Myung snorted in confusion and tried to explain his thoughts. "It's not like that, master. I think you're already one of the greatest masters in Murum. So, I'm sure your swordsmanship is better than anyone else in Murum. At least that's how I feel." Hyung Jik heard this and still felt a vague confusion about Jang Myung's explanation. After a moment of hesitation, Jang Myung finally said shyly, "I want to become one of the top 8 masters because I want anyone who comes to Central Plains to know about your swordsmanship." After hearing those words, Hyung Jik unconsciously smiled happily, feeling blessed to have such an obedient and understanding disciple. However, Hyung Jik still sternly reminded Jang Myung, "I've told you that you can't judge a martial art based on its strength or weakness. What determines the power of a martial art is..." Jang Myung, having memorized these words, blurted out, "It's the skill of the person using that martial art." "You always say that, master." Hyung Jik, having been interrupted, grumbled in annoyance. "Ha, now you dare interrupt me." However, it was only a fleeting complaint like a father scolding his little child. It also showed that Hyung Jik was a person who focused all his energy on teaching his only disciple. It was only natural for him to act like a father. While Hyung Jik's mind was distracted, Jang Myung suddenly struck with overwhelming power. Even though they were using the same swordsmanship style, this time Jang Myung was able to surpass his master thanks to the internal energy amplified by the blood demon sword. In the blink of an eye, Hyung Jik's blade was knocked away. He was stunned, momentarily dazed. He knew that he had been careless for a moment, his emotions clouding his judgment, allowing Jang Myung to gain the upper hand. Jang Myung, possessed by the evil energy, wasn't thinking about any teacher-disciple bond. The moment he saw Hyung Jik disarmed, he charged forward, pressing in on him with the crimson blade thrust towards him. In Jang Myung's bloodshot eyes, uncontrollable, frenzied killing intent blazed. The closer he got to Hyung Jik, the more excitedly he laughed. It was clear that no emotion would have enough strength to awaken him at this point. Jang Myung was also demonstrating an abnormal increase in strength. On his hands and head, his blood vessels were pulsating violently, as if they could burst at any moment. His clothes were stained with blood, as if his whole body was bleeding. The only thing that could stop Jang Myung now was force. Just as his blade was about to reach Hyung Jik's neck, a whirlwind of energy blew him away. Won-Wee had executed the Fang retraction sword technique again. Thankfully, it had enough power to separate Jang Myung from Hyung Jik. Won-Wee anxiously shouted towards Hyung Jik, "Are you alright?" Hyung Jik, upon seeing Won-Wee, finally snapped out of it. It was as if his emotions had overpowered his reason, causing him to become momentarily numb, losing his ability to fight. Looking at Won-Wee and his companions risking their lives to stop Jang Myung, Hyung Jik began to reproach himself for hesitating too long due to his personal feelings. If this situation continued and he couldn't act more decisively, others would also be in danger. After thinking it through, Hyung Jik said to Won-Wee in a low voice while looking up at his blade still flashing in the air, "I apologize. It took me this long to make a decision." As Hyung Jik's blade descended to his abdomen, he decisively kicked it. It wasn't just a normal kick, he had channeled his internal energy into his leg to enhance the power and speed of the kick. As a result, the blade reached a speed that was impossible for the naked eye to follow. It shot towards Jang Myung, rushing like a bullet while he was still off balance from being blown away by Won-Wee. Jang Myung, unable to react, took the full force of Hyung Jik's blade to the stomach. Blade energy erupted upon impact, sending him tumbling backward, but the tip of the blade still couldn't pierce his body despite the sheer force. Jang Myung, suffering a terrible blow from Hyung Jik's internal energy, roared in pain, but the blade, unable to penetrate his flesh, quickly fell out of his abdomen. The blood vessels began to recede after Jang Myung's scream, and his eyes gradually lost their menacing crimson hue. In reality, Hyung Jik's blade wasn't lacking in sharpness to pierce Jang Myung's stomach. It would never cut through anything unless he wanted it to. Sama Young and Sungwon didn't know the details, but they still cheered joyfully when they saw Jang Myung fall. That move worked. He truly is one of the top 8 masters. What Hyung Jik wanted to aim for was to inflict internal damage on Jang Myung, not external wounds. He had channeled his internal energy into the blade and used it as a conductor, not a weapon to inflict external injuries. Jang Myung, struck by the move, was seriously injured and collapsed, writhing in pain, but his hands still clutched the blood demon sword tightly. We once again admired Hyung Jik's abilities. This is definitely something that only those with superior skills like him can do. Even if I reach his level, I'm not sure I could do it like that. Hyung Jik couldn't help but look with pity at Jang Myung rolling on the ground. Even though it was a bloodthirsty sword, the body it controlled also had limits. That sword wouldn't be able to control a body whose meridians were blocked. Even if Jang Myung wasn't feeling pain, Hyung Jik's attack would have caused his muscles to rupture or something. With internal injuries, his whole body would feel uncomfortable and not easy to control anymore. At this moment, Hyung Jik decisively made a proposal. So, let's cut off his arm while we still have time. We turned to Hyung Jik in astonishment. If his right arm is cut off, it means his life as a martial artist will be over. Of course, Hyung Jik understood this better than anyone, but he used himself as an example. I also lost an arm, but my martial arts are even stronger now than before. Although he would have to start over to compensate for the imbalance and learn to wield a sword with his remaining hand, I'm sure he can do it just like me. Seeing Jang Myung struggling to get up, Hyung Jik couldn't help but choke back a sob, his voice low as if pleading with Wonhui. I'm sorry, but please help me with one more thing. To me, he's like my own son. I want him to at least still be alive. We could see Hyung Jik's eyes red with tears streaming down his face. It was clear that these words meant that the possibility of Jang Myung surviving as a martial artist was very low because his body had been destroyed from the inside. But Hyung Jik still wanted to do it. He was truly heartbroken, but he could only make this decision because even though Jang Myung's body had reached its limit, his bloodthirsty attitude hadn't changed. It was as if he couldn't feel pain. If they continued to fight for a little longer, he would definitely die. We thoughtfully looked at Jang Myung and then at the blood demon sword, pondering the madness of it all. Finally, he boldly suggested to Hyung Jik, "No, we don't have to cut off his arm. There's another way we can do it." Hope flickered in Hyung Jik's bloodshot eyes. Really? We smiled reassuringly at Hyung Jik and confidently asked him, "If my plan doesn't work, then we'll cut off his arm. Cutting off the arm is a last resort. Can you trust me one more time?" After hearing Wonhui's suggestion, Hyung Jik hesitated for a moment. It was only natural, as he wasn't sure whether Wonhui could really come up with a solution in such a short period of time. However, Hyung Jik didn't have many options. Time was also pressing, so he couldn't hesitate any longer. Thinking back to how Wonhui had shown his intelligence in the past, he finally took a chance and nodded. "All right, I trust you." Wonhui wasn't working for nothing. He clearly stated a condition to Hyung Jik. "If I succeed, you owe me a favor." Hyung Jik, although he didn't know what Wonhui was thinking, readily agreed. "Absolutely." Wonhui smirked at Hyung Jik and began to strategize with him. "I'll charge in first and find his weakness. Definitely don't interfere and wait until I signal." Immediately, Wonhui turned to Sama Young and Sungwon. "The same goes for both of you." Sungwon was the one who was most surprised by Wonhui's words. He was shocked to hear Wonhui talking about subduing the monster instead of cutting off his arm quickly. At that moment, a terrifying surge of evil energy erupted from Jang Myung. He sprang up like a wild beast. His body began to tremble, and it was possible to sense his blood chi rising abnormally. A person's strength can't increase after multiple consecutive battles like that, and his meridians were still heavily damaged, so it was clear that the blood demon sword was forcing his body to move. After saying that, Wonhui flew towards Jang Myung without any hesitation. In his heart he also knew that taking away the blood demon sword now was a risk, and with his body so severely damaged, Jang Myung will inevitably lose the ability to practice martial arts, but at least he will still be alive, rather than letting this sword further control the host's body that has been pushed to the limit. As Wonhui closed in, Jang Myung, who seemed to have been waiting, instantly moved his blood demon sword. Enveloped in chaotic energy, it felt as if a violent whirlwind was rushing towards Wonhui to stop his advance. But Wonhui continued to charge forward and execute Hidden Potential Slash, a sword technique capable of deflecting enemy attacks. He could feel his sword-wielding arm being torn apart as it collided with the blood demon sword. Wonhui was terrified, as this was his first direct engagement with Jang Myung. What kind of brutal power was this? It felt like simply blocking his sword would tear his arm apart. Jang Myung, having gained the upper hand, charged forward to attack. He continued to laugh maliciously, although Won-wee could even hear the bones in his body cracking as if they were starting to break from within. The blood vessels on his face were becoming increasingly tense, as if they were about to burst. Jang Myung leaped into the air and swung his sword down at Won-wee's head in a chopping motion. Thankfully, Won-wee managed to raise his sword in time to block him, but the collision of their powerful energies created waves of energy that spread outwards, accompanied by sparks of electricity. Hyung-jik, observing from the side, felt his heart burning with frustration. He couldn't understand the boy's intention. He was practically unable to stand his ground against Jang Myung. If that was all he could do, why did he tell him not to intervene? Jang Myung continued to press the tip of his sword downwards, attempting to use his evil energy to break the Heavenly South Sword's limit and cleave through it. He was confident that Won-wee's sword would eventually snap under the pressure. However, Won-wee wasn't simply defending in a conventional manner, he was executing hidden potential slash. While he seemed to be losing to his opponent, he would soon be able to turn the tables and counterattack. Under the immense pressure of the Blood Demon sword, Won-wee's knees even bent to avoid being pushed backwards. His feet sunk deep into the ground due to the force he was enduring, but he resolutely refused to signal for others to assist. Hyung-jik, in this situation, could no longer remain idle. He was about to charge in, believing Won-wee's actions were too risky and that he wouldn't be able to block the Blood Demon sword. However, as Hyung-jik was about to intervene directly with force against Jang Myung, he suddenly realized the technique Won-wee was using was one of the sword moves from stellar swordsmanship. It was a technique that allowed him to easily repel enemy attacks and launch a lightning-fast counterattack. As Hyung-jik suspected, Won-wee had almost reached the peak of this sword move. He had waited for Jang Myung to become fully immersed in his attack and release enough force. Immediately after, he unleashed the energy he had been building up for so long. Won-wee gritted his teeth, focusing his inherent energy into the blade, and was ready to take the next step, exploiting his opponent's pressure to counterattack. A surge of blue light erupted in a blink of an eye. The sword in Won-wee's entire body bounced back like a jumping frog as he swung his arm, his blade pushing Jang Myung off balance and sending him tumbling backwards. He frantically swung his sword to regain his balance, but his entire body was launched into the air. Won-wee had intended to counterattack with enough force to knock Jang Myung's sword out of his grasp, but things didn't go as smoothly. After all, his body was currently suspended in mid-air, off balance. Still, it was a good opportunity he had been hoping for. Won-wee hurriedly shouted a signal to the three people waiting for his command. This was the moment. Immediately, all three of them charged towards Jang Myung, not wanting to miss their chance. In a blink of an eye, Jang Myung was surrounded by the three. Sama-young held onto his right arm, which was still gripping the Blood Demon sword. Hyung-jik held him around the body, restraining his neck and legs. Sungwon clung to his left arm, rendering him unable to move. Jang Myung roared and tried to throw them off. Sungwon, despite his life being in danger, clung on desperately and kept yelling, urging Won-wee, quickly, take back the sword. The next second, Jang Myung instantly flung Sungwon away. Despite his efforts to hold on, the force of the blow was too great for him to withstand. Seeing Sungwon being thrown away and tumbling, Sama-young, unable to contain her anger, went berserk and retaliated with a kick to Jang Myung's face. Hey, you bastard, don't move. Jang Myung, having been insulted and kicked in the face, glared at Sama-young. Bastard, huh? Sama-young, not afraid at all, retorted with a mocking voice. Yeah, bastard. Jang Myung, provoked, stretched out his left arm, which had just freed itself from Sungwon, towards Sama-young. He intended to grab her head. Right at that moment, Won-wee emerged as the hero, rescuing the damsel in distress. He slapped Jang Myung's left hand with a resounding slap before pushing it away, saving Sama-young from imminent danger. Hyung-jik attempted to grab Jang Myung's left hand, but he resisted even more fiercely. Hyung-jik, in a flurry, shouted, urging Won-wee, hurry, young master, I can't hold on much longer. Won-wee replied succinctly, I know. He then placed the Heavenly South sword aside and suddenly grabbed the hilt of the sword that Jang Myung was tightly gripping. Sama-young, upon seeing this, exclaimed in astonishment, brother, are you crazy? Hyung-jik was also stunned, his eyes wide with shock. This is insane. Is this the plan you had in mind? Hyung-jik was so alarmed that his expression became dazed and disoriented. If I had known your plan beforehand, I would have vehemently opposed it, he said. Won-wee, still calm, instructed Hyung-jik as if he were saying his last words, take care of his arm if I fail. In reality, Won-wee was also unsure about the success of this plan. However, he reminded himself that he had overcome all the obstacles to reach this point. How could he give up on the blood demon sword now? Moreover, Fekta had the ability to read the sword's memories. Therefore, it wasn't a bad gamble. He would try to use that to eliminate the evil energy within the sword. Won-wee could feel a frigid energy flowing through his mind. This was something entirely different from his inherent energy or Dantian energy. The veins in his right hand were starting to bulge. He had to release more inherent energy, or he would be consumed by this. Just like Jang Myung, boosting his inherent energy to its maximum level, Won-wee began to speak to the blood demon sword. Blood demon sword, can you hear me? Respond to me. At this moment, Won-wee also heard the voices of Sodam and Heavenly South. Both of them were extremely panicked. Won-wee, I think my brain is about to explode. Hey, can you hear us now? Quickly drop that sword. There's not just one sword spirit in that sword. Won-wee was glad to hear their concern, but he had no other choice. He had already gone too far. He could only press on and seek more information from Heavenly South. Not just one sword spirit. What do you mean? Heavenly South hurriedly explained. Inside it, there is a soul created from the intention to kill. It doesn't even deserve to be called a sword spirit, and you could be controlled by it. Won-wee finally understood what Heavenly South was trying to say. There were two egos inside the blood demon sword. The ego created by the will to kill wasn't something that could be resolved through mere persuasion. If that ego emerged, then his body would be taken over, just like Jang Myung's. Right at that moment, Won-wee could feel a surge of murderous intent welling up in his mind. He was about to say something to the blood demon sword, but a chilling voice suddenly echoed in his head. Does a body like this exist in the world? I'm envious. At the same time, the space surrounding Won-wee was stained red, as if someone had just poured a bottle of paint onto the previously bright landscape. Won-wee looked at the blood demon sword in his hand with suspicion. Everyone around him had vanished, even Jang Myung, who was originally holding onto the same hilt. What the hell? Everything was engulfed in complete silence. Did I succeed in subduing the blood demon sword? Won-wee, relieved, lifted the blood demon sword. Good, so there won't be any bloodshed anymore. He hadn't noticed the corpse lying opposite him, which looked strikingly similar to Jang Myung. A second later, as Won-wee's gaze shifted away from the sword and focused on the corpse lying opposite him, he was shocked to realize it was Jang Myung. Won-wee couldn't believe his eyes and rushed to examine it, but it was indeed Jang Myung. The sight sent him into immediate confusion and turmoil. Won-wee instinctively stepped back, unconsciously, from the shock. What happened? Did I pass out for a moment? As he stepped back 3 paces, he stumbled upon another corpse lying sprawled behind him. Won-wee felt the smell of blood hit his nose. He slowly turned his head back, his eyes filled with extreme terror. What is this? What? As Won-wee turned his head to look around, the crimson-red space, resembling a hellish scene, was filled with corpses. Among them were the people he had desperately tried to protect. They were all lying there, in pools of blood, in different poses, as if they had just endured a fierce battle. Scattered across the ground were not only Hyung-jik and Jang Myung, but also Jwabek. Their faces were all stained with blood, but Won-wee couldn't even determine whether it was fresh blood or dried blood, as his vision was obscured by a red film. In the distance, bodies were piled on top of each other. Won-wee couldn't see their faces clearly, but he could vaguely guess that they were the people who had appeared at the Miram Alliance assembly, both from his side and the enemies. Won-wee still couldn't grasp the situation around him. He kept his eyes darting around, searching for signs of life, but there was no one left alive. The scene made him increasingly panic. What happened to everyone? Right at that moment, Won-wee's terrified gaze fell upon a familiar figure, causing his heart to feel as if it was being squeezed. Immediately after, the blood demon sword in Won-wee's hand fell to the ground effortlessly, as if it had never controlled his mind. At the same time as the clang of the sword echoed, Won-wee collapsed to his knees in despair. He felt a suffocating pain as the person who appeared before him was Sama Young. She was leaning against a tree, her breath barely a flicker, and she seemed to be trying to wait to see him one last time. Won-wee crawled to Sama Young's side in agony. He looked into her glistening eyes, which were slowly closing, and felt a wave of regret washing over him. I knew things could go wrong. This was a difficult task, but I still took the risk. I was prepared for loss. But even though I lost everyone, I didn't want this. I truly didn't want to lose you. Tears flowed like a river from Won-wee's lifeless eyes as he held Sama Young's blood-soaked body. This pain was so real that he couldn't differentiate it from reality. Questions filled his mind, carrying with them the agony that was tearing at his heart. Why did this happen? Should I not have brought her into the sect? Should I not have brought her on this mission? No, it was the Miram Alliance. They killed her. They will pay the price. Blood will be paid for with blood. I will cleanse this world. With his heart torn by pain, Wonwi finally entered a demonic state and became consumed by a crazed thirst for vengeance. In Wonwi's mind world, as he released Sama Young and stood up, his appearance changed. His voice became as dark as sounds from hell. I will bathe the Miram Alliance in a sea of blood. Meanwhile, in the real world, Wonwi slowly stood up with a limp body, but his hand still gripped the blood demon sword tightly. His effort to free Jang Myung was successful. The sword in Jang Myung's hand was pulled out, and his body immediately collapsed onto Hyung Jik. Hyung Jik looked at Jang Myung with red eyes filled with emotion and asked Wonwi, "Young master, you really saved him. How did you do that?" Sama Young, having just stood up, rushed over to check Wonwi's condition. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Are you alright? You haven't moved a bit since then." However, Wonwi just stood there swaying like a zombie without responding. At that very moment, a strange crimson energy enveloped Wonwi's body, making Sama Young jump in alarm. The strange energy burst out from Wonwi, blowing Sama Young away in a flash. The wind howled like a hurricane swirling around his body. This was so unexpected that everyone was pushed back. Even Hyung Jik had to ground himself to stay steady and prevent Sama Young from falling. They all looked at Wonwi in shock. What's going on? Something is wrong. That's not the brother I know." As the dust cloud created by the whirlwind slowly dissipated, Hyung Jik was even more shocked to see that Wonwi's hair color had changed in a flash. Wonwi's hair was originally an orange-brown color, but now it was as red as blood. He seemed to grumble irritably, "This is so annoying," and immediately untied his hair, letting his long, red hair cascade down his neck. Witnessing this scene, Hyung Jik muttered in astonishment and worry, "Young master, if you can hear me, please put that sword down." Hyung Jik was shocked not just because Wonwi showed signs of being possessed by the blood demon sword. The situation was much more serious than Jang Myung's. His hair turned a deep red, symbolizing a raging fire, and the sword in his hand emitted a crimson light like fresh blood. Wonwi looked completely different from his usual appearance. Normally, he had a stern face and showed little emotion, but now, his face was filled with arrogance and greed. His crimson eyes narrowed as he smiled, a handsome appearance, but it sent chills down Hyung Jik's spine because it reminded him of the strongest member of the blood sect 20 years ago, the blood demon. Despite trying to persuade Wonwi, Hyung Jik secretly gripped his own sword tighter. The menacing energy he felt coming from Wonwi made it hard for him to let down his guard. This was similar to what he had experienced in the past. Wonwi's voice had also changed, and it rose with a provocative tone. "You want me to drop my sword? Then try to force me." Wonwi beckoned Hyung Jik closer with a challenging smile. It was clear that his body was being controlled by another force. The most notable thing was that this time, the soul inside seemed to not only know how to kill madly like when it possessed Jang Myung's body, but it also had a coherent mind that unified its words and actions, as if it had completely replaced Wonwi's soul. After Wonwi let his hair down, his red hair fell down to his hips. He looked completely different from his usual appearance. He was originally a person with a serious face, sometimes a bit joking, but now his expression was filled with arrogance and greed. Seeing Wonwi's bright red eyes narrow when smiling, Sama Young suddenly coughed a few times and lowered her head, making Sungwon worried. Did she have an internal injury? Sungwon didn't know what happened, but his intuition told him that in this situation, if Sama Young could not move due to injury, it would be very difficult for the three of them to survive in the near future. Sama Young didn't answer despite Sungwon's stare, because she was engrossed in watching Wonwi with a flushed face. After a while, she finally spoke, "It's so hot," leaving Sungwon stunned. "What, did you hit your head somewhere?" Sama Young avoided Sungwon's sarcastic question and tried to maintain a serious expression as she looked at Hyung Jik. At that moment, he gripped his blade and charged towards Wonwi decisively. The ominous energy he sensed from Wonwi made it difficult for him to let down his guard. Before striking, Hyung Jik still tried to persuade Wonwi. "Wonwi, don't let the blood demon sword control your mind. Don't surrender to the sword." However, before he could finish his sentence, Wonwi's bright red sword flashed before his eyes and collided violently with his blade. Hyung Jik was forced back, but before he could retreat, Wonwi immediately swung his sword, ready to counterattack without a word. The energy of the blood demon sword surged like a storm around him, even his eyes glowing a deep blood red. Wonwi's movement looked like a light flick of the wrist, but the force was so strong that Hyung Jik couldn't stand firm. Although he blocked the sword with his blade, it was useless. If he still had his right arm, he might have stood his ground, but with only one arm, it was too much. Fortunately, Hyung Jik didn't fall because he managed to push his feet firmly into the ground, creating significant friction to keep his body anchored. As a result, he was only pushed back about 10 steps, but his body couldn't avoid swaying under the tremendous pressure from Wonwi's attack. Hyung-jik trembled, clutching his broadsword, his heart filled with dismay. I never expected that after the blood demon sword fell into Wonwui's hands, his attacks would be so powerful. Just a simple clash, and my palm feels like it's about to tear. Before Hyung-jik could recover, the crimson shadow of the blood demon sword flashed before his eyes again. The tip of the sword, aimed directly at him, was only an inch from his nose, causing him a momentary startle but no confusion. A man with years of battlefield experience like Hyung-jik could easily dodge this thrust with his reflexes. He simply leaned back and dropped his broadsword as if he was so shocked that he lost his grip. While Wonwui was smiling triumphantly, Hyung-jik's foot secretly moved, creating a surprise counterattack. He extended his leg to kick the hilt of the sword hanging in the air with his dominant foot. In a flash, with a light kick, Hyung-jik caused the horizontally positioned blade to suddenly change direction and fly towards Wonwui's face. However, with his quick reflexes, Wonwui easily dodged it by simply tilting his head back. After dodging Hyung-jik's swift counterattack, Wonwui immediately regained his fighting stance. His eyes became sharper and more vigilant, but his slight smile remained mocking, as if he wanted to see what else his opponent could do. Before Wonwui could seize another opportunity to attack, Hyung-jik seized the moment and launched an attack targeting his opening. Instead of catching the blade, he let the hilt fall near his heel and kicked it powerfully. Hyung-jik's skillful heel kick launched the blade towards Wonwui's opening. The moment his blade collided with something, an energy explosion occurred, and the reverberating clang of metal echoed from the thick cloud of dust. Hyung-jik didn't think Wonwui would avoid his special technique, so he landed softly and squinted, trying to assess his situation after the dust settled. Try to hold on a little longer. Don't let the blood demon sword completely possess you. Even if I have to risk my old life, I will help you escape the control of the blood demon sword. However, before Hyung-jik could find Wonwui's figure in the swirling dust, he received a direct kick to the chest. This time, no matter how experienced he was, he couldn't react in time to dodge. Wonwui's powerful kick caused Hyung-jik to cough up blood immediately. He couldn't hide his shocked expression as Wonwui's speed and attack had increased dramatically to the point that he couldn't feel any threat before being hit. Hyung-jik's eyes widened as he saw Wonwui catch the blade. As if that wasn't shocking enough, Wonwui held it lightly with 2 fingers and said with a hint of interest, "Skillful. So you overcame the disadvantage of losing an arm this way." Of course, this praise, coupled with a sarcastic smirk, wasn't well received by Hyung-jik. In his eyes, Wonwui now resembled the blood sex liege from decades ago. At the crucial moment when the blood demon sword glowed red and Wonwui straightened his body, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Hyung-jik, he suddenly changed his gaze. His sharp senses told him that someone was secretly attacking from behind. In an instant, the trajectory of the blood demon sword changed. Wonwui turned gracefully like a ballet dancer and easily blocked Sama Young's blade. Her hasty attack was immediately repelled. Of course, she didn't intend to deliver a fatal blow. She only aimed for his sword-wielding wrist. Wonwui calmly rotated his wrist while letting out a mocking laugh at Sama Young as if they were strangers. "A wretched woman wielding a sword, you truly don't know your place." Sama Young was stunned for a second by Wonwui's harsh words but still had to follow the momentum of the sword's rotation, and her body, light as a feather, glided across the ground. Then, she tried to charge again, only to be once more stopped by the force of his spinning sword. The blood demon sword lunged towards Sama Young's face. She was startled and tried to dodge, but the sword's energy was too fast. She could only drop her sword. The attack meant to disrupt Wonwui's balance or injure his wrist ended up knocking her back with a stinging wrist. At that moment, Sungwon ran behind Wonwui and tried to attack him with both hands, but his palm strike was stopped in an instant before it could even touch Wonwui's back, leaving him shocked and incredulous. Wonwui let out another scornful laugh while gripping Sungwon's wrist. "You're still lacking." His movements were completely different from the murderous Jang Myung. Although Wonwui wasn't frenzied, he made everyone feel like they were facing a true monster. While Wonwui's right hand was occupied with Sungwon, Sama Young leaped up, wrapping her legs around his left arm and struggling with all her might to dislocate his joint, but he remained unharmed. The blood demon sword didn't fall, and she hung on his arm like a sloth. Finally, Sama Young could only grit her teeth and try to break Wonwui's wrist, but the muscles in his wrist were stiff as if it were a solid piece of wood. Realizing Sama Young's intention, Wonwui let out a mocking laugh. "You're trying to force me to drop this sword. Interesting." Seeing Sama Young's pathetic struggle, Wonwui laughed and dropped the sword. "Here, take it if you can." The blood demon sword immediately plunged into the ground, but his hair and eyes remained blood red. Sungwon still hadn't realized the cruel truth that dropping the sword no longer affected Wonwui. He excitedly exclaimed, "It's over." He dropped the sword. At that moment, to extinguish his nascent joy, Wonwui kicked him in the stomach, sending his insides reeling. After dealing with Sungwon, Wonwi turned to Sama Young, grabbing her neck with his left hand. Her face was flushed, a feeling of suffocation filling her chest, causing her to moan intermittently. Vice leader, brother, she struggled with all her might, but he remained unmoved. Seeing that Wonwi hadn't returned to his normal state and still emanated a fierce killing intent, Hyung Jik was perplexed. No, it's impossible, what in the world is going on? He dropped the blood demon sword, so why? Wonwi clicked his tongue and arrogantly answered Hyung Jik's question. A bunch of fools, you think that's enough to stop me? Even if you intend to kill me, it's barely enough to hinder me. This body is mine. Dropping the sword changes nothing. You think just dropping the sword will return the owner of this body? Wonwi's words were like a blow to their heads. No matter how hard they tried, the three of them couldn't stop him. They were fundamentally exhausted from disarming Jang Myung earlier, making it impossible. Sama Young's face was turning purple, facing death. She trembled, asking, "You, who are you?" Simply saying Wonwi was possessed by the spirit of a powerful, cursed sword wouldn't be accurate. It felt like a completely different person was in his body. He didn't hesitate to admit it, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Some call me the avengeful spirit, the one who will stain the world with blood. Hearing this, the eyes of the three people trying to stop Wonwi immediately trembled. This was far different from Jang Myung. Before, Jang Myung, wielding the blood demon sword, was simply controlled by the sword's murderous intent. Wonwi was not so simple. He still looked like a demon even after dropping the sword, meaning his body was now completely possessed by the blood demon sword. A soul swap with a demon inhabiting Wonwi's body. A feeling of despair welled up as none of them knew how to deal with this bizarre situation, and the battle seemed predetermined to be their defeat. The avengeful spirit had no intention of sparing Sama Young, even knowing she was a woman. His hands slowly tightened, enjoying the feeling of tormenting his opponent with a cruel laugh. Does it hurt? Feel it slowly, because this is what death feels like. As the avengeful spirit leisurely strangled Sama Young, she suddenly stopped struggling violently and choked out a word. Stop. The avengeful spirit, intrigued, tilted his head and loosened his grip slightly. Immediately, Sama Young yelled as if it were her last hope. Stop this nonsense. At the same time, she kicked him in the head, because Wonwi wasn't just temporarily possessed by the blood demon sword, but had become the sword itself. Counterattacking and killing him now was the only option. The avengeful spirit frowned irritably, picked up the blood demon sword with his right hand, and easily blocked Sama Young's kick. Damn it, I don't like your attitude at all. At that moment, his eyes were filled with even more intense killing intent than before. Sama Young's fierce resistance suddenly made the situation more tense. Hyung Jik, who was calculating a solution, no longer had the mental capacity to continue thinking and could only shout out in anxiety, "Don't." To hasten Sama Young's death, the avengeful spirit not only tightened his grip on her neck but also brought the blood demon sword closer, the tip aimed at her frantically beating chest. But the closer she was to death, the more violently she struggled. His movements were slow but menacing, like a cat toying with a mouse. Just as Sama Young was about to launch another sideways kick, a large hand grabbed her ankle from behind, the calloused hand of a suntanned man. Although he was holding Sama Young's leg, he didn't seem to intend to harm her. When she glanced at the person holding her ankle, a familiar figure appeared. Action. At that moment, he had noticed Wonwi's changed state and seemed shocked, freezing for a moment. Wonwi also stopped his movements upon seeing Action. On the other hand, after her surprise, Sama Young's eyes lit up with joy because Action had appeared just in time like a savior. Unable to contain her excitement, she cried out, "Fourth Supreme." Action then shed his disguise as a fat man and returned to his true form, a man as large as the Hulk, with a fierce expression resembling a savage. Hyung Jik was so shocked that his eyes widened when he saw Action emerge from the bushes. They had clashed many times in the past, so they naturally recognized each other. One of the blood sect's 4 great elders. This is the worst. He appeared just when I'm exhausted. When Hyung Jik looked to the side, the 2 twin cousins of the Song family were helping Sungwon up. At that moment he vaguely understood. Wonwi joined the blood sect because of this action. The 2 children of the double family also like that. I didn't expect that everything the general advisor guessed was correct. A vengeful spirit turned back to look at Action for a moment and tilted his head. It seems that the soul of the blood demon sword is also familiar with the Fourth Supreme, so he did not show any hostility towards his appearance. You seem to be useful. Actually, you resemble a face I've seen before. What's your name? The avengeful spirit finally lowered its sword. While it hadn't released Sama Young, its attention was focused on Action, so it no longer squeezed her neck as tightly. As soon as those words were uttered, Action knelt down, bowed, and shouted, "Blood demon, your subordinate, the Fourth Supreme." Action. The avengeful spirit laughed gleefully. I knew it. Then, Action anxiously looked at Sama Young and said politely, Blood Demon, the child in your hands is a disciple of our sect. At this time, Sama Young was weakening and had stopped resisting fiercely. The avengeful spirit, still dubious, narrowed its eyes at her. You say this woman? Sama Young quickly nodded with difficulty to confirm her identity. Finally, the suspicion in the avengeful spirit's eyes disappeared, and it smirked mischievously. Immediately afterward, it released Sama Young, throwing her roughly to the ground. Although he still didn't understand why Wongwei had acted so cruelly, Juabek immediately moved and caught Sama Young before she suffered further injury. Because she was already quite badly injured, she couldn't properly protect herself. Seeing that Action was still kneeling, the avengeful spirit raised its eyebrows and asked directly, Do you have anything else to say? Action bowed his head cautiously and replied, Blood Demon, the body you currently possess is also a member of our sect. He is my disciple. Hearing Action's implication of reclaiming his apprentice, the avengeful spirit simply smiled calmly. Then this is an honor for you. A sect member wouldn't dislike this, would they? I take the body I need, and he can serve the liege he reveres. Action froze at those words. He had tried to explain things indirectly, but the avengeful spirit took a different approach. He could only raise his head and look around, expressing concern. Subordinate wishes to say, this place isn't far from the Miram Alliance headquarters. If you reveal yourself like this, you might be in danger. The avengeful spirit calmly smiled. Me, in danger? Who could threaten me? Action continued to advise cautiously, Blood Demon, there are tens of thousands of enemies here. Many righteous martial artists remain after the Miram Alliance assembly. The avengeful spirit dramatically spread its arms. Is there anyone strong enough to face me? Actually, the better. Let them come. I will make them pay for imprisoning me for 20 years. Seeing the avengeful spirit's bloodthirsty expression, Action finally realized that what possessed Wongwei's body wasn't the Blood Demon Liege's soul, but a sword spirit, sealed by the Miram Alliance's incantation. Action sighed and then muttered to himself, Avengeful spirit, that's right, it's the avengeful spirit. The avengeful spirit narrowed its eyes and looked down at him with disdain. What are you muttering? Fourth Supreme, your attitude displeases me. Do you dare disobey my liege? As the avengeful spirit spoke, its entire body turned a terrifying crimson, as if it had just emerged from a bloodbath. Even the strong and steady Action felt threatened by its aura. Undeterred, Action clenched his fists and assumed a fighting stance. His body instantly turned bronze as his muscles tensed and steam hissed from his body. With eyes blazing with determination, he declared, I will not obey the avengeful spirit, especially one who doesn't care about the lives of our sect's disciples. The only one who can command me is the 15th liege of our sect. Now, be gone, return my disciple's body. Action growled, his voice heavy like a released tiger. His defiance shocked and angered the avengeful spirit. Instantly, the avengeful spirit attacked with arrogant swagger. Try and force me. In an instant, its body vanished, reappearing before Action in a diving attack like a falcon swooping on prey. The moment the Blood Demon sword descended, Action crossed his arms to block in front of him, his feet firmly planted. The sound of impact was a screeching sound like someone peeling sugarcane. The avengeful spirit's blade was stopped by Action's crossed arms, but it wasn't angry. Instead, it was interested. Impressive, you stopped my sword. Action didn't reply. His crossed arms remained firm, his gaze unwavering. The friction between the blade and his bronze-like body generated intense heat like a blacksmith's forge, but not a single scratch or burn appeared on his tanned skin. Seeing that striking Action was like sharpening a sword on a rock, the avengeful spirit suddenly changed its attack, kicking him in the chest during its aerial momentum, sending him flying back more than 10 steps. The force of the kick created a thunderous sound. This shocked Juabek. It was the first time he'd seen his master pushed back by anyone. This wasn't the Wongwei he knew. After looking at his twin and receiving an agreeing look, Juabek shouted, Master, we'll help you. However, as they tried to move, they heard Action's voice stopping them. No, stay there. This isn't a fight you can interfere in. Open your eyes and watch this battle. Action was no longer smiling. This made the twins realize the seriousness of the situation, and no matter how worried they were for their master, they could only obediently obey. The avengeful spirit clicked its tongue mockingly. Too late, Fourth Supreme. If you care about your disciple, you shouldn't have opposed the liege. Immediately afterward, a terrifying killing intent surged from the avengeful spirit, enough to stop a normal man's heart. However, Action calmly walked towards it. I will show you the ultimate level of the golden blood body, something you will eventually achieve. Of course, he wasn't saying this to the avengeful spirit, but to the twins. In an instant, the amount of steam emanating from Action's body increased. His bronze skin became transparent, glossy, then changed to a reddish orange. This was the red-blooded golden body technique, the pinnacle of the golden blood body. As the transformation was complete, he launched himself towards the avengeful spirit without hesitation. The scene shifted back to 20 years ago. In Action's memories, a middle-aged man with long red hair to his waist pushed a cup of alcohol towards Action and said, "Come, drink." That man was the 15th liege of the blood sect, Baek Mu-young. Action, then a young man, cautiously replied to the blood demon liege, "How dare your subordinate?" Baek Mu-young simply smiled gently while pouring another cup. "We shared meals often when we were young. Do you think the world will care about us drinking together? Are you really afraid of being judged as uncouth, while you have the nickname of ultimate eccentric?" At Baek Mu-young's friendly joke, Action scratched his head awkwardly. "No, it's not that. You're the liege now." Baek Mu-young continued to laugh while raising his cup. "You still care about those things. No need for such formalities. Today, let's just drink like friends." With that, Baek Mu-young tilted his head and drained his cup, leaving Action no reason to refuse. He silently agreed and finally lifted his cup from the table. "If you say so, haha." Action drank the cup in one gulp with unconcealed exhilaration. They continued drinking for a while without speaking, as if just drinking together was enough to relieve their stress. After some time, half the bottle was gone. Action cautiously spoke. "Liege, will you really fight them tomorrow?" Seeing Action's hesitant expression, Baek Mu-young clicked his tongue teasingly. "Worried about that? That's not like you." Action immediately puffed out his chest and punched it with a fist twice the size of a normal person's. "Worried? I don't even know what that word means." Baek Mu-young calmly poured more alcohol. "Among my advisors, aren't you the one who always tells me never to hesitate?" Action sighed. "But this time is different. The Peerless Warriors are also participating." Baek Mu-young calmly drank. The Peerless Warriors, right." Action thought about this and felt self-reproach. "I should have realized that when the Flying Moon Shadow sect was destroyed. That was my carelessness." This detail of the story opened a new highlight. Somehow, the sect supposedly related to Wongwee's mother had a close relationship with the blood sect. Returning to the conversation, Baek Mu-young calmly comforted Action. "How can you say it's your carelessness? We all didn't realize." After thinking for a moment, Action hesitantly suggested a cowardly idea. "Liege, as long as you're here, the sect will be revived, and sometimes avoiding battle is a wise choice." Baek Mu-young immediately shook his head, rejecting Action's thought. "If that happens, the eyes of those who follow me will turn elsewhere. Those at the pinnacle of power don't live for pleasure. I am the representative and pillar of the blood sect. That's the position I must be responsible for." Action still tried to persuade Baek Mu-young, "And you have a responsibility to survive." Hearing that, Baek Mu-young smiled, stood up, and walked towards the tea table. "The liege is the face of the blood sect. No matter how unfavorable the situation, I must act first and remain calm. If I can't lead those who follow me, what use am I?" Baek Mu-young's words were true, making Action's face bitter. Then, Baek Mu-young took something from beside the table and unwrapped it, making Action's eyes widen in surprise. "Liege, what is this? Are you going to borrow its power?" In Baek Mu-young's hand was the blood demon sword. The scabbard was engraved with tiny characters, and the hilt and guard were wrapped in black cloth with red characters. As Action looked at the sword with a puzzled expression, Baek Mu-young calmly said, "Borrowing its power will come at a cost, but I must do everything I can." Action vehemently objected. "It's too dangerous, liege. Have you forgotten what happened to those who tried to borrow its power? They died. Even though you have the blood demon's blood, it's still the avengeful spirit." The avengeful spirit Action mentioned here was the soul of the first blood sect liege, but Baek Mu-young had a completely different interpretation of the avengeful spirit. Even the previous liege died from borrowing the avengeful spirit's power. Think carefully. His soul is there, not here. Action was surprised when Baek Mu-young pointed to the sky. He tried to argue back, but that blood demon sword is his. Baek Mu-young shook his head. "Something filled with only anger and resentment can't be his soul. If that were truly him, would he kill his own descendants? It's just an avengeful spirit. But this time, I need to borrow its power." Baek Mu-young's words sounded bitter but were true. The conversation ended with his sad smile. Action remembered what happened 20 years ago because he recognized the blood demon sword in Wongwee's hand as soon as he saw it. Now, it wasn't the first liege's soul possessing him, but simply the avengeful spirit's rampant killing intent. Therefore, there would be no mercy. Therefore, Action didn't hesitate to attack the avengeful spirit instead of trying to persuade it. The avengeful spirit, facing Action, excitedly swung its sword. When his fist and the blood demon sword collided, a deafening sound echoed like thunder in clear skies. The moment they collided, their bodies recoiled. The impact force seemed equal, perhaps because Wongwee's body still had certain physical limitations. The avengeful spirit's power was only on par with Action's, not earth-shattering as before. Jwabek, watching this scene, exclaimed excitedly, cheering for his master, "That's an even match." Hyung-jik, on the other hand, remained concerned, looking at the avengeful spirit. "It seems that way, but it's not certain." The avengeful spirit was pushed back 10 steps, beginning to change its perception of action. It clearly showed surprise, its red eyes widening. Immediately afterward, blood flowed from the avengeful spirit's sword-holding hand and the corner of its mouth, but it smirked instead of getting angry. "To let your liege see your own blood, you truly have some unique things up your sleeve. However, how do you plan to continue fighting with that fist?" Although the avengeful spirit didn't expect Action to fight on par and push him back with bare fists, it was also pleased in return. His right hand was injured to the point of bleeding. Action seemed unconcerned by the avengeful spirit's sarcasm and immediately tightened his fist, launching another attack. He used the injured hand, but showed no sign of pain. On the contrary, the power emanating from it was even more terrifying than before. Action swung his fist very fast. It looked like dozens of punches were executed at the same time in many directions, rushing to attack the avengeful spirit like a storm. The appearance of the punches thrown was really cumulative, like hurricanes in a storm. The storm of fists created a white space that obscured the avengeful spirit's vision, but he still calmly stood in one place without bothering to dodge, even when Action's attack speed was at the level of several dozen attacks in a row. After 3 seconds, each path of each fist was captured by the avengeful spirit in full view. After assessing Action's barrage, the avengeful spirit smirked. "Not bad," he muttered, then leisurely began to raise his sword, his initial movements as relaxed as a housewife strolling to market. In response, the avengeful spirit danced the blood demon sword through the air. Amidst the blinding storm, only streaks of crimson energy were visible. The sword deftly intercepted the seemingly endless punches, slicing through Action's tempest with effortless grace, a peerless sword technique. Breaking through Action's storm of fists, the avengeful spirit arrogantly lunged, aiming a thrust at his chest. "Unfortunately, you still have this opening," he sneered, the swift attack leaving Action stunned. Action hadn't even recovered from the avengeful spirit's deflection of his punches when the blood demon sword appeared before his chest. The tip was mere inches away. Even if he'd seen it coming, there would have been no time to react. At that moment, someone kicked the avengeful spirit's upper arm. Hyung-jik, initially hesitant upon seeing Action, he judged their goals were aligned, deciding to intervene. The avengeful spirit was naturally irritated by Hyung-jik's unexpected interference. Though the kick caused no damage, it gave Action an opening. He quickly retaliated with a punch as the avengeful spirit's attention shifted. Action's punch landed squarely on the avengeful spirit's chest, sending him flying backward. The impact exploded like a cannon shot. It seemed Wonwu's ribs and internal organs would be pulverized. But Action couldn't afford to hold back. Even at full power, victory wasn't guaranteed. This time, the avengeful spirit was sent flying 20 meters, crashing into trees and felling them instantly. Having sent the avengeful spirit flying, Action grumbled at Hyung-jik, unyielding blade of North Star. "This is none of your concern." Hyung-jik, his gaze fixed on the avengeful spirit, replied, "Eccentric master, you can't defeat him alone, can you?" Action coldly snorted. "So?" Hyung-jik shrugged. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not helping you." Action frowned in confusion. "What?" Hyung-jik recalled Wonwu's earlier efforts to save Jang Myung without severing his arm. He sincerely told Action, "I owe your apprentice a debt. I'm just repaying him." Action laughed heartily. "Oh, that's good." Though unsure what Wonwu had done to earn such gratitude, he was pleased his apprentice had impressed a righteous man. Action chuckled and whispered to Hyung-jik, "Fine, I'll let you help." Hyung-jik, still serious, asked, "Even if he's released the sword, he's still controlled by it. Is there a way to return your apprentice to normal?" Action sighed at this and silently watched the avengeful spirit struggle to his feet after the devastating blow. He looked like a zombie risen from the grave, the blood demon sword's aura still clinging heavily to him. But the avengeful spirit's days was brief. He soon moved again. Action and Hyung-jik both focused on him, but as he moved, all they saw was a blurry, ferocious face, a cruel smile, and savage eyes. Simultaneously, Action slammed his fist into the ground, creating a crater and sending debris flying. Despite the obscuring dust, the avengeful spirit pressed forward, laughing and swinging his sword. "Oh, look at you trying to cheat," he jeered, vanishing before the debris could reach him. The moment the avengeful spirit reappeared, the blood demon sword thrust towards Action's face, piercing his palm. He didn't even try to dodge as the sword continued its deadly trajectory. Just as the sword was about to reach his head, Action swiftly tilted his head. He then unexpectedly grabbed the sword's hilt with his injured hand, momentarily stunning the avengeful spirit. Gripping the blood demon sword in a rather unorthodox manner, Action grinned. "Got you." The avengeful spirit scoffed, blocking that with your bare hand, that's your only weapon, you fool, are you trying to commit suicide? He then used his left hand to unleash the great blood heavenly net art, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. The avengeful spirit unleashed a flurry of powerful finger jabs, but they didn't even graze Action's skin. The red-blooded golden body technique created a near-impenetrable physique. No matter how strong the avengeful spirit was, anything without his sword was useless. The avengeful spirit quickly realized this harsh truth and retracted his finger jabs. Damn it, his muscles actually withstood my finger jabs. Seeing the avengeful spirit's stunned expression, Action let out a triumphant, mocking laugh. Hee hee, without your sword, you're just a useless avengeful spirit. The avengeful spirit tried to pull his sword free, but his efforts were futile. The blade felt as stuck as if wedged in a rock crevice. In a burst of furious rage, the avengeful spirit glared at Action, roaring, "You're begging for death, you bastard." He began to channel all his inner energy for a counterattack. Just as the avengeful spirit's roar echoed and his focus was entirely on Action, Hyung Jik silently appeared behind him. Action wasn't entirely certain about their plan, but it was the only way he could think of to free Wonhui from the avengeful spirit's possession. While the avengeful spirit was blinded by rage and unaware of Hyung Jik's approach, Action pulled him closer, forcing him to lean forward with the blood demon sword. Their target, 2 vital acupoints on Wonhui's head, considered lethal points on a normal person. The 2 acupoints Action and Hyung Jik had discussed, pressing the wrong ones could be fatal, were the Baihui point at the crown of the head, Action's responsibility, and a point at the nape of the neck, Hyung Jik's. They simultaneously pressed the points, but Hyung Jik's eyes betrayed his anxiety. The now who point Hyung Jik was responsible for was the more dangerous one. The slightest deviation could be instantly fatal. The pressure also had to be precise and controlled to save Wonhui's life. This method wasn't guaranteed to work and was incredibly risky, but they had no other choice. Just before they acted, Hyung Jik nervously whispered to Action, "Don't make a mistake, he could die." As planned, Action's and Hyung Jik's left hands simultaneously pressed the acupoints, perfectly timed and using precisely controlled internal energy. Less than 10 years' worth, a surge of hope filled them. The moment the acupoints were pressed, the avengeful spirit let out an uncontrolled scream. The pressure on the vital points caused his facial veins to bulge as if about to burst. Then he collapsed like a broken puppet. After a moment, with Wonhui still unchanged, Hyung Jik anxiously glanced at Action. "Did it work?" Action, uncertain, shook his head. "I don't know. This is how our blood sect controls those possessed by the blood demon sword." At that moment, Wonhui raised his head, his eyes still bloodshot and even more ferocious. The avengeful spirit clearly hadn't been expelled. His pupils dilated, unleashing his rage at Action. "Damn you, how dare you, I'll kill you all." A tremendous burst of energy erupted from the avengeful spirit, forcing Action and Hyung Jik to retreat. Their faces grim, they hastily evacuated the surrounding apprentices. "Damn it, it didn't work, everyone, get away." They had no way to retrieve Wonhui, watching helplessly as the avengeful spirit unleashed terrifying power, accompanied by a grating sound like scraping metal. "You bastards will not die peacefully," he hissed, a wave of killing intent filling the air. Simultaneously, a red mist emanated from the avengeful spirit as he raised the blood demon sword. The mist flowed into the blade, forming a vague, semi-substantial sword aura, a realm currently attainable only by the 8 elder masters of Murim. Wielding the crimson sword, radiating a killing intent like a thick fog, the avengeful spirit slowly approached the survivors. Now, even members of the blood sect were enemies. "I conserved my strength until I fully adapted to this new body, but you forced my hand." However, the avengeful spirit casually stepped over the twin brothers, Jwabek and Song Woo-hyun, who lay prostrate on the ground from the earlier energy blast. Ignoring them completely, he also indifferently walked past Sungwon, who was writhing nearby, without a glance. It seemed the avengeful spirit was searching for Action and Hyung Jik, those who had hurt him, but no, he was looking for a more interesting target. At that moment, Sama Young's hacking cough, caused by internal injuries in the energy blast, caught his attention. As Sama Young lifted her face, revealing her beauty, her disguise having been blown away, the avengeful spirit showed no mercy. Instead, he was irritated by her determined yet loving gaze towards Wonhui's body. "All right, first, I'll start with you." With those words, the avengeful spirit lunged at Sama Young, the crimson blade descending. She had only just regained consciousness after being nearly choked to death, leaving her paralyzed with fear. Instinctively, Sama Young squeezed her eyes shut in terror, but after a few seconds, the sharp blade hadn't struck, and she felt no pain, heard no impact. Cautiously, she opened her eyes. At that moment, the avengeful spirit was struggling to bring the sword down. but some force seemed to be hindering him. His expression froze as his body no longer obeyed his commands. Sama Young was perplexed. Deputy Sect Master, you. The avengeful spirit was shocked. A fierce resistance was taking place within Wonwui's mind. He'd believed he had completely possessed both body and soul, yet Wonwui's original spirit was clearly manifesting, even daring to block his attack. Everyone outside looked at each other in astonishment, assuming Action's acupoint technique had worked. Unbeknownst to them, inside Wonwui's mind, a fierce struggle was underway between him and the avengeful spirit. How dare you, your body and soul belong to me. Wonwui used the Heavenly South Sword to repel the Blood Demon Sword, shouting defiantly, "No, this is my body, you damned avengeful spirit, get out." He was surprised to find his strength was on par with the avengeful spirit's. Flashing back a few minutes, Wonwui's body had been taken over, his soul cast into a river of blood. His consciousness was slowly eroding in the aimless drift, his thoughts hazy. Where am I? Everything is red. Why am I here? I can't remember anything. That light. What is it? The moment Wonwui saw glimmers of light piercing the Crimson River was also when Action and Hyung Jik pressed his Baihui and Nao points. The simultaneous pressure on the acupoints created a crack in Wonwui's mind. The sea of blood, imprisoning his soul within the avengeful spirit's murderous intent, finally showed fissures. Wonwui's hazy mind heard the sound of air bubbles blowing in his ears. The noise was getting louder and closer as someone was rushing towards him from the light, but they just shadows wading back into the light so dimly that he couldn't see who it was. The rustling sounds finally became clear. Wonwui, wake up, you came back to life after death but now you lost a soul. At that moment, the image of Soda appeared in front of you, curled fists and angry screams. That idiot, haven't woken up yet. Before Wonwui could express his joy at seeing Heavenly South and Sodam again, he was punched in the face by Sodam. You actually intend to let your body fall into the hands of that random vengeful spirit. Heavenly South wanted to intervene but was completely unable to cope with the girl's fury. Wonwui painfully rubbed his nose, his face bewildered. Ha, a vengeful spirit. Sodam angrily pointed in one direction and urged Wonwui to act. This fool still doesn't understand. Quickly regain control of your body. That damned vengeful spirit is controlling you and harming everyone. In a flash, Wonwui's awareness returned. He could hear the surrounding voices as his consciousness returned to normal. However, even though his mind was awake, his body still moved not according to his will, but due to the vengeful spirit's strong desire to kill. It was too powerful to be considered just a vengeful spirit. As Wonwui saw things from the vengeful spirit's perspective, he felt a burning desire to kill, controlling his body, a force beyond his control. He knew it wouldn't be easy to overcome the vengeful spirit's madness and murderous intent. Wonwui couldn't help but swallow nervously as he saw the vengeful spirit's enormous shadow behind him. Of course, he desperately wanted to regain control of his body, but the problem was he didn't know how. No one offered any guidance. He was facing a spirit with terrifying energy. How could his mere willpower defeat it? As Wonwui cautiously approached the vengeful spirit, the spirit, unaware of the host's awakening, carelessly revealed its full power. The power of its murderous flames was different from Wonwui's Dantian energy and inherent energy. It wasn't easily controlled. However, Wonwui wasn't one to give up easily. He quickly focused all his senses on the vengeful spirit's murderous flames within his body, hoping to regain control by understanding its nature and countering it. After secretly probing the opponent, Wonwui began to find the key differences that allowed the vengeful spirit to control his body while he couldn't, despite it clearly being his own body. Currently, the vengeful spirit's murderous intent possessed abundant energy, completely overwhelming Wonwui's Dantian energy and his lower Dantian. His inherent energy, however, remained intact and his middle Dantian, unaffected. But it was the upper Dantian, the Baihui acupoint, that connected humans to the universe and opened the path to enlightenment. In a battle of minds, this was the most important thing. Coincidentally, Action's plan opened a path for Wonwui to regain control of his body. Thanks to the shock to the Baihui acupoint on his head, Wonwui regained a little sense of his body's energy flow, simultaneously causing the vengeful spirit to falter. This allowed Heavenly South and Sodam to re-enter his mind. After carefully considering the factors, Wonwui realized he could follow the vengeful spirit's deadly energy flow and restrain its movements. He immediately acted, needing to take advantage of the moment the spirit was still faltering from Action's acupoint strike. As a result, after struggling against the tide of murderous intent, Wonwui's spirit stood firmly before the vengeful spirit, preventing its cruel actions against Sama Young. Of course, that wasn't enough to destroy the vengeful spirit. It remained arrogant, sneering at Wonwui's struggle. Damn it, useless, your body is now mine. As the vengeful spirit panicked at Wonwui's sudden appearance, it immediately tried to suppress him with its malevolent flames. Thoughts of killing, like demonic hands, tried to drag his soul into the blurry sea of blood as before. But this time, all its efforts were futile. It was through the spirit's panicked actions that Wonhui understood the nature of its malevolent flames. They were the manifestation of power born from an unshakable obsession. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed in Wonhui's mind. Strange thoughts arose. The voice taught him about the power of righteous flames and the nature of enlightenment. Righteous flames were the ultimate power. As Wonhui attained enlightenment, the vengeful spirit's madness, resentment, hatred, and murderous intent began to erode. He roared, sending the clinging demonic hands flying. "Get out, this is my body." Immediately, a blazing blue flame erupted, engulfing the vengeful spirit's murderous intent. The spirit clearly suffered, its face full of unwillingness. How can you? No, stop it." But no matter how it screamed, its image quickly faded like a shadow. Then, something strange happened. The vengeful spirit's hateful flames, consumed by the blue flames, gradually turned purple. As if merging, the two flames began to swirl and converge into the Big Dipper constellation on Wonhui's palm, slowly illuminating the fourth star in the constellation. But this star shone red, unlike the previous three. Soon after, the blue and red flames, representing the two opposing intents, slowly flowed into Wonhui's Baihui acupoint. Many things surged into his mind at once. Though fleeting, he could guess these were the memories and desires of the blood demonic cult leader, remaining in the blood demon's sword and giving rise to the vengeful spirit's malevolence. At the same time, in the real world, Wonhui regained his composure. As if waking from a dream, the bloody world he had just witnessed disappeared, and he joyfully looked at the tense faces of Action and Hyung Jik. Hyung Jik glanced at Action with a hesitant look. He stopped moving. "If we want to maintain the upper hand, now's the time." Action, unsure of what was happening, hesitated to stop Hyung Jik. "Wait a minute." Action noticed unusual signs. Wonhui's body was slowly returning to normal. Although the change was slow, his long red hair was visibly turning its previous dark brown. Action asked Wonhui, "Are you the vengeful spirit, or Wonhui?" Wonhui was moved looking at Action. His master's bleeding hand was clenched tight, ready to throw another punch if the answer wasn't what he expected. But Wonhui felt deeply grateful. His master risked his life to save him. His hand was almost torn apart. Looking at Action's bruised fist, evidence of their deep master-disciple bond, something changed in Wonhui's heart. He couldn't name the feeling. "This crazy old man went so far for me, really." He grinned, saying cheerfully, "It's me, master." This brought relief to everyone present. Action even laughed heartily, running towards Wonhui with open arms. "Ha ha ha, you damned brat." Seeing his almost buoyant steps, Wonhui could tell how shocked he'd been. Thinking about how two seasoned warriors from opposing sides had to cooperate to restore Wonhui's consciousness, Action's expression changed. He angrily rapped Wonhui's head hard enough to almost crack his skull. "If you're back, at least say something." Meanwhile, reassured about Wonhui's condition, Hyung Jik returned to his apprentice, Jang Myung, who was still unconscious. His master carefully helped him sit up against a large rock. Hyung Jik's mind was solely on his disciple. After confirming Jang Myung's condition, his face darkened, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. Jang Myung's condition was clearly critical. The contrast with Wonhui's healthy appearance after being controlled by the blood demon's sword only increased Hyung Jik's sorrow. Although Jang Myung's life was saved, things weren't as Hyung Jik hoped. While controlled by the blood demon's sword, Jang Myung had exhausted all his energy, and all his major meridians showed signs of rupture. The chance of him ever cultivating internal energy again was very low. After exchanging a glance and receiving Action's agreement, Wonhui approached the despondent Hyung Jik to resolve the issue before leaving. Even if Hyung Jik let them go now, he could still reveal what happened to the Miram Alliance, and Wonhui's true identity would be exposed. They had overcome countless crises, only to face another. Therefore, the logical choice for the blood cult's benefit was to kill both Hyung Jik and Jang Myung before leaving. But Wonhui and Action didn't seem to intend that. Approaching their opponent gently, before Wonhui could speak, Hyung Jik offered a promise. "Go, Wonhui, your worries won't come true." Wonhui suddenly felt bad about his plan. Hyung Jik had guaranteed he wouldn't harm them before Wonhui even began negotiating. At that moment, Wonhui truly felt he deserved the title of a great warrior. Seeing Wonhui hesitate, Hyung Jik asked, "You don't trust me?" Wonhui immediately shook his head. "No, how could I not trust the person who saved my life?" Hyung Jik urged further. "Then why haven't you gone yet? Thinking and waiting here is dangerous." Wonhui frankly expressed his concern. "You'll be in trouble if you choose to hide the truth about us from the Miram Alliance." Wonhui's gaze then turned to the scattered dead bodies around them, including Wangbo Dongyun's. His family held a position in the Miram Alliance. Because of his upright nature, Hyung Jik might declare that his disciple was controlled by the blood demon sword while trying to retrieve it. Even if it wasn't Jang Myung's fault, the Miram Alliance and the families of the deceased would still try to hold them accountable. They might even demand Jang Myung's death as retribution. Therefore, Won-wee suggested that Hyung Jik lie and say everything was caused by a blood cult spy and had nothing to do with Jang Myung. However, Hyung Jik shook his head in refusal. If I say that, the spy's identity will be revealed. You can't cover everything up. Thank you for saving my disciple. I'll handle the consequences, Hyung Jik said with a bitter smile. It wasn't because he decided to hide everything and bear the blame the Miram Alliance might assign, but because he couldn't give Jang Myung a full life as a martial artist. Then, Hyung Jik bowed his head, silently urging Won-wee to leave again. Go quickly, we can't let our affair hold you up here. My only concern is that you'll take that sword. Won-wee suddenly sat down, staring at Hyung Jik's face and then taking his hand, startling him. What are you doing? As Hyung Jik tried to pull his hand away, Won-wee unexpectedly proposed. I'll be blunt, join us. Hyung Jik frowned, even more puzzled, looking at Won-wee as if he were crazy. I said I'd let you go. What are you talking about? Before he could finish, Won-wee took something from his sleeve and pressed it into Hyung Jik's hand. Hyung Jik's eyes widened as he saw the name engraved on the token Won-wee had given him. This is, if he accepted this, it could be said that for Jang Myung, Won-wee would be like a savior, rescuing his ruined body. It was the precious token of the all-healing divine physical. Hyung Jik couldn't take his eyes off it. The all-healing divine physical. Won-wee firmly gave it to him without any hesitation. Use it to heal your disciple. This reaction was as if Hyung Jik had accepted Won-wee's proposal, showing how much he cared for his disciple. But this tacit agreement came with worry. Why are you helping me? I thought you were walking the path of heresy. Won-wee responded sarcastically. Is that how you see me? Then, he looked deeply into Hyung Jik's eyes with a sincere smile. Though I'm a disciple of the blood cult, I don't intend to walk the path of heresy, and I don't intend to bind myself to any side. Didn't I tell you I'd walk my own path? Hyung Jik seemed to understand. Not taking sides. I understand, so you want to be neutral, right? It seemed he wanted to draw a clear line, showing he wouldn't help the blood cult, only Won-wee. After reading Hyung Jik's expression, Won-wee didn't want to haggle any further. Hyung Jik had a deep pride in his unwavering commitment to justice. Further pressure would be useless. This was enough. Won-wee turned and strolled towards Action's waiting group with a nonchalant air, replying to Hyung Jik with an ambiguous statement. Neutral, if that's how you want to call it, then so be it. It was clearly a double-edged statement, but in Hyung Jik's eyes, it was more believable than ever. After completing that deal and getting ready to leave, Action glanced at Won-wee with a sideways look. I was wondering what you were planning to do. So it was to bribe him. Won-wee was only able to see through his intentions, could forcefully laugh it off. At that moment, Hyung Jik was conquered by Won-wee's bribe gift, and began to express his attitude through voice transmission. Blood teachings we cannot help, however. You told me you'd walk your own path. If you truly can walk the path you've chosen, neutral, then I will help you, no matter what. Hyung Jik then ended his pledge with 3 firm fists pounding his chest. Seeing Hyung Jik draw a clear line between Won-wee and the blood sect, Action, suspicious, furrowed his brows and questioned Won-wee again. Do you think that old man truly deserves that token? Won-wee smiled at Hyung Jik and Jang Myung, showing no regret for his investment. For now, yes. Basically, after these incidents, he trusts Hyung Jik's character, so he can't miss this profitable investment that could save his life later. Action didn't complain about Won-wee's decision, as the token was acquired by Won-wee himself. Afterwards, they quickly withdrew from Wuhan, considered the sacred ground of the Miram Alliance. Just possessing the blood demon sword was risky. Baek Hai-hyang's faction could take action if they discovered Won-wee had it, so Action wanted it moved out of the area as quickly as possible. However, using light skills was difficult for Sama-young and Sungwon, who were internally injured. Therefore, they could only temporarily rest in a cave a few kilometers from Wuhan, waiting for Action's reinforcements to bring horses. Recalling how Jang Myung nearly died after being possessed by the vengeful spirit, Won-wee worried about his own body. He was quite shocked after checking his physical condition using internal cultivation methods. So damn, seeing Won-wee's worried expression, anxiously asked, how are you? Won-wee placed his hand on his chest, furrowing his brows in doubt, thinking about how my Dantian's internal energy was forcibly extracted. I thought my body would pay a heavy price, but instead, my body feels much better than before, like it's undergone a renovation. My inherent energy seems to have increased by more than 3/10 of its original strength. I'm quite shocked by this, Won-wee said. So damn, upon hearing this, exclaimed in astonishment, this is impossible. Heavenly South then chimed in, that vengeful spirit's power was impressive, even your eye and hair color have turned blood red. Sodam added, is it because the vengeful spirit's resentment has been resolved that your hair returned to its original color? Wonwi, surprised, touched his face. My hair and eye color have changed like Baek Hyang's. As far as I know, this only happens when cultivating the great blood heavenly art above the 5th level. At this moment, Wonwi felt a nagging doubt. Wait, how did I know that? Sodam echoed the same curious question. Yeah, how did you know? Just then, a maniacal laugh echoed in Wonwi's head, causing him to turn towards the source. A sword spirit suddenly appeared, its skin a fiery red as if emerging from boiling water. You idiot, you've absorbed the vengeful spirit's soul and its resentment. You've even absorbed his memories, good and bad, and his martial arts. Wonwi, momentarily forgetting his ability to summon the Blood Demon Sword's ego, was startled by the strange voice. You are the Blood Demon Sword. The Blood Demon Sword, shocked, widened its eyes. What, a human? You can hear my elegant voice. Wonwi glared at the Blood Demon Sword with disdain. Elegant voice, you arrogant bastard. Sodam echoed the sentiment, pouting. Yes, you arrogant brat. The Blood Demon Sword immediately yelled at Wonwi. What attitude is that? A human like you dares to talk to me like that. I'll explode your meridians and kill you. Wonwi remained unfazed by the threat. The Blood Demon Sword suddenly changed its tone, chuckling. But today is a good day for me, so I'll let it slide, because you helped me escape the hellish days of being trapped with that terrifying vengeful spirit. It seems living with the Blood Demon's lingering resentment was difficult, so its newfound freedom made the Blood Demon Sword excitedly whirl around. Hey, human, you're interesting. Even that vengeful spirit couldn't hear my voice, yet you, a useless human, can. Wonwi casually explained, because I can hear the sword's voice. The Blood Demon Sword continued to whiz around. Whoa, you've got some cool skills, good job. Before Wonwi could say anything more, the Blood Demon Sword, with arrogant self-importance, declared, all right, I owe you one, and someone like you is rare. So I'll accept you as my subordinate. Consider it an honor, human, the Blood Demon Sword said, tossing its head and laughing gleefully, oblivious to the other's reaction. Wonwi was completely speechless at its demeanor. Stop saying nonsense. Every sword he'd encountered had its own personality, but this was perhaps the most arrogant. Sodam, also disliking the Blood Demon Sword's arrogant face, grumbled, hey, you want to take someone as a subordinate, you should take him as your master. The Blood Demon Sword arrogantly sneered at Sodam. What are you? Just a short sword. Something so insignificant dares to interrupt me. That's why things as blunt and short as you are so bad. Sodam was instantly infuriated by the insults and yelled, what? Immediately, the sounds of Sodam and the Blood Demon Sword fighting echoed in Wonwi's head, but after absorbing the power and memories of the vengeful spirit, he could control how these voices resonated. Instead of completely cutting off contact to avoid being disturbed, the sword spirit's voice was now more like distant noise, not causing much discomfort. Watching Sodam and the Blood Demon Sword bicker, occasionally splashing collateral damage onto the innocent Heavenly South, Wonwi silently smiled. It seemed these two would become friends soon enough. As predicted, Sodam had found her destined partner. Later, every time she said something, the Blood Demon Sword would respond with a sarcastic remark, and the two would bicker. Heavenly South, wise enough, remained silent. After obtaining horses, Wonwi's group, except for action, rode continuously for 3 days and nights without rest. Finally, they reached the outskirts of Hongwu City. To enter Hunan, they had to cross the Yangtze River, so they needed to reach the docks south of Hongwu City's entrance. The horses were exhausted from 3 days of non-stop riding, and even the riders were worn out. Even deep internal energy couldn't prevent sore buttocks. Jwabe couldn't take it anymore and complained, my butt is numb from riding for 3 days and nights. Action immediately glared at Jwabe. What did you say? Jwabe, startled, clamped his mouth shut. No, nothing, sir. He said nothing, but Jwabe secretly mocked his master. A horse couldn't bear Action's weight and collapsed on the first day, forcing him to use his legs to keep up with the horses, while his light skills easily allowed him to run as fast as a horse. This meant others had no right to complain about fatigue in front of him. Seeing Jwabe secretly grimace behind him, Action immediately struck him with a bare hand. I heard you muttering something, you brat. Should I ride you instead of a horse, even without weapons? His iron-hard hand was enough to leave Jwabe dizzy and reeling. Wonwi swallowed hard, pulling on his reins to distance himself from Action's outburst. Ha, that idiot always finds a way to get himself beaten. Regardless of the speed or the peacefulness of the journey, it didn't matter much to him. He was preoccupied with another issue that had plagued him throughout the journey. Wonwi had felt restless and flustered for the past 3 days as Sama Young, sitting behind him, kept her face pressed against his back. Finally, he couldn't help but speak. "Miss Sama Young, aren't you uncomfortable?" Sama Young mumbled behind him with a love-struck smile. "Not at all, I'm very comfortable." Suddenly, Sama Young straightened up and whispered in Wonwui's ear, "Why haven't you complained? Usually, you'd yell at me to let go." Wonwui, struck to the heart, was startled and speechless. After a moment, he managed a clumsy explanation. I'm not that cold-blooded and heartless." Sama Young blushed and pressed her face even harder against Wonwui's back. This made him curse inwardly at the uncontrollable feeling. Damn it, damn it. Wonwui wondered if it was a hallucination from his contact with the blood demon sword, but since then, Sama Young's every gesture and word made him flustered, his heart beating erratically. Why am I having this kind of hallucination? Despite his inner turmoil, Wonwui quickly dismissed the confusing thoughts and continued to comfort the small Sama Young clinging to his back. "She's seriously internally injured, so she can't ride on her own. That's why we have to sit together, and she'll fall if she doesn't hold me." Before Wonwui finished, Sama Young quickly seized the opportunity, tightening her arms around his waist, nearly choking him. Sama Young, extremely satisfied, giggled and rested her head against Wonwui's strong back. "I won't let go." Meanwhile, Juabe glared jealously at Wonwui. "Humph, what does she see in him?" And then there was the meddlesome Sodam, with a sarcastic tone. "Be honest, you're enjoying this, aren't you?" Wonwui couldn't refute her and just shoot her away. "Go back to your place." When Wonwui's group reached their destination, it was already dark, and a thick fog covered the Yangtze River. Action's subordinate, waiting at the docks, hurried to greet them. "Greetings, Fourth Supreme." Action urgently asked his subordinate. "No need for formalities. Have you prepared the boat?" He was worried because they'd arrived much earlier than expected. If the boat wasn't ready, they'd be stuck or have to take a regular ferry. The man looked flustered. "Elder, we can't use the boat now. The fog is too thick, limiting visibility. Even during the day, navigating is difficult, and at night it's even harder. We'll have to wait until early tomorrow morning at the earliest." Action looked at the river thoughtfully, understanding that this wasn't something they could solve. Juabek offered a suggestion. "Master, why don't we stay here for a night? We haven't encountered any pursuers along the way." Everyone agreed, as the continuous journey on horseback had exhausted them. But Action continued to stroke his beard, pondering. A pursuing force could come from the Miram Alliance or Baek Haihang's faction, but contrary to my expectations, we haven't encountered them. Perhaps this is the best time to rest. Finally, Action reluctantly accepted Juabek's plan. "There's no other way. We'll rest here tonight and leave tomorrow." Juabek and Song Woohyun couldn't hide their joy. None of them had had a proper rest, so a full meal and a good night's sleep in a bed was more than enough. Action continued to speak to the subordinate guarding the docks. "Let me know as soon as the fog clears." The man readily nodded. "Of course, Fourth Supreme. Have you had dinner, sir?" Everyone automatically shook their heads. They'd only moistened their throats with water and chewed dried meat on the journey, so they were all hungry. Action understood his apprentice's voracious appetites and readily replied, "I haven't eaten. Do you have alcohol?" The man heartily laughed. "Ha ha ha, of course, sir. How could we not prepare that?" Hearing this, Action's 3 apprentices immediately drooled, imagining delicious food. "Only the real thing can sustain us," was their immortal motto. Then, the middle-aged man took Action's group to a house with red lanterns and served them a simple meal before preparing the boat. Action's 3 apprentices' eyes lit up upon seeing the food. Finally, something other than dried meat. "This is a feast. Master, let me pour you a drink." Although it was just a simple meal of roasted chicken, stir-fried pork, steamed mussels, buns, and sorghum wine, it felt like a luxurious feast to their hungry mouths. Everyone started to immerse themselves in the flavors and relax their guard. When their hunger subsided and the alcohol began to sink in, fatigue hit the whole group. Belch, "It's delicious. I'm so sleepy." A full meal and drunken wine are irresistible. Meanwhile, Action was still conscious and just quietly observed Wonwui with unanswered questions. Ever since he was able to hold the blood demon sword without any damage, it made him worried. As Wonwui and Sama Young's conversation flowed merrily, Action abruptly interrupted with a grave demeanor. "Let me see the sword," he demanded. His unexpected request left Wonwui surprised, tilting his head. "What?" It wasn't that he didn't want to entrust the blood demon sword to Action for safekeeping, relieving himself of the heavy burden. The problem was that he'd witnessed the adverse effects when Juabek had wanted to try holding it earlier. Even though he didn't know why Action wanted to try, Wonwui still felt apprehensive. "Master, are you sure? It's not at all friendly." Action immediately extended his hand in response to Wonwui's question. "Don't be silly, hand it over, I just want to check something." Wonwui obediently handed the unsheathed blood demon sword to Action, who grasped the hilt directly, because his right hand was injured, he had to hold the sword with his left. The scene mirrored the first time Jwabe curiously asked to touch the blood demon sword. Since Wonwi had absorbed the hatred from the avengeful spirit, he thought there wouldn't be any problems if others touched it. But he was wrong. Action's reaction after holding the blood demon sword was exactly the same as Jwabe's. The veins on the back of his hand began to bulge rapidly, as if something was writhing beneath his dark skin. The meridians in his hand also went into uncontrolled reverse flow. Action quickly released the sword, and his trembling hand gradually returned to normal. This was also why Wonwi's initial plan was ruined. He had wanted to give the blood demon sword to his master and then reappear before the League members to dispel any remaining suspicions, but the sword's own will wouldn't allow it. Action then told Wonwi, "Try holding it." Wonwi didn't hesitate, grasping the sword, and no negative reaction occurred. Even though the avengeful spirit was gone, the sword still had its own will. Its ego was no longer consumed by the avengeful spirit as before, so it could now control itself, preventing anyone from touching it except Wonwi. Seeing this, Jwabe grumbled with some irritation, "Why can only you touch the sword?" Everyone shared the same curiosity. Then, the blood demon sword spoke in a triumphant tone, "But of course, only Wonwi could hear it. Because I've accepted him as a special subordinate, understand that this honor isn't for everyone." Wonwi told it, "Stop the nonsense, you're just being picky like a child." At that moment, Action suddenly asked Wonwi an unrelated question while staring at the blood demon sword. "Are you hiding something from me?" Wonwi, bewildered, tilted his head. "Master, what do you mean?" While he pondered Action's intention, even more shocking words came from the master's mouth. "I'm asking if you're truly the son of the Oolong So family." For a moment, Wonwi was stunned speechless. He didn't understand why Action said that, or how he came to suspect it. Until now, the only person who knew the truth about his lineage was the head of the So family. They had kept it secret even from family members. Jwabe tried to intervene when he saw Action's serious expression. "Master, he might be called a useless fool in the family, but he is still." Action directly cut Jwabe off, his unwavering gaze fixed on Wonwi. "Don't interfere." Seeing Wonwi's confusion about the questioning, Action began to explain. "The blood demon sword is a sacred treasure of our sect. Do you know why it's called the demon sword?" Wonwi, doubtful, furrowed his brow. "Because this sword has the avengeful spirit." Action directly dismissed Wonwi's simplistic thought and provided the complete answer. "No, because only those who inherit the bloodline of the blood demonic cult's liege can touch it. In the past, it was the 15th liege, Baek Mu Young. Now, it's the first young miss and second young miss. Therefore, I'll ask you again, are you certain your mother was just an ordinary servant?" In Action's eyes, there was now a 9/10 certainty that Wonwi's identity was linked to the blood cult's liege. The question was, what was the nature of that relationship? Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned towards Wonwi, for they understood the implication of Action's words. However, Wonwi's mother was connected to the Flying Moon Shadow sect, not the blood cult, making him even more confused. He felt this misunderstanding would deepen unless he found a reasonable explanation. Despite this, Wonwi didn't know how to explain it properly. He believed he was safe holding the blood demon sword because he had absorbed the resentment of the avengeful spirit and freed the sword from those emotions, allowing him to handle it. However, it was difficult to explain this to others. At this moment, the blood demon sword's tearing laughter echoed in Wonwi's mind. "What misunderstanding? How could there be a misunderstanding? You think I let you touch me just because of that reason?" Now, this was truly shocking to Wonwi. The blood demon sword sighed in a mocking tone. "You're an interesting young man. You don't even know what blood flows in you." Wonwi was dumbfounded, unable to process the shocking information from the blood demon sword. Before he could clarify the matter, a subordinate who had been dining with them suddenly stood up in alarm, interrupting the conversation. "Fourth Supreme." My Dantian's inner energy. Seeing the man's panicked and incomplete exclamation, the others immediately jumped up from their seats. Without needing to hear the full story, everyone understood the situation and began to cultivate their energy to check their bodies. However, their inner energy was scattered instead of flowing through the meridians and concentrating in the Dantian. Even Wonwi's lower Dantian was in a similar chaotic state. The situation worsened when even Action was affected. He furrowed his brows and muttered, "Scattering poison." No one could hide their surprise upon hearing this poison's name. It temporarily prevented the body from processing inner energy. Depending on a person's level of inner energy, its effects could last for varying periods, meaning even great warriors could be affected, only differing in the duration. Action kicked his chair as he stood, furious at his inability to gather his inner energy. "Damn it, it's a trap. We shouldn't have let our guard down." Sama Young finally spoke with an innocent expression. I'm fine." Everyone's eyes turned towards her. Everyone here was poisoned, but she was all right. How was that possible? Won-Wee quickly asked Sama Young miss, was there anything among the food you didn't touch? Sama Young surveyed the dishes and picked up the wine bottle on the table, shaking it. I only didn't drink the wine, it had an unpleasant smell I didn't like. Everyone looked towards the large wine jug. Everyone here was drunk from it. Action could only salvage the situation by asking his subordinates again. It seems the poison is in the wine, not the food. Anyone else who didn't drink the wine? But of course, no one spoke up. Among the men here, who hadn't touched the wine, they knew this because they had passed the bottle around, pouring each other drinks. This was the worst-case scenario, causing Action to sigh wearily. We're all doomed. Won-Wee hastily suggested, Master, we need to get out of here. But before he could say anything else, he heard the sound of metal echoing in his mind, the voices of swords. From the sound, Won-Wee initially estimated about 20 swords, but after listening for a few more seconds, the number increased, making him worry that there might be even more. At this point, Sama Young also noticed the presence of enemies surrounding the inn and muttered, it seems we realized too late. They've surrounded this place. Sama Young warned everyone while drawing her sword, ready to fight. For now, she was the only one in the inn whose Dantian inner energy was unaffected and able to fight. Outside the inn, a large group of people surrounded the building. Their numbers reached dozens of swordsmen. Based on their attire, they were identified as members of the blood cult. They were surely dispatched by Baek Hai-hyang to steal the sword. Jwabek still thought it was a scheme by the Miram Alliance, gnashing his teeth and cursing, those damned Miram Alliance, they're supposedly righteous sects, yet they use poison for assassination. In contrast, the clever Won-Wee guessed the mastermind. It wasn't the Miram Alliance. If it were the Miram Alliance, they would have used a potent poison to kill us all, not this elaborate scheme. Jwabek vaguely realized that the culprit didn't want to kill Action's people but only to steal the Blood Demon's sword, so, that means... At that moment, the door burst open and a group of people entered. Amidst the thick fog and dim light, the enemy's figures were initially hard to discern. As soon as he saw the face of the man leading the group storming into the inn, Action frowned and muttered, you really pull out all the stops, don't you? Aren't you ashamed? Baek Hai-hyang's subordinate spoke politely, forgive us, the first young miss ordered us to invite you to meet the young miss, but who among us could face the fourth supreme without doing this? Leading the group was a middle-aged man with a rough face, a long, impressive scar running from his forehead to his chin. He bowed respectfully to Action. The Berserker Demon Squad leader, Bu Seng, greets the fourth supreme. Won-Wee, upon hearing the name, recalled some rumors. Bu Seng, is that the infamous Bu Seng, the Berserk Demon Blade? Sodam's curiosity circled Won-Wee, you know him. Won-Wee clicked his tongue inwardly, how could I not know him? Besides the elders and bloody stars, there were some warriors in the blood cult who later became almost as strong as them, like No Sung-gu, the leader of the Blood Wolf Squad, Go Un-jae, the frog-faced spy, the second disciple of the Second Lord, or Dam Yewa, the disciple of the Sixth Blood Star. Among them was Bu Seng, the leader of the Berserker Demon Squad, known as the infamous Berserk Demon Blade, who slaughtered countless righteous Miram warriors. He was the one who single-handedly killed 20 swordsmen of the Zhongnan sect. He has skills far more formidable than one would expect from a squad leader. Sodam silently nodded at these words, because she only cared whether Won-Wee could defeat him with his lower Dantian sealed. Seeing Bu Seng's sharp eyes scanning the inn, Won-Wee cursed inwardly, that Baek Hai-hyang, there's no way she'd let us escape so easily. After all, she's a woman with an innate fox-like nature. I should have been more vigilant. However, instead of trying to capture Action or steal the Blood Demon sword, Bu Seng unexpectedly asked, which one of you is Won-Wee? Everyone was highly tense and confused, unsure why Baek Hai-hyang was targeting Won-Wee instead of the Blood Demon sword. They didn't know that Baek Hai-hyang hadn't obtained information about the real Blood Demon sword and was using a fake one to deceive her subordinates. Even Won-Wee himself was baffled by Bu Seng's perplexing request. Why are they asking about me? Isn't it the Blood Demon sword she wants? Then, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind about the marital relationship Baek Hai-hyang had been forcing him to accept. Bu Seng, seeing that everyone in the inn was staring at him without uttering a word about Won-Wee, snorted disdainfully, it seems you're not going to reveal who Won-Wee is. Fine, then capture all of them. Be careful not to injure anyone. The first young miss wants him unharmed. Immediately after Bu Seng's order, his subordinates charged like a storm, trying to subdue Action's forces. However, contrary to the Berserker Demon Squad's expectations, even though Action was poison, he was still strong enough to grab the table and charge at them like a bull. A group of people were flung away like ants blown by the wind. His impressive muscles bulged like balloons with every movement. Even though he couldn't use his inner energy, that sudden attack was enough to shock the Berserker Demon Squad. Damn it, didn't the fourth supreme get poisoned? How is he still this strong? While using the table to block the enemy's advance, Action shouted towards Sama Young, "Run, Sama Young is responsible for opening the way and breaking through the siege. I will stop them." That fierce look was like he was willing to sacrifice himself for his apprentices. Sama Young thought he would have something planned, but unexpectedly he decided to put himself in a life-threatening situation and told everyone to run. She started biting her lip in hesitation. It was the first time someone sacrificed themselves for her, but she couldn't accept this extreme plan. How could it be possible? Are you telling us to leave you here alone? At the same time, a group of masked men burst in through the window behind Sama Young and triumphantly shouted, "Give up, you're all surrounded, there's no escape." Immediately, the twin brothers moved to protect Sama Young and Wonhui. Like their master, they couldn't use internal energy but could still use brute force, smashing the enemy away with fierce shouts. "Run quickly, I'll hold them back." "That's right, I'll help too." Seeing Sama Young and Wonhui hesitate to move, Juabek turned and shouted to urge them, "What are you two doing? Why aren't you escaping? Damn it, Wonhui, if you get caught, all our efforts will be in vain." Although Juabek had shouted his lungs out and even cursed, Sama Young and Wonhui still had no intention of running away. The problem was that Wonhui's identity had been exposed. Sure enough, Buseng had been waiting for this. He slipped through the gaps in the fight and appeared behind Wonhui with a sinister glint in his eyes. "So you're Wonhui, huh?" Wonhui had noticed his movement but deliberately stood still as if unaware. Because Baek Hai-hang's order was to capture Wonhui alive, Buseng couldn't use swords or daggers against him. He could only close in and use palm strikes to knock him unconscious, and that was the moment Wonhui had been waiting for. Action was fighting a bunch of small fries but still kept an eye on Wonhui and noticed Buseng's intentions. But he couldn't immediately rush over because his internal energy was scattered. "You fool, I told you to run." The moment he turned his head towards Wonhui, a shock hit him. Action couldn't help but be surprised to see that Wonhui, who was supposed to be poisoned and unable to use internal energy, was able to repel a powerful warrior like Buseng with a single sword strike. His inherent energy erupted like a whirlwind, sweeping the scarred man aside. Buseng also looked at Wonhui with bewildered eyes while trying to resist the force he generated. Wasn't he poisoned with the dissipation poison, or is he using some kind of sorcery to maintain his strength? Certainly, Wonhui couldn't use his lower dantian due to the poison, but that wasn't all he had. The inherent energy stored in his middle dantian was completely different from the lower dantian's internal energy and wasn't affected by the poison at all. Wonhui, of course, didn't answer Buseng's question. He had tried to keep this a secret for a long time, but he couldn't anymore. The only ones who could fight now were Sama Young and him. If he didn't use his trump card, they would all die for sure. Seeing Wonhui silently staring at him with a cunning expression and not saying a word, Buseng felt insulted and angrily shouted, "You brat." At this moment, Action no longer felt weak against the enemy's encirclement. He let out a hearty laugh. "What a cunning little rascal, always keeping secrets about what you can do, huh?" Immediately after, Action tensed his strong arms and pushed hard, sending the table and 3 or 4 swordsmen grappling with him flying out of the window. Although he had no internal energy, his movements were still executed very smoothly. Action took a deep breath, sat cross-legged in meditation, and instructed Wonhui, "Hold them off for 15 minutes. Wonhui carefully looked towards the enemy and wondered, "Master, what are you going to do?" Action began using internal energy cultivation methods to cleanse the poison from his body and simply replied, "I'll take this opportunity to circulate my energy to expel the poison and recover my internal energy. Just hold on until then. That time may be short, but it will feel very long when facing so many people." Of course, Wonhui knew his own capabilities and was confident enough to answer without hesitation, "Master, just leave it to me." Then, he turned to tell the twin brothers, "Juabek, Song Woo-hyun, protect Master." The twin brothers quickly moved to guard Action's flanks. Although they temporarily lacked the ability to use internal energy, they would still be strong enough to repel a few enemies with their powerful muscles. Wonhui would try to ensure that no one got close to them as much as possible, but the problem was that they were inside a small house, so he could only discuss with Sama Young, "Let's fight together and push them out of the inn. That's the only way to escape this situation." Seeing Wonhui's carefully arranged battle formation, Buseng shouted in anger, "So you intend to spill blood, huh?" Wonhui calmly taunted him, "Didn't you say you weren't allowed to hurt me?" Buseng gritted his teeth in anger and drew his sword with a fierce killing intent. "As long as you're still alive, that's fine." As soon as he finished those words, he looked at Wonhui with a ferocious gaze and began to move. However, Wonhui's following words momentarily confused Buseng. "Are you sure you can bring me alive to her? Because I'm definitely going to kill you." After saying that, Wei smiled cunningly and changed his standard stance to use the Heavenly South Sword technique. His sword gleamed menacingly. Immediately afterward, he stepped forward, increasing the force of his feet on the ground and swirling his sword gracefully in the air, creating shimmering afterimages. Meanwhile, on the Yangtze River, thick with fog, a small boat was drifting past the wharf, its faint light barely visible in the night mist. On the deck of the boat, two men were sitting drinking wine. The lower-ranking one, dressed similarly to Bu Seng, poured wine for his superior. "My subordinate offers you a toast." The one pouring the wine was a subordinate of the 5th Bloody Star. His name was Manhwa, and he showed great respect to the person in front of him. "It's an honor for my subordinate to host you here, 4th Bloody Star." Du Django, seeing the other man's reaction, he only drank his wine without responding. Manhwa cautiously tried to glean information from Du Django. "But may I ask what wind brought you here?" Du Django remained vague, concealing his purpose. "Nothing significant. I'm thinking about meeting someone whose name I haven't heard in a long time." Before Manhwa could pry any further, Du Django cleverly changed the subject. "But are you sure it'll be alright since you're not going yourself? The opponent this time is the 4th Supreme," Manhwa calmly replied. "Don't worry, even if it's the 4th Supreme, once they're poisoned with the dissipation poison, they won't be able to do anything." The Blood Demon Squad was also there, along with 12 highly skilled warriors and 20 mid-level warriors. They were all elite forces. Manhwa had deployed a considerable force, which is why he felt so comfortable, but he didn't know that a storm was brewing at the inn, disrupting his plan. In the fight with Wei, a storm of sword energy tore through Bu Seng's body. He didn't even have time to scream before being cut down and blown away. As a result, he was covered in blood, fell down, vomited blood, and died on the floor. The surrounding masked men couldn't hide their astonishment when their leader died at Wei's hands. But soon after, they were reunited with their leader in hell. The floor was covered in blood, and the remaining warriors cautiously retreated from the inn. Du Django cautiously reminded Manhwa, "There are always variables, don't be careless." But just as Manhwa nodded, a masked man jumped onto the deck with an anxious look. Commander, the leader of the Blood Demon Squad has been defeated." Manhwa immediately jumped up. "What? Did the 4th Supreme somehow manage to avoid the poison?" The masked man bowed his head. "No." Hearing those words, Manhwa couldn't hide his relief. He didn't care about anything else because he thought the ultimate eccentric was the biggest variable, but the following report shocked him. It was the disciple of the 4th Supreme who resisted. Manhwa frantically ran off the boat. Wei, those idiots, that guy was obviously protecting the inn while the 4th Supreme tried to recover his internal energy. "I'll go there myself." The longer they waited, the more dangerous the situation would become, but while Manhwa was frantic, Du Django seemed interested, calmly standing up and calling him. "Wait a minute. I'll go with you." Manhwa's face immediately lit up knowing that someone as reliable as Du Django would go with him to quell the disturbance. At this time, Wei and Sama Young had pushed the enemy out of the inn. They were blocking the entrance and guarding it, using the enemy's goal of trying to capture them alive to inflict increasing casualties. After more than 10 of them died under Wei's sword, the rest became more cautious in their attacks. In terms of skill, Wei was better than these people, but the sheer number of enemies made him lose focus. Hearing the violent clash of metal from Sama Young's side, he could only hope she was alright. If either of them was injured, it would be over. Action was their only hope of winning. Wei didn't know how long it had been, but it felt like a long time, making him extremely anxious. "I didn't know fighting while protecting someone would be this difficult. Master, please hurry." At that moment, the crowd of enemies suddenly parted as two unmasked men appeared in the darkness. It seemed that someone of a completely different level from those present was approaching Wei. There were others following the two mysterious men, but Wei's eyes were fixed on a face in the middle, and he couldn't help but be astonished when he recognized the person. Seeing the white strap on the opponent's sword hilt, Wei immediately confirmed it was Du Django. Du Django even spoke first. "Long time no see, this is quite a surprise. Not only can you become a disciple of the 4th Supreme with a damaged body, but you've also become this strong. I understand why the great young miss wants to meet you so much." It seemed that Du Django was truly speaking to Wei with admiring eyes. But Wei didn't appreciate it at all, only politely replying with a perfunctory, "You're exaggerating." Of course, Wei's face contorted because Du Django was the first Bloody Star he had met in this life, and he didn't want to meet him again under these circumstances. It was really discouraging. His master was still completing the poison cleansing, and if this man joined the fight, they would surely lose. Just as Wei thought he could use this situation to buy time, Du Django turned to speak to Manhwa. "Captain Man, I'll handle this. Take care of the 4th Supreme's side." Wei couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Damn it, if I have to fight the 4th Bloody Star, I can't stop the others." Once that happened, the game would be over. At that moment, Wonwui's head was stunned when he heard the laughter of the blood demon sword. Cuckoo. The scene before my eyes is quite interesting. Although annoyed by the blood demon sword's unpleasant attitude, Wonwui's mind sparked an idea from his appearance. That's right. I still have you here. The blood demon sword suddenly felt a chill when it looked into his sinister eyes. Right then, Wonwui pulled out the blood demon sword and shouted, "Wait, what does this look like to you guys? Don't you know what it is?" All the enemies stopped when he raised the blood demon sword go out. But when she looked closely at the sword in Wonwui's hand, Manhwa burst out laughing. Such a small scam could still be pulled out. Do you think you can trick me with this fake sword? I have received news that the young miss actually holds the blood demon sword in her hand. Don't you know yet? Wonwui immediately retorted, "Dream on, that's the fake blood demon sword." Manhwa laughed even louder. Ha ha ha. I wanted to treat you well because you're a disciple of the Fourth Supreme, but you're saying such absurd things. If that were the real blood demon sword, how could you possibly wield it? Wonwui calmly replied, "Oh really?" Then he threw the sword toward Manhwa, who instinctively caught it. "What, you're giving it to me?" At that moment, Manhwa's pupils dilated in horror at the blood demon sword's resistance. Veins bulged violently from the back of his hand, causing him to panic and try to drop the sword. However, before he could, the blood vessels in his wrist began to spurt blood. Manhwa couldn't see the blood demon sword's spirit raging. He knew what it was doing, relentlessly tearing at the opponent's blood vessels. "You dare call me a fake? I'll teach you a lesson, you bastard." Everyone present, including Django, was shocked by this sight, but after Manhwa dropped the blood demon sword, he still blustered. What did you do, you scoundrel?" Using trickery, Wonwui calmly picked up the blood demon sword and sarcastically taunted Manhwa. "What do you mean? You should feel honored to have touched the real blood demon sword." Then, Wonwui's sharp, confident gaze turned toward Django. "I think everyone understands the significance of my being able to wield the blood demon sword without issue, don't you, Fourth Bloody Star?" The blood demon sword, back at Wonwui's side, clawed at him, yelling, "Never even think about giving me to anyone else, you damned human." Wonwui calmly glanced at it. "Weren't you tearing people apart just now?" The blood demon sword, caught in its contradiction, could only angrily retort, "That's different." After considering the situation, Django let out a sly smile. "Interesting." Manhwa, seeing this, trembled with rage. "Fourth Bloody Star, you." As everyone looked back at Django, he stepped forward and asked Wonwui, "How do I know that sword isn't poisoned, or perhaps you've used some trickery?" Wonwui had anticipated their insistence on further proof, but he calmly replied to Django, "So you've decided to act this way." Immediately afterward, the sight before them left Django speechless, his usually calm eyes now trembling. This was Wonwui's final choice. He held the blood demon sword and focused on the accumulated righteous flame in the Big Dipper constellation on his hand. Immediately, the fourth point of the constellation lit up, activating the great blood heavenly art. The light around him was instantly dyed red. The change didn't stop at his hair, his eyes and the blade also turned red. Django was not only astonished but also wondered, could this kid be related to the blood demon? Manhwa's subordinates were restless and completely stunned by Wonwui's transformation. They began whispering to each other in confusion, "His hair is red, and his eyes too, just like the great young miss." Even Sodam was astonished and confused by Wonwui's sudden transformation. "Wonwui, are you alright? Your body isn't being possessed again, is it?" Wonwui inwardly clicked his tongue. "I'm fine." In fact, even he himself was surprised by the smooth transformation. "Lucky," he thought. "This similar transformation appeared again when I unlocked the newest star in the Big Dipper. I'm not sure why, but maybe it's because I absorbed the blood demon's malice." Wonwui quickly glanced at the people surrounding him. "They must be astonished by my sudden transformation." Everyone's shocked, but their reactions don't matter to me. I only care about one person. Immediately afterward, Wonwui's anxious gaze fell upon Django. His reaction is the most important. He controls everyone else here. Seeing Django's surprised look, Wonwui boldly declared, "Fourth Bloody Star, I can use the blood demon sword." Django only frowned at Wonwui's words, but he could see his pupils trembling. Clearly, he was hesitant and suspicious. Wonwui knew the Fourth Bloody Star was cunning and cautious. He had to deceive him to manipulate the others. In truth, even Wonwui was struggling to understand the situation because his earlier conversation with Action was interrupted. He didn't even know what was in his bloodline, but he could only use this to escape, so he boldly said in a serious tone, "I'm sure you know what this means, don't you, Fourth?" Just then, Manhwa interrupted Wonwui, shouting to bolster his subordinates, "Don't be swayed by his words. The only ones who inherit the blood demon's bloodline are our great young miss and young Miss Ryona." Wonwui couldn't help but curse inwardly, "That trash." Manhwa was trying to regain control, but his men were hesitant. Wonhui seized the opportunity to retort, "How can you be certain they are the only descendants of the blood demon? By what standard can you confirm that? And don't tell me that even after seeing this, you still want to ignore the sex rules." Wonhui told himself he had to do whatever it took to survive and didn't hesitate to point his sword at Manhwa to intimidate him. Manhwa immediately fell silent, defeated. Everyone in the blood sect knew that, according to the law, the wielder of the blood demon sword would become the sect's next leader. Wonhui had acted boldly enough to declare it here, essentially announcing himself as the new leech. The blood demon sword, seeing the leech-like aura emanating from Wonhui, burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, you've got a good solution, kid. Allowing you to be my subordinate is fitting enough." Wonhui could only glare bitterly. "Shut up, all this happened because of you." Seeing his enemies growing fearful, he sighed inwardly. "Even I find it ridiculous, saying these things. I've probably become the new leech in their eyes. How troublesome." Just then, Django, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, praising Wonhui with a mocking chuckle. "You truly have a talent for surprising me every time we meet." Wonhui was slightly shocked. Django's words seemed to lack acknowledgement. As Wonhui's intuition feared, Django's attitude immediately became sarcastic. "Another descendant possessing the blood demon's bloodline. Ha! Prove to me you've inherited his martial arts as well." With that, Django raised his sword, the sharp tip gleaming with a challenging light aimed at Wonhui, making the recently calmed atmosphere tense again. Seeing Django's resolute attitude, Wonhui understood he couldn't avoid it. "I've already gone this far, I have no choice." He sighed inwardly. "He's trying to test me, then I have no option but to show him." As Wonhui concentrated, the fourth point on his hand began to emit a red light. This was something he'd wanted to try since absorbing the Avengeful Spirit's power, but he hadn't expected to use it in this situation. Wonhui slowly closed his eyes, reading the martial memories of the blood demon. As chi gathered in his upper dantian and reacted, his body began to clearly receive the movements and steps of the great blood heavenly art, something he had never practiced before. While Wonhui stood still in contemplation, Django moved like lightning, leaping toward him like an eagle swooping down on its prey. The decisive move targeted a vital point above his head, but Wonhui remained motionless. Django's sword swung, tearing through the air. It seemed to split into 8 directions, converging on Wonhui simultaneously. As the will in his upper dantian expanded and reacted, his body began to move automatically, using the blood demon's martial arts. Wonhui didn't even need to think about which technique to use against Django's swordsmanship. The movements unfolded smoothly, as if a natural reflex of a body that had fought these sword techniques thousands of times. The blood demon sword moved in beautiful red curves, its movements flowing like water. Several sharp clashing sounds rang out as Django's sword energy, which had been closing in on Wonhui from all sides, was instantly repelled. Django was once again astonished that Wonhui could so easily repel his sword technique. It seemed as if he had grasped his attack in the palm of his hand, blocking all 8 sword paths at once without missing a single one. But the surprise didn't end there. Having just escaped a defensive stance, Wonhui thrust his sword forward, launching an attack. The decisive, lightning-fast movement surprised Django, forcing him to retract his advance into a defensive posture. At the same time, he drew his sword to block Wonhui's attack. At the moment of impact, the blood demon sword's tip vibrated, releasing a surge of energy that flowed into Django's blade, instantly sending him flying backward 5 steps. Django hurriedly withdrew his sword as the entire blade trembled. He somersaulted in the air and landed in a crouching position. Although Wonhui was the one using the technique, he was also shocked by its power. Everyone shouted in astonishment. Manhwa was even speechless. Fourth bloody star, was actually pushed back. His subordinates began to sweat profusely, knowing that if they faced Wonhui's sword technique, they would only die. Even Django hadn't completely blocked the attack. His right shoulder was torn with a long gash. Though not deep, it made him unable to ignore the swordsmanship Wonhui was using. After regaining his composure, he carefully considered what had just happened. Although Django had blocked Wonhui's sword point just as it neared his shoulder, the blood demon sword's vibrations continued to create energy waves that he couldn't completely stop. In the brief moment after the collision, Django saw the power generated from the experience and sword skills within the blood demon sword tearing through his defense. This was something a newcomer to the blood sect like Wonhui couldn't possess, so it must be due to the sword itself. Now, Wonhui had regained his composure and gave a sly smile, naming the sword technique as a declaration of his identity. This is the Great Blood Heavenly Art, the 3rd form. Bloodless Gathering Chi Sword. It's a sword technique that concentrates energy into the sword's tip to maximize the effectiveness of a thrust or slash. Wonhui slowly lowered his sword, confidently believing this was the best example of the Great Blood Heavenly Art. But Django had no intention of stopping. He loosely held his sword, then touched the tip to the ground in a dragging stance and continued to challenge loudly. Then try this one, let's see if you can block this. Try to counter it. With that, he ran forward while dragging his sword on the ground, a terrifying scraping sound echoing. Green sparks appeared on the sword's tip as it plowed through the earth. In that state, Django swung his sword in a unique curve and blue flames clung to the edge of the blade, making everyone dazzled. At the same time, he jumped up and approached Wonhui at the height of his head. When Django's arm rose to face level to gain momentum to slash down, his eyes simultaneously flashed with intense murderous intent, and the accumulated energy was also released on the shiny blade. Django unleashed his famed thunderous sword, the technique true to its name, generating countless streaks of lightning along the sword's path. He dashed forward in dazzling blue light, illuminating a corner of the night sky. Everyone gasped in amazement and excitement at the sight. Wow, that's the thunderous sword of the fourth bloody star. I always wondered why thunder was added to the name of this sword technique, so that's how it is. While Wonhui was observing Django's sword technique, the blood demon sword burst into self-satisfied laughter. Ha ha ha, this guy has some skill. Although Django's sword technique looked complex, the blood demon sword, having accompanied the blood sect since its founding, clearly regarded it as a mere show. With a mischievous smirk, it said to Wonhui, "Alright, let's see yours. Show him the technique you're thinking of now." Hearing the blood demon sword, Wonhui immediately acted, lowering his center of gravity into a fighting stance. He drew his sword close to his left side and turned his back to Django, leaving him utterly confused. The Great Blood Heavenly Art, fifth form, Total Blood Pressure, was unleashed, stunning Django as the vibrant red swirling on the blood demon sword completely overwhelmed the blue of the thunderous sword. Wonhui spun like a top, countless red sword streaks erupting around him, forming a crimson whirlwind. Django charged forward forcefully, as if trying to pierce a downpour, but his blue sword energy quickly lost its light. His body was soon pushed back by the tempestuous energy Wonhui was releasing. Glowing red sword marks left crescent-shaped cuts in the air, like bloody moons bombarding Django, leaving him stunned and unable to counterattack. Static electricity filled the air around him for a moment, and finally, his entire body was engulfed in the energy whirlwind. True to the technique's name, the opponent could only crouch defensively, trying desperately to avoid damage. At the moment their sword techniques clashed, dozens of sword marks appeared in the air, as if a whirlwind had gouged deep into the ground and shattered the approaching lightning. The spectacular explosion was accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed through the night. When the dust settled, the crescent-shaped sword marks left by Wonhui had carved deep gouges in the ground. Fortunately for Django, he appeared unharmed. The ground beneath his feet even cracked from his effort to maintain his footing. Django slowly took deep breaths to regulate his disrupted breath. As expected from the fourth bloody star, he was known as one of the best in the blood sect. Everyone there watched him with tense expressions. Wonhui also felt that way, but the blood demon sword casually clicked its tongue, criticizing Wonhui. "TSK, that's not enough, you still have a long way to go." Wonhui thought to himself, "I know that. I can't believe I did that. If I fought him using only inherent energy, he would easily overwhelm me, but gaining the upper hand using your power wasn't easy either. After just one use, I felt like half my internal energy was drained. Furthermore, it wasn't a power Wonhui had created himself, and he'd never trained it, so his body couldn't use this technique at its peak." However, he thought this was enough for Django to believe his earlier claim. Just then, Django regained his steady breathing and gripped his sword hilt. Thinking he would continue fighting, unexpectedly, he formally clasped his hands to greet Wonhui. "Subordinate, fourth bloody star Django, respectfully greets you." Django's manner of speaking showed that he acknowledged Wonhui as one of the heirs to the liege's position. A high-ranking member of the blood sect bowing to him made Manhwa's subordinates hesitate about their mission. On the other hand, Manhwa became agitated and yelled with a distorted face, "Fourth bloody star, why did you do that?" Django indifferently glanced at Manhwa and questioned him back. "Didn't you see? That was definitely the Great Blood Heavenly Art. He has mastered the blood demon sword technique. He is the rightful heir of this sect." Hearing this, Manhwa bit his lip bitterly. Denying what Django said was difficult, but accepting it was even harder. When his subordinates started bowing to Wonhui, he couldn't contain his anger, shouting at them to stop and roaring fiercely, "Even so, haven't we sworn allegiance to the great young miss? Then there's only one thing we need to do here. We must take that sword and present it to the great young miss." Everyone there looked at Wonhui with tense and hesitant expressions, prompting Manhwa to urge them, "What are you hesitating for? We are subordinates of the great young Miss Hai Hyang." The others cautiously glanced at him with apprehensive faces. But if that's really the blood demon sword, then the situation is different. Seeing Munyul's subordinates wavering, unsure what to do, Wonwi knew he had to further stir up this confusion to buy time until action was strong enough to appear. So Wonwi immediately shouted at Munyul and his surrounding subordinates, "What are you doing? Do you want to break the sect's rules? Now I possess the Blood Demon Sword. I am the new Blood Demon of this sect." After boldly asserting his position, Wonwi once again raised the Blood Demon Sword before the confused crowd. The blazing red of the sword, as if recently bathed in blood, created an intimidating aura that reinforced his declaration. Hearing this, Django furrowed his brows. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. Munyul's subordinates, seeing his ambiguous expression, once again shifted their stances, seeming to want to submit to Wonwi. However, only Munyul remained steadfastly loyal to his great young miss, and he struggled to shout orders to his subordinates. "Everyone, deploy the Blood Demon Sword formation. Our only Blood Demon is the great young miss." At that moment, a loud explosion erupted from inside the inn, interrupting Munyul's order. The explosion originated from the room where Action was cultivating internal energy to cleanse his body. Wonwi hadn't even turned his head towards the inn when he felt a massive figure leap over him. When he looked up, it was the silhouette of a person, making him breathe a sigh of relief. Glad to see him at this moment. The one who had flown over Wonwi and landed gently, cracking the ground, was Action. Sodam, seeing him, excitedly exclaimed, "Oh, the madman's back." The evil and wild aura around him seems to have recovered. It took longer than expected, but it seems he's back to his perfect state. When Action appeared, Munyul's subordinates, and even Munyul himself, couldn't hide their panic. They were overwhelmed by his intense aura and became more cautious, bowing their heads. Fourth Supreme. Wonwi couldn't suppress his joyful sigh, transmitting it to Action. "Master has recovered. I'm glad I could hold on. Can I leave the rest to you, Master?" However, Action didn't even turn to look at Wonwi, only replying in a firm tone, "I understand your intention." Wonwi was immediately stunned, tilting his head to look at him with a puzzled expression. "What?" However, Action didn't intend to discuss it further with his apprentice, directly stepping forward a few paces, then tilting his head back, puffing out his chest, and taking a deep breath that filled his lungs. While Wonwi was still pondering Action's words, he used all the air he'd just inhaled to shout at Hai Hang's subordinates, the sound loud enough to make their ears ring. "Who are you to dare raise your heads at this moment? Kneel, he is the Blood Demon, the new liege of this sect." Instantly, half of Munyul's subordinates prostrated themselves in respectful obeisance to Wonwi. Even figures like Django and Munyul had to show deference to the powerful declaration of one of the four great elders, especially since he was a renowned eccentric known for his crazy actions. It was no wonder some would fearfully kneel down out of survival instinct. At that moment, Wonwi was instantly paralyzed in bewilderment. What the hell is he saying? I only did that to buy time, but this crazy old man suddenly shouts something like that and makes them kneel. Why? Munyul was incredibly surprised by the subordinates' obedience and, without showing any respect to Action, shouted at his own subordinates, You know what you're doing. Get up immediately. Why won't you move?" Despite his throat-tearing yell, his subordinates remained kneeling, refusing to stand. While Munyul was disoriented, Django proactively approached to greet Action. "Fourth Supreme, long time no see." However, Action only responded indifferently with a cold hum. "Humph, whatever." Even while Django was bowing respectfully, Action didn't pay attention and asked directly, standing before the Blood Demon, "And you don't intend to kneel?" Django knew this wouldn't pass easily and pondered for a moment. Then, he unexpectedly turned away, muttering something irrelevant. "It's hard to understand this world. Perhaps fate brought me here." Action raised an eyebrow in suspicion. "What nonsense is this?" Django didn't explain, continuing vaguely, "I hope my judgment is correct." After saying that, he walked in front of Munyul. "Commander Mun, according to the sect's rules, I will serve the young master as the Blood Demon. Shouldn't you do the same?" Naturally, Munyul immediately expressed his strong refusal. "Fourth Bloody Star, what? How can I betray the great young miss like?" Before Munyul could finish, Django swung his sword and severed the other's neck without hesitation. The sword moved so fast that not a single drop of blood was spilled. Wonwi couldn't help but stare in shock, as this was something he hadn't expected. But Action's expression was calm, his eyes unwavering, as if he'd foreseen Django's action when he approached Munyul and directly addressed the issue. Looking at Munyul's fallen corpse, Wonwi and his subordinates were terrified. Django, having beheaded Munyul, turned and walked towards Wonwi, showing submission. "Blood Demon, please give me your orders. Anyone who causes you trouble, I will eliminate them." Despite saying this, Django still didn't kneel before Wonwi, making his words and actions inconsistent and suspicious. Munhyul's unkneeling subordinates were shocked, because Django's words meant he would eliminate the problem by killing them all. It was ironic to see allies instantly become enemies, but this situation was chaotic from the start, so no one could be blamed. Seeing Django suddenly handing over the power of life and death to him, Wonwee felt uncomfortable and uneasy rather than pleased by his submission. Glancing around, Wonwee estimated that over 40 people were still standing without kneeling. Despite the pressure from both Action and Django, a single word from him would mean death for all the unyielding. As Wonwee carefully considered his decision, he happened to look directly into Django's eyes again. A familiar feeling suddenly flashed in his mind. Those eyes. I see through his intentions, so that's the reason behind his words. Wonwee was clearly being forced into a difficult decision, but he suddenly felt relieved and smirked mischievously, because the look in Django's eyes now was exactly the same as when he first met Wonwee when he first came back to this life. It was an unfathomable look of doubt, as if wanting to test whether Wonwee was really qualified as the new blood demon or not. It also wants him to show his determination to take on this liege role. At that moment, the blood demon sword asked Wonwee with a sarcastic tone, "Are you going to pretend to be nice after killing those people yourself?" Wonwee couldn't help but glare at him angrily. "Hey, I'm not the type of person who likes to kill. I only do it when necessary, but I have never killed anyone without a reason." While Wonwee recalled the desperate situations that forced him to fight for his life, the blood demon sword clicked his tongue, complaining, "Wasn't this a necessary situation? They denied your identity and disobeyed the sex laws." In stark contrast to the blood demon sword's bloodthirsty nature, Wonwee's eyes reflected pity as he looked at the subordinates showing loyalty to Hai Yang. "Just because they refused to submit to me, should I kill them all?" Seeing the compassion in Wonwee, the blood demon sword sneered, "Don't you understand? This is the fate of those who walk the bloody path to reach the pinnacle of power. Subjugating others with power and buying their loyalty with fear, that's the path to becoming the blood demon above 10,000. Wonwee, shuddering at the blood demon sword's absurd reasoning, interrupted, "Enough, you insane bastard." The blood demon sword erupted in fury upon seeing Wonwee completely rejecting his opinion and even ignoring him. "You fool, will you just stand there? Is there any other way?" Heavenly South, who had been silently observing, finally spoke up to defend Wonwee. "Wonwee will make his own decision. Blood demon sword, this isn't something you can force on him." The blood demon sword scoffed. Decide what? An organization can only be controlled by fear of overwhelming power. For the head of the blood sect, cold-blooded cruelty is inevitable. History has proven it countless times. "You fools," the blood demon sword grumbled, grinding his teeth in disgust. Heavenly South, valuing fairness, refuted the blood demon sword's biased opinion. "That only applied to your era. It's not the only solution. Besides, do you really think killing those unwilling to be loyal is the quality of a wise leader?" While Django awaited Wonwee's command, he directly left him in confusion and walked towards those who hadn't knelt. "I sincerely respect your loyalty to the great young miss." Before everyone could understand the situation, Wonwee, using his decades of experience as a spy, began to skillfully manipulate the crowd's psychology. "I also greatly value your loyalty, and that's why you will be given another chance." Hearing this, not only the masked men still loyal to Hai Yang, but even those who had knelt before Wonwee were shocked and excited. Wonwee then randomly chose one of the standing masked men, his gaze intentionally fixed on him to create pressure. "I want to ask you this. Are you a member of this sect, or merely a subordinate of the great young Miss Hai Yang?" The man's eyes trembled at Wonwee's question. After hesitating, he stammered, "I am a member of the sect." Wonwee, receiving the expected answer, began his sermon. "And you serve the great young miss because she is a member of this sect, correct? Then why do you pledge your loyalty to an individual? Is it because you want the one you serve to become the sect's leader?" The masked man targeted by Wonwee was too embarrassed to answer, but others nodded in agreement. They clearly followed Hai Yang because of her potential to become the new leech. Wonwee showed understanding, patting the man's shoulder. Before they could think it over, he continued in a powerful voice, "What is the blood demon? According to the sect's laws, isn't the blood demon the blood sect itself?" As everyone silently acknowledged this, Wonwee pressed on. "Now, the blood demon sword, the sect's most precious treasure, is in my hands. I am the blood demon. By law, I am the blood sect. Then, should I abandon you, those who have chosen to serve another?" Wonwee's words implied the sect was abandoning them, causing many to react strongly. How can that be? Wonwee knew most of these men had dedicated their lives to the blood sect, but now their existence was cruelly denied. At their level, their pride as blood sect members was immense. Therefore, by challenging this pride, mid and high-ranking warriors would feel their contributions to the blood sect had been unjustly denied. The pressure of death might not shake their will, but they would certainly be significantly impacted by the feeling of injustice. Won-wi could even see their eyes trembling as they struggled to face this truth. From their expressions, he knew their loyalty lay not only with Hai Yang but with the blood sect. Therefore, his words continued, filled with emotion. Do you intend to abandon being members of this sect and choose death? If those of the same sect reject and even slaughter each other due to disagreements, then how many members will this sect have left? To kill you all, indirectly protecting your loyalty to the great young miss. I don't want to do that at all. Won-wi's gaze, during his speech, remained fixed on the eyes of his listeners, adding weight to his words. Seeing the subordinates loyal to Hai Yang becoming more hesitant, Won-wi dramatically declared, You, those gathered here, are the ones who make up the blood sect. Immediately, a murmur spread through the crowd. We, together, make up the blood sect. No blood sect leader had ever spoken to them like this. At least, these weren't threats. In the eyes of the blood sect's leaders, these warriors were merely sacrificial lambs. Won-wi understood better than anyone the anxieties of those at the bottom. He had experienced that suffering firsthand, so he used his hard-won experience to speak to them. Just like you, I also started from the bottom. The insecurity about the future for those at the bottom of the food chain, the pressure of becoming a sacrificial victim at any moment, I understand. Won-wi changed his tone, speaking to the masked warriors as a friend, instead of with the superior attitude of those in the sect's upper echelons. In this moment, he also recalled his past life, the bitterness adding to the authenticity of his speech, the struggle to survive, that suffering. I know it well, because I've been there. Therefore, in my eyes, you all have contributed to the blood sect. I don't care who you serve, with your help, the blood sect will be revived once more. I want to do this with you. Won-wi spoke these final words forcefully, exuding the heroic bearing of a leader. Immediately after his speech, the remaining masked men knelt down. Blood demon, we swear our loyalty. That heroic and compelling atmosphere became another precious moment in Won-wi's second life. Only 7 remained standing. Won-wi gave them a chance to preserve their honor. His words implied suicide, for if he simply dismissed them, they would certainly report to Hai Yang. In the end, all 7 committed suicide on the spot. To them, Hai Yang was the ultimate leader, no matter how cruel she was. To those who chose to follow her, she remained the ideal figure. Won-wi respected this and told the other warriors, even though we have different views, we are all members of this sect. Please take good care of their bodies. After this act, the masked men's eyes changed slightly as they looked at Won-wi, eyes filled with trust, expectation, and positive emotions they had never seen in any other blood sect leader. Won-wi could understand the feelings of the warriors who had submitted to him. For hundreds of years, the blood demon's concept had been one of absolute supremacy. The blood demon was the blood sect, but the new blood demon said, We are the blood sect, negating the superior self, separate from the sect members. For those living in constant fear of death and being treated as expendable, this was new hope. They felt their honor was linked to the liege's honor, instead of merely contributing their strength to avoid being pushed to the bottom of the organization and discarded. After resolving the issue, Won-wi turned to Django. This is my solution. Does that sufficiently answer your question? Django gave a strange smile and quickly knelt down, performing a formal and respectful bow to Won-wi. Subordinate, 4th Bloody Star, Django, will obey your orders and serve you as the new blood demon. Won-wi, naturally disliking Django's earlier test, warned him, If you truly intend to serve me as the blood demon, never test me again. He then walked past Django towards the inn to check on everyone inside. As Django stood up and ordered everyone to clean the surrounding area, leaving no trace, Action, who had been observing, suddenly approached him. Django turned, Yes, 4th Supreme. But he couldn't finish his sentence, as Action's fist landed on his face in an instant. The sudden, lightning-fast action left him no time to dodge. Django fell to the ground. Even as one of the strongest bloody stars in the blood sect, he was nothing against Action's devastating fist. Luckily, it was only a warning blow, so Action hadn't used his full strength. Django rubbed his face, as if unjustly attacked. You still prefer settling things with fists? Even for me, being hit unguarded by you is still very dangerous. Action exploded in anger, reprimanding Django. Shut up. Before becoming the blood demon, he was a disciple of this sect and my direct apprentice. Who authorized you to test him? Django calmly smiled and stood up, brushing off his clothes. My apologies if you disliked it. Action coldly snorted. Don't provoke me, Django skillfully explained. Have I ever dared to do that to you? However, I felt he was swept up in the atmosphere and reluctantly became the blood demon. Shouldn't I test his qualifications? At least. Seeing Action still frowning in annoyance but no longer reacting strongly, Django knew he had guessed correctly and smiled deeper. You think I don't know? If he had a desire to become the blood demon, he would have revealed his identity from the beginning. He didn't seem to want to surprise anyone, nor did he show ambition. Action snorted, implicitly acknowledging this, and asked directly, so, what was the result of the test? Django looked towards Wonhui and concluded, this is quite unexpected to me. I tried to judge based on how he decided the life and death of others, but I didn't expect him to persuade them like that. Django's gaze darted to Wonhui, a mix of curious doubt and amusement at his problem-solving approach. Action let out a pleased chuckle, looking towards Wonhui. This kid has reached such a level with his mouth and mind, even I didn't expect that. Action and Django's thoughts coincided. Initially, they were curious how Wonhui would act in the face of Django's challenge, assuming he might make the same decision as the sisters Haihang and Ryona. The cold-blooded young Miss's method of ending internal conflict was to purge the opposition. If it were either of them in this situation, they would order the immediate killing of anyone disobeying. Both young Misses and Wonhui would be trapped in the same cycle if he chose to kill all the opposing warriors. However, he made a completely different choice that surprised all the witnesses. From Wonhui's persuasion and allowing those unwilling to surrender to end their own lives, it was a great grace to those in this cold-blooded sect, earning him the respect of others. The issue that still bothered Django was whether this was Wonhui's natural action or a deliberate deception. If it was intentional, then this could mark the birth of a blood demon completely different from all previous lieges. A blood demon not only has great martial arts skills, but also has a heart that can win people's hearts and lead a sect. Although some parts recognized Wonhui, Django still decided to silently observe him more to make sure you don't make the wrong choice. That night, after leaving Hubei, Haihang group arrived at Tanda. About 20 miles northeast of Tanda there is a small village called Na Bac district. They stopped at a manor located in the north of the district but was suddenly attacked, starting with an explosion that echoed throughout the sky. As screams erupted from the main hall, Haihang rushed out of her room and intervened, stopping a mysterious assailant who was attacking Zhang Riyang and her other subordinates. The assailant was clad entirely in black, only his nose vaguely visible. His aura was strange, and he spoke as if he knew Haihang's identity, saying, unexpectedly, the blood demon's descendant still lives. You have quite a talent, reaching such heights at your age. Haihang had only encountered the assailant's aura once but could sense his formidable power. However, she didn't falter, replying proudly, I don't appreciate your flattery just because I blocked your attack once. Haihang understood the praise was more of a boast of the assailant's strength. Feeling belittled, she immediately flew into a rage and attacked with lightning speed, shouting, Die! The red light in Haihang's eyes intensified as her sword moved swiftly, tearing through the air. In response, the mysterious assailant moved with minimal steps, casually dodging the relentless attacks. Haihang's eyes widened in shock. Few in the world could fight her. Only one of Miram's 12 great masters might possess such skill. However, identifying the assailant was difficult due to his concealed face. After dodging all of Haihang's attacks, the mysterious assailant closed the distance at an impossible speed and suddenly launched a counterattack, striking her abdomen. His internal energy seemed far stronger than hers, sending her flying backward. The moment Haihang collided with the wall 5 meters away, Zhang Riyang was shocked. Little young miss, no one can believe what's happening. Haihang herself is a monster. It's unbelievable that she's being bullied like this. As the mysterious assailant approached Haihang, Zhang Riyang, forced to abandon the expulsion of his lingering internal energy from her body after the earlier clash, stepped in front of him. Stop, who are you, and what is your purpose? The assailant coldly replied, it's none of your business, and simultaneously produced a piece of paper from his cloak, showing it to Zhang Riyang. The paper revealed a handsome face. Astonished, it was Sama Young's face, beneath his human skin mask. However, this was Zhang Riyang's first time seeing this face, causing her to frown and wonder, who is this? The mysterious assailant glared, his eyes the only clearly visible feature. His tone remained chilling as he questioned Zhang Riyang. Do you recognize this face, yes or no? At that moment, Wonhui sat on a boat drifting down the Yangtze River, staring blankly at the fog. Sodam's pointed question pierced his pain. Does that look like your future? Wonhui lacked the energy to respond to her barbed words. A sigh escaped Wonhui. He knew life didn't always go as planned, but this was unbearable. Now, I can't even predict where my future is headed. Wonhui recalled the events at the inn, including using the Blood Demon Sword's power to subdue Django. He wished it was all a nightmare. Despite the Blood Demon Sword's insistence that its power was a gift, Wonhui felt it had pushed his future down a dark path, leading to a dead end. The more Wonhui looked at the red star on his hand, the more despair he felt. Never had he found power so troublesome. Things had spiraled out of control when he was forced to declare himself the new blood demon, suffering from the cruel reality of trying to use his intelligence to survive, only to bind himself. Wonwi could only hang his head, sighing wearily. I've gone mad. Curious, Sodam asked. What do you mean? Did you plan something else? Wonwi sighed deeply. Yes, I did, but what use is that plan now? Wonwi's initial plan was to make Ryona the leader and gain power under her, but that was now a thing of the past, vanished like smoke. Wonwi regretted his idea of waiting for Ryona to become the liege, leaving the blood sect and forging his own path. He'd even tried to win Ryona's favor, but all his efforts were in vain. More importantly, the most terrifying issue now was that Wonwi had two enemies. Before, it was only Hai Hyang. Now, Ryona was added. While he dwelled on his worries, Sama Young unexpectedly approached and sat beside him. What are you thinking? Her sudden appearance startled Wonwi, causing him to jump. S.A. Sama Young miss. Sama Young tilted her head curiously. Why do you look so scared, as if you've seen a ghost? Wonwi quickly sat down, explaining, nothing, I was just thinking idly. Sodam climbed onto Wonwi's head and said sarcastically, hey, he was just thinking about other women. Wonwi immediately wanted to silence Sodam. Shut up. Seeing Sama Young's bright expression, Wonwi couldn't help but ask, you seem to be in a good mood, Sama Young miss. Sama Young smiled radiantly. Yes, it feels like I've unintentionally gained exclusive rights to something I wanted without doing anything. Wonwi, flustered, looked at Sodam for help. What, exclusive rights? Does Sama Young mean that both Hai Hyang and Ryona are after me? Sodam clicked her tongue sarcastically. Probably. You declared yourself the blood demon. Do you think those girls are fools to still like you? I don't know what will happen later, but in terms of good timing, only Sama Young can take advantage of this situation. Hearing this, a bitter sigh escaped Wonwi. Ryona is waiting for me to give her this sword. Now I have to tell her I'm keeping it, Sodam said sarcastically. What else can you do? Oh, Wonwi, life is full of difficulties. Wonwi, frustrated, snapped, shut up. The current situation was completely chaotic, making Wonwi want to jump into the river to cool his head, but Sama Young's presence made his mind spin even more. She could even see the worry on his face. Sect leader, you're tense, aren't you? Wonwi forced a smile and shook his head. Tense? Not at all. Wonwi realized his expression was too obvious when talking to the sword spirit and unintentionally swallowed his saliva. This caused Sama Young to lean closer, lying. Aren't you nervous, even to the point of swallowing your saliva? Wonwi turned to make an excuse, but found himself directly facing her. Although it was dark, her beautiful, pale face was clearly visible, and when their eyes met, he could hear her breath. Wonwi tried to justify himself, stopping the impure thoughts arising in his mind. Swallowing saliva is a bodily function. If there's saliva in our mouths, we all swallow it. However, Sama Young interjected with a seductive rebuttal. Why do you have so much saliva in your mouth? There's no food in your mouth, so your mouth must have watered when you looked at me, right? Simultaneously, Sama Young lightly grazed Wonwi's hand, an accidental yet intentional touch that made him curse internally countless times. As Wonwi struggled with his complex thoughts, Sama Young suddenly said sadly, I guess what my father said was a lie. He said anyone would fall for me if they faced me this close, but it seems the sect leader doesn't feel anything. The statement was certainly sarcastic and provocative, but Wonwi swallowed his turmoil. Miss, your father's words are true, but I think he forgot something. He should also tell you that no one would dare act like this if they knew his identity. Wonwi looked at Sama Young's flushed face and tear-filled eyes. His heart pounded as if about to explode. If she continued staring like that, no matter how hard he tried to control himself, he'd be swayed. Only one thought stopped him from acting instinctively, his desire to live. The blood demon sword, noticing Wonwi's turmoil, asked, who's her father that you're so afraid? Sodam immediately answered, oh, right, you don't know, he's one of the 4 great villains. The blood demon sword scoffed at Wonwi. Fool, the one I chose, and you refuse a woman because you're afraid of her father. You're truly pathetic. If you really want to be with a woman, just grab her neck and put your tongue in her mouth, and then the atmosphere will get crazy. The blood demon sword even stuck its tongue out to illustrate, making Wonwi furious. Shut up, how can you say such things? You're worse than Sodam. Despite saying that, Wonwi was too affected by the blood demon sword's incitement, his eyes unconsciously focusing on Sama Young's luscious lips. This emboldened her to put her hand on his neck. Wonwi was startled. Young miss, what are you? As he tried to move, Sama Young pulled his neck closer, pressing their lips together. Wonwi felt her soft lips moving against his, full of seduction. In an instant, Sama Young's face flushed crimson. She parted her lips, exhaling a warm breath, and asked, if I do this, will you fall for me? Wonwui's face also turned red. He was speechless at her boldness. The blood demon sword burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this girl is better than you. Heavenly South, who hadn't spoken for a while, chuckled unexpectedly. A woman taking the initiative. Ha, not bad, Wonwui. My old master would be jealous. No, I mean proud of you. The voices of those fools continued to ring in Wonwui's head, but he didn't have the mind to care. It was his first kiss. As he was flustered and about to say something, Sama Young suddenly covered her ears and shouted, "Ah, I won't listen. I don't want to hear what you're going to say." It turned out Sama Young had acted purely on impulse. She was surprised by her own boldness and worried that Wonwui would reject her again. Looking at Sama Young's blushing face, Wonwui involuntarily swallowed again. He had never experienced anything like this before, not even in his past life. For a moment, Wonwui found Sama Young adorable and chuckled teasingly. "Why are you so shy? Did you do something so shameful?" Her face flushed even redder at his rare sweet smile. Before running away, Sama Young shyly blurted out, smiling like that is cheating, but it's not like I don't like that smile, so keep smiling like that. As Sama Young dashed back to her room, Sodam clicked her tongue, acting like a love expert. "Hey, honestly, you like her too, right?" But Wonwui just cleared his throat and ignored her. He couldn't fully agree with Sodam's words, but he couldn't deny them either. At that moment, Wonwui felt a presence and turned to see Jwabik trembling in a corner, watching secretly. What? Since when were you here? Perhaps the unexpected kiss had made him so distracted that he hadn't noticed Jwabik until he was this close. Jwabik started venting his anger through tears, suddenly treated like a blood demon for inheriting his bloodline, and then, with Sama Young miss, those lips, like that. "You always do good things alone, you selfish bastard." Wonwui ignored the criticism and went straight to the point. "Then what? What do you need from me?" Jwabik, suppressing his tears, replied, "Master has something to say to you. Go to his room alone." Wonwui quickly guessed the reason for the meeting was the unresolved issues from their conversation at the inn. When Wonwui entered the boat cabin where Action was waiting, a horrifying scene unfolded, making him turn pale in shock. The world seemed to have completely turned upside down. Action waited in the room with hot tea he'd personally poured. Somehow, in Wonwui's eyes, it looked like poison, making him question life itself. Action's way of talking also changed strangely. "Please sit down." Wonwui felt embarrassed and even chilled because Action had also talked to Ryona with words that showed respect like so. When Wonwui cautiously placed his butt on the chair opposite Action, he continued to speak in a soft voice. "Thinking back, I had behaved quite rudely in the past." Wonwui blankly recalled the times he was hung from a cliff by Action, and all the beatings vividly resurfaced in his mind as if they had happened yesterday. "Rude, that's an understatement," he thought. Sodam excitedly cheered. "Great, time for revenge. Let's hang him from a cliff and beat him up." Wonwui clicked his tongue, calming her down. "Calm down. Revenge? I'm not even sure if I have the blood demon's blood in me." Seeing Action's pious facade, Wonwui couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. "Master, please treat me normally." However, Action stubbornly played the role of a devout believer. How could this old man make such a mistake with the blood demon? Wonwui felt uncomfortable and awkward, so he tried to persuade Action again to change his manner of speaking. "When it's just the two of us, Master, can you act normally, please? It'll be easier." Seeing Action's serious expression, still firmly establishing a hierarchical distance with the liege, Wonwui planned to persuade him again to change his speech, as he was, after all, his master. But then, Action suddenly burst into laughter. "Ka ka ka, all right, I understand, kid." Without hesitation, he readily accepted Wonwui's request, true to his nature. After relaxing, Action sipped his tea and said directly, "I won't beat around the bush. Does anyone in your family have ties to the Flying Moon Shadow sect of the Peerless Warriors?" Wonwui was surprised by the name the Flying Moon Shadow sect, which bore similarities to the one connected to his mother. Initially, he was certain the conversation with Action would revolve around the blood cult, but the Flying Moon Shadow sect of the Peerless Warriors was something he hadn't even considered. There must be a reason for the question, but Wonwui truly knew nothing about this sect. Action narrowed his eyes, observing Wonwui's expression and judging. "Your reaction seems to suggest there is." Wonwui quickly shook his head. "No, honestly, I'm not sure." Action remained doubtful, asking again, "You don't know?" After a moment's thought, Wonwui decided to take out his mother's jade pendant and show it to Action. "When I returned to Yulong Sojia for a mission, I received this as a keepsake from my mother. It was then that I learned that the head of the So family wasn't my real father. My mother seemed to have hidden many things from me." Wonwui feigned heartache, causing Sodam and Blood Demon Sword to laugh at his acting, but Action's attention was entirely focused on the jade pendant as if he knew about it. Then, he held it up to examine and muttered, it's been a long time, the Flying Crane Moon Clan pendant, it seems your mother really hit a lot. One we excitedly asked Action, the Flying Crane Moon Clan pendant, Master, you know what it is. Action replied confidently, why wouldn't I? Young people today might not know, but I even know the origins of this pendant. Wonwi was astonished, his eyes widening. You even know the origins? This was the information he had been waiting for from Guak Kyung's investigation, yet the answer was right before his eyes. While Wonwi was still puzzled, Action held the pendant at an angle where it gleamed under the lantern light. No sect in Murim has the capability to create such an exquisitely crafted and vivid pendant, with the moon itself depicted on it. This is a pendant bestowed by the royal family. Wonwi was shocked at the sudden mention of the royal family. What is this Flying Crane Moon Clan pendant, and why does it involve the royal family? Action scratched his head, dipped his finger in his tea, and began to explain. Where should I start? This is a long story. The Flying Moon Shadow sect is a sect with a tumultuous fate. Then, he wrote Blood Demon on the table with drops of tea. I'm sure you know this is the origin of our cult, but only a few within the cult know that. The Blood Demon's lineage was then divided into two branches, the eldest son, Chonggang, and the younger son, Baek Jawung. This was the first time Wonwi had heard of this, and Action wrote those names with fresh drops of tea. Then, he circled Baek Jawung's name and continued, Baek Jawung is the second blood demon of this cult. Wonwi found this strange. Like in the royal family and nobility, the eldest son, Chonggang, should have inherited the blood demon title. Wonwi questioned, wasn't Chonggang the eldest son? Action nodded, understanding Wonwi's question. Yes, in most cases, the eldest son would inherit the position of sect leader. However, Chonggang was an exception, as he didn't want to become the next liege of the blood cult but instead pursued a career in government. Wonwi thought to himself that this was a unique person. Murim and the government were two different worlds, yet even at the most crucial moment, he chose not to interfere with the other. Action explained that Chonggang was a scholar who passed the top scholar exam and decided to enter the government. Then, the reigning emperor, admiring Chonggang's talent and character, bestowed upon him the title of Flying Crane and the Flying Crane Moon Clan pendant. This was one of the most shocking secrets Wonwi had ever heard. But the surprises didn't end there. According to Action, Chonggang established the Flying Crane Moon Clan, also known as the Flying Moon Shadow sect, a source of pride for him. However, the Blood Demon, a power-hungry individual, the royal family's discovery of Chonggang's identity in connection to the Blood Demon caused trouble for the Flying Moon Shadow sect. The issue wasn't too serious while Chonggang was still a government official, but tragedy struck when the sixth emperor, Juyang's son, ascended the throne, marking the beginning of a nightmare for all of Murim, not just the Flying Moon Shadow sect. Wonwi knew of Juyang's son and exclaimed in surprise, is it Juyang's son, the emperor who declared war on all of Murim? If what he heard was true, it was a time when both righteous and evil were in the worst state, smaller sects were destroyed, and many cults had to unite to survive. Action sadly nodded, confirming Wonwi's guess. Yes, Juyang's son's suppression of Murim eventually affected the Flying Moon Shadow sect. It wasn't just about dismissal and confiscation of property. At that time, Juyang's sons sought to eliminate them completely. Members of the Flying Moon Shadow sect, regardless of their long-lost connection to the blood cult, were slaughtered. This was a horrific scene for a family of government officials. Of course, the blood cult, sharing a blood connection and common roots with the Flying Moon Shadow sect, couldn't stand idly by. The blood cult did everything to help the Flying Moon Shadow sect survive the bloody massacre of Juyang's son. The relationship between the blood cult and the Flying Moon Shadow sect was thus firmly established. How could one not notice when a large heretical cult was helping a family of government officials? Wonwi continued to ask Action, then did the Flying Moon Shadow sect merge back into our cult? Action shook his head. No, since Chonggang's time, that family abandoned the path of heresy and chose the government. How could they easily return? The Flying Moon Shadow sect also didn't want to confront the blood cult because of their shared roots, so they chose neutrality. In all of Jianghu Murim, there was only one place where those who didn't support any faction could join and seek protection, the Peerless Warriors, and the Flying Moon Shadow sect joined them for that reason. Sodam questioned, strange, why didn't they return to the blood cult despite their shared bloodline, choosing the Peerless Warriors instead? Even if they chose to distance themselves from heresy, they still received help from the heretical cult during that suppression. Wonwi speculated, perhaps the blood cult was the one who didn't accept them. Sodam tilted her head in doubt. What do you mean? Wonwi clicked his tongue inwardly, because they share the same bloodline. In other words, the successors of the Flying Moon Shadow sect also have the qualifications to lead the blood cult. Accepting the Flying Moon Shadow sect back would only increase competition for the leadership position. We guessed that the Flying Moon Shadow sect itself didn't want to compete with those of the same bloodline like Hai Yang and Ryona now, so they chose to join the Peerless Warriors. Although the Peerless Warriors were also a group fighting for power in Murim, it was still better than the fierce competition within the blood cult. Sodam, half understanding, stroked her chin. Oh my, humans are so complicated. We continued to question. So, after joining the Peerless Warriors, did they change their name to the Flying Moon Shadow sect? Action chuckled. You're sharp. Yes, that family changed its name. In short, the predecessor of the Flying Moon Shadow sect was the Flying Crane Moon Clan family, or the Flying Moon Shadow sect, a family of government officials. But the secret behind it is known to few. The origin of the Flying Moon Shadow sect is the blood cult. Using deductive reasoning, we concluded that the origin of the Flying Moon Shadow sect is the blood cult. In other words, if his mother or biological father belonged to this sect, he would possess the Blood Demon's bloodline. Blood Demon Sword chuckled arrogantly. Haha, I told you so. We was bewildered by the complexity of the situation, while Action was overjoyed, laughing loudly. Cuckoo, I couldn't be happier. The direct heir of the Blood Demon has returned to the cult. Isn't this destiny? With your existence, I can go to the afterlife without shame before the ancestors of the cult. Currently, there are only 2 daughters who barely inherit the Blood Demon's bloodline but are not considered direct descendants. Their children will be even further removed from the Blood Demon's blood. We suddenly questioned. How can you be sure I'm a direct descendant, Master? Isn't it too early to conclude just because my mother has this pendant? What if my mother, not my father, was from the Flying Moon Shadow sect? Action's eyes changed, becoming mischievous. Oh, who do you think I am? I've already anticipated this. In that case, I can strengthen that bloodline by pairing you with Hai Yang or Ryona. At that moment, Wei was stunned. What did I just hear? After regaining his composure, Wei sighed, trying to extinguish Action's crazy idea. Master, if we share the same bloodline, aren't we relatives, even if distant ones? Action firmly argued. So what? Does it matter? The later generations of both sides have been separated, and if we calculate by time, there have been decades of generational distance. What's the problem with that, kid? Since ancient times, to strengthen bloodlines, marriages between distant relatives in the same family line are common. Action even presented compelling evidence about the royal family. To strengthen the royal bloodline, even the royal family does this, or renowned clans in Jianghu like the Moron clan and the Tang family, they intermarry within their main branches to maintain their bloodline. Seeing Wei's gloomy expression, Action clicked his tongue and advised, Kid, just enjoy the moment. What's the point of useless calculations in that dreary face? Anything else you want to say? Although Action's words weren't wrong, Wei had no intention of marrying just to strengthen the bloodline. Moreover, Hai Yang and Ryonho would hardly accept it. At this moment, Sodam chuckled teasingly. They didn't try to kill you, that's already lucky. Wei didn't have the mood to complain to her and turned to Action. Before discussing strengthening the bloodline, aren't the 2 young misses the biggest problem? Will the young misses easily accept that I possess the Blood Demon Sword? Action calmly swung his legs. This kid, do you think the rules passed down since the founding of the cult are useless? Wei remained gloomy. But Master, you know they have special positions in the cult. Their goal is to become liege. What will happen if they are suddenly asked to marry a man to strengthen the bloodline? Can you guarantee they won't become our enemies? Hai Yang is known for her rebellious nature and would certainly become Wei's enemy, and Ryonho would react no differently, because Action and Wei had sworn allegiance to her. For Ryona, this is like being stabbed in the back by people she trusts. Moreover, Ryona is the type of person who absolutely will not sit idly by and watch others arrange her life. She will even betray her, harsher than Hai Yang. As if understanding the worries hidden in Wei's words, Action touched his chin and frowned. After careful consideration, he slapped the table with a serious expression. What are you afraid of? Do you think I choose? You don't have any faith in you? Wei tilted his head in surprise. Faith. Action firmly punched his chest several times to affirm his stance. That's right, you brat. My disciple has declared to follow the path of the Blood Demon. Do you think I would abandon you for the second young miss? Sodam, witnessing Action's actions, also widened his eyes in astonishment. This crazy old man is even more shocking than I thought. Wei, it seems this crazy old man really cares about you. Wei didn't respond to Sodam because realizing Action's true intentions surprised him just as much. Initially, he thought the old man had made this choice to revive the blood sect's bloodline, but unexpectedly, he was also calculating with the determination not to lose his apprentice and his position within the sect. Wei's eyes trembled slightly as he looked at Action. Damn it, it's not just because he's loyal to the blood sect, but because he genuinely wants me to have a better life. I want to repay him. I want to live up to his expectations. Then, Action unexpectedly crushed the wine bottle beside him and continued, "Humph, you brat, if you were just my disciple, I would have scolded you already, but I can't now. Do you think I'm talking about marriage just to strengthen the bloodline? As you said, the problems with the two young misses are real, but they can all be solved." Action picked up the broken pottery shards on the table and began to explain, "Although there are rules as I've said, the bloody stars who have served the two young misses for a long time will also become variables. A fight might break out, and the one who suffers the most will be you." Action arranged the shards into 3 different piles, representing the forces each side possesses. Under Hai Yang's command are the first supreme, 1 bloody star, 5 bloody stars, and 7 bloody stars. Under Ryona's command are the second supreme, 3 bloody stars, and the 6th bloody star. Looking at Wonhui and Action's pile, there are only the 4th supreme and 4 bloody stars. They are clearly outnumbered. Understanding his master's heart, Wonhui no longer avoided the issue and began to contribute to the discussion. "Most of our troops are provided by the second young miss, and they will have a certain loyalty to her. This war is completely unfair to me. In this situation, if we only insist on the sex rules, we will be overthrown immediately. I guess we need to strengthen our forces." Action sighed, furrowing his brows heavily. "Brat, you know how I am. It's only recently that I've had my own forces, so in the current situation..." Wonhui's following words made Action's eyes brighten with expectation. "The third supreme and 2 bloody stars. These two haven't sided with anyone yet, because they promised to follow whoever possesses the blood demon sword. We must contact them soon and bring them to our side." After saying this, Wonhui picked up a shard of pottery and rearranged it in the situation Action had created earlier. Looking at the number of shards in the piles now, he breathed a sigh of relief. If there are no special incidents and we can recruit them, the situation seems to be more balanced. Seeing Wonhui's relaxed expression as if that was the only answer, Action chuckled mischievously. "You scoundrel, you have to think further. What's happening in your master's mind isn't a 3-way war. If the war erupts internally, it will significantly weaken the sect's forces. If that happens, rebuilding the sect will be very difficult, and both young misses will realize this. I want the blood sect to be unified without bloodshed." Wonhui felt confused upon hearing this. "What do you mean?" Action seriously intertwined his hands and slowly guided Wonhui's intelligence so that he could deduce it himself. "Unite the factions with you at the center. You will inevitably clash with both of them. Uniting them is the best way to avoid bloodshed. Only then can you gain the upper hand." Afterward, Action glanced at the pile of pottery representing Ryona with a meaningful look. Seeing Wonhui still dazed, unsure whether he didn't understand or was pretending not to, Action directly pointed at the pile of pottery representing Ryona and declared, "If you don't have a better idea, let's take a step back first. I will check if you are a direct descendant. If you are, I won't mention marrying you to one of the 2 young misses. If your mother is from the Flying Moon Shadow sect, you will have to take a step back. You don't need to marry both. Let's proceed with one, the second young miss." Wonhui was stunned, clutching his head at Action's stubbornness. "After everything we just discussed, you're going back to the marriage route." While Wonhui was bitterly regretting his own shallowness for not predicting Action's steadfastness with this idea, the old man eagerly persuaded him. "Young Miss Ryona is the last remaining direct relative of the previous liege. She is an upright person, just like her father, and from what I see, she has feelings for you." Wonhui broke out in a cold sweat, narrowing his eyes at Action. "What do you mean she has feelings for me, master? I took the blood demon sword, which I should have returned to her." I can imagine her eyes filled with murderous intent. Action proudly retorted, "You fool, do you think she would be happy with me? Do you think this old man is as naive and ignorant as you? Just look at the second young miss's attitude and eyes towards you. It's enough to understand. TSK, my foolish disciple, how can you know nothing about a woman's heart?" Action clicked his tongue, shaking his head and mocking Wonhui as if he were very experienced in love. But with a simple question, he made the old man reevaluate himself. "Then why is a man as knowledgeable about women's hearts as you still single?" Action didn't bother to retort, only giving Wonhui a bump on the head and then clearing his throat to emphasize, "Anyway, if the second young miss refuses, I won't talk about it anymore." However, Wonhui had a strong feeling that the old man wouldn't give up easily even if Ryona refused. This was a situation that made him hold his breath and secretly think, "If Ryona accepts the proposal, maybe I should just agree to it." Sodam climbed onto Wonhui's head again, sighing, "Oh my god, what about little Sama? I like the little puppy, she's not as cunning as those 2 women." Hearing this, an idea suddenly popped into Wonhui's head, a way to stop Action from talking about marriage. "Alright, let's play my trump card." Action was still chuckling, urging Wonhui, "You seem to have accepted it, right? What are you hesitating for? Just say it." Wonhui stammered, as if having difficulty. Master, there's something I have to tell you. Action immediately snorted coldly in warning. Brat, using your brain is useless now. Wonhui tried to look serious, but it's best if Master still listens. The thing is, young Miss Sama likes me. Action nonchalantly shrugged. You're talking about Sama Young. What's the problem? If the girl agrees, you can take her as a concubine anytime you want. Mid-sentence, Action's eyes widened in surprise because Wonhui and he were the only two in the blood sect who knew Sama Young's identity and that she was the daughter of one of the 4 great villains. Action immediately lifted Wonhui by the collar and shouted in his face as if it were ridiculous. Are you crazy? Why her? Out of all the beautiful women in the world, she's the daughter of one of the 4 great villains. The 4 great villains? Wonhui hurriedly reminded him. Master, your voice is too loud. Action glanced towards the door and carefully listened to see if anyone was accidentally outside. Even after confirming that no one was outside the cabin, Action cautiously approached and whispered while shaking Wonhui's neck like a puppet. Do you know why the 4 great villains don't belong to any sect or faction? They are the ones who are not controlled by anyone, so no warrior dares to touch those crazy people. If you casually touch that girl, who knows what will happen? Wonhui weakly defended. I've tried to keep my distance. Action continued to question him in astonishment. Then why does she like you? Why you, among countless men? What did you do to make that girl like you? Wonhui firmly asserted. I really didn't do anything. How would I know her heart? Action felt there was still a chance to salvage the situation, so he breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. All right, if that's the case, keep your distance and don't have any affectionate moments with her. If necessary, don't meet at all. Give her some space, and you absolutely must not let her approach you. Remember that. Wonhui swallowed hard and threw a deadly bomb onto the battlefield. Master, young Miss Sama kissed me, and my heart isn't that strong either. He even considered revealing Jwabek as a witness to this. Although Wonhui felt bad for using Sama Young as a shield, he encouraged himself that he had to do it. Otherwise, this crazy old man would never give up his matchmaking intentions. Action clutched his forehead as if he had lost all hope. In an instant, he looked 20 years older. Heavy sighs poured out incessantly like a father suffering from the trouble caused by his unruly son. You stupid brat. Before Action could finish his sentence, a loud noise came from outside, and someone knocked on the cabin door. Young Master, 4th Supreme. The voice belonged to Django, so Action guessed something important had happened and immediately let him in. He asked Django with a weary tone. What is it? Django reported somewhat urgently. Perhaps you should temporarily put aside your conversation. 3 large ships are approaching from ahead. When they went to the bow of the ship to check, there were indeed 3 large ships approaching. They could see the lights of the ships from afar, but moving in the middle of the night with such thick fog made everyone worry that these weren't ordinary merchant ships. Even Action felt that the other party was suspicious. No way, could it be the stronghold? Wonhui also understood who he was referring to. They were the 18 strongholds of the Yangtze River, the bandits who ruled the river route. Once a group of merchants moved into the Yangtze River, they would have to pay protection money or have their goods robbed. Formed from a group of warring bandits, the 18 strongholds were known to be as vicious as forest robbers, and the blood sect had never had any contact with them. Once on this route, encountering them was inevitable. After observing for a while, Action showed his concern and said to Wonhui, although the fog has dissipated a lot, the visibility is still unclear. I can't see the flag on top of the mast. I think it might be them, so we should prepare for all situations. If they could see the flag, they could identify the other party, but with the darkness and fog surrounding them, it was difficult to know. So Wonhui could only order, beat the drum as a signal. Everyone prepare weapons and get ready. Soon, the sect members were on deck waiting. Sama Young was also there, and the idol Sodam shouted to inform Wonhui, Sama's here too. As soon as she saw Wonhui, Sama Young quickly hid behind Song Woohyun with a red face. Soda got even more excited. Look at her blushing, she's so cute. Wonhui suddenly grumbled angrily, no matter, even though she was the one who did this to me, she's the one who's ashamed. Wonhui tried not to pay attention to Sama Young, but her appearance still made him feel awkward. Why should I be embarrassed because of something she caused? At the same time, some members began beating the signal drums on the boat to issue a warning. Hearing the rhythmic drum beats, Sodam curiously flew towards the bow of the boat. Why are they beating drums? Wonhui explained, if it's a merchant ship or cargo ship, we can use the drums to avoid collisions. It's a type of signal for dark nights and thick fog. Everyone on board now looked tense, because if the responding sound was a war horn instead of drums, it would signal war, or possibly a direct confrontation. Immediately afterward, the resounding sound of drums echoed from the other boats. Django breathed a sigh of relief. Good, it seems they just won across the river. Everyone on the boat had a similar reaction. They weren't afraid of robbers, but simply wanted to avoid a pointless fight at this time. The captain of the ship carrying Wonwui's group quickly ordered, "Move the ship to starboard." Following his orders, the sect members moved in order and changed the sail direction. Soon, the ship gradually turned right, and the three approaching ships moved to the left to avoid a collision. Action stood on the deck, watching the three ships pass by with an arrogant expression. "Humph, what are these fools afraid of?" That's what he said. But seeing his radiant expression, Wonwui knew he also wanted to avoid a useless fight. However, as the two ships drew closer, Action's eyes widened in surprise. He had noticed something unusual on the other side. Seeing one of the three ships suddenly approaching closer than usual, Action quickly shouted a warning to everyone, "Prepare for impact." Sodam was also startled and cried out, "What, weren't they just going to pass by?" Wonwui, in this situation, could only prepare for battle. Damn it, what a nuisance. In a blink of an eye, the two boats collided, but not to the point of a crash. The distance was enough for the other party to board their ship, causing a violent shaking, and so, the two ships stuck together in the middle of the Yangtze River. Then, dark figures began pouring from the adjacent ship onto Wonwui's ship. Everyone nervously formed defensive lines, but the darkness and fog made it difficult to identify the enemy's positions. The swordsmen under Django quickly drew their weapons. "Damn it, get ready, prevent them from taking the ship." Action, seeing the scene, didn't flinch but laughed gleefully. "Heh, I was bored, this is perfect, finally, something to entertain me." Wonwui, however, was not at all enthusiastic. "What a mess, is there no other way but force?" As he looked towards the other ship and tightened his grip on his sword hilt, a woman in a black cloak and black veil approached and called out in a familiar, cold voice, "Young master." The moment the woman revealed her face, Wonwui was instantly stunned, his eyes wide open, but it seemed the other party was no stranger to him. Stepping onto the boat were second young Miss Ryona and her closest subordinate, 6th Blood Star Hanbika. However, they appeared with cold eyes, as if not welcoming Action and Wonwui's return. A few minutes before the two ships collided on the Yangtze River, Ryona and Hanbika anxiously watched the approaching ship. Surrounded by fog, they couldn't tell if it was an ordinary merchant ship or a pirate ship. Ryona restlessly looked into the distance. "This isn't good, if we're outnumbered, reaching Honghu County will be delayed." The reason they had to rush to the docks at Honghu County was because they had heard about the incident at the Miram Alliance and that Hai Yang's troops were also gathering near the docks. Bika could only try to soothe Ryona's worries. "Please don't worry, young miss, at least 2 or 3 ships can navigate this river at the same time, and if there's only one ship, it must be a merchant ship. Pirates wouldn't act alone. Furthermore, young master So has skillfully overcome countless difficulties so far, and 4th Supreme is with him, so it will be alright." Ryona still couldn't stop worrying. "I know, but that doesn't mean they aren't in danger." Just as they were worrying, they heard the drums beating, a sign to avoid each other. This reassured them slightly. "Thank goodness, if we weren't faster, young master and 4th Supreme would be in danger." Following the captain's orders, Ryona's ships began moving to the right. Just as the opposite ship was about to cross, Hanbika suddenly frowned. She walked to the side of the deck to see better and saw a person with a massive physique, much larger than an ordinary person. Ryona, seeing Hanbika's strange reaction, pressed, 6th Blood Star, "What is it?" Hanbika pointed towards the side of the ship not far away. "Young miss, look." From a distance, Ryona could only vaguely see a figure resembling Action, and the person standing next to that massive figure was undoubtedly Wonwui. Ryona excitedly shouted, "Uncle, hey, young master So." However, Hanbika seemed hesitant instead of expecting to see allies. "It's them, but they're too numerous, and besides." Looking closer at the group behind Action, Ryona seemed shocked by an unexpected presence on the ship. That person is 4th Bloody Star. Django, known to be under Hai Yang. Being on the ship with Action caused various thoughts to run through Ryona and Hanbika's minds. Could it be that we've arrived too late? Have they been captured? While Ryona was bewildered, Hanbika told her something suspicious. "Young miss, something's very strange. Everyone on the ship seems to be armed." Ryona exclaimed, "They're not our people." Hanbika nodded. 4th Supreme infiltrated the Miram Alliance with a minimum number of people, so mobilizing so many in a short time is impossible. After careful consideration, Hanbika frankly reminded Ryona, "Young miss, something seems wrong. It's best to prepare for the worst. It's possible 4th Supreme has changed sides." Hearing these words, Ryona choked and fell silent for a moment. She had trusted Action and Wonwui so much that she couldn't avoid feeling let down. But quickly, Ryona regained her composure and gave the counter order. "We need to seize that ship. Call Uncle SEO2. Everyone prepare for battle." As a result, after Ryona's forces boarded the ship, Hanbika shouted an order for all members to draw their weapons and surround Action and Wonhui. The atmosphere became more tense than ever. As soon as she boarded the ship, Ryona cautiously glanced at Django and questioned Action. "Uncle, hey, what's going on? Can you explain why Fourth Bloody Star is with you?" Action immediately bowed his head and honestly replied, "Forgive me for betraying the young Miss's trust." Ryona seemed to accept this heartbreaking truth and couldn't help but sigh. What made you change sides? More precisely, what did you do, Fourth Bloody Star? Ryona questioned, glaring at Django and pointing accusingly at him. But he calmly smiled and explained, "There seems to be some misunderstanding because..." "Please let me explain." Django was about to step forward to explain everything to Ryona, but Action stopped him, because in his view, his obedience to the Blood Demon who possesses the Blood Demon sword was nothing wrong that he needed to explain to Ryona. The issue now lies with Action and Wonhui, so he decided to frankly state his position to Ryona. "We only follow the sex rules. According to the sex law, we must all be loyal to the Blood Demon." Ryona, hearing this, tried to suppress her disappointment. "The Blood Demon? Did Uncle actually completely acknowledge Big Sister as the Blood Demon?" Galma couldn't help but angrily shout, "What's this? You mean you've abandoned your oath of loyalty to the second young miss and are now obeying Hai Yang?" The situation was becoming increasingly misunderstood, so Wonhui proactively drew the Blood Demon sword, which was wrapped in cloth. "They're just following the sex rules." Everyone turned to look at him with puzzled expressions. "Following the rules? How so?" When the cloth wrapping the Blood Demon sword was removed, the eyes of those witnessing it trembled. Could it be the Blood Demon sword? Especially Ryona, who was the most astonished to see Wonhui directly holding the sword hilt, indicating that the sword had accepted him. Even after a while, Wonhui didn't experience any frenzy after holding the sword hilt, which made everyone on Ryona's side feel strange and even fearful. Even Galma spoke to Wonhui in a trembling voice. "That sword is really the Blood Demon sword. Ridiculous. How could someone like you, who doesn't carry the Blood Demon's blood..." Before Galma could finish, Action shouted a declaration. "Galma, this is the Blood Demon. How dare you speak disrespectfully?" Galma retorted angrily, "The Blood Demon? Action, have you gone mad?" But Action didn't give up arguing with Galma. "Have you forgotten the sex rules? Don't you know that the person chosen by the Blood Demon sword is the Blood Demon?" Wonhui stood between them, his head aching, but he could only endure the two crazy old men yelling their fill. Upon hearing the sex law, Galma fell silent. As one of the elders holding the highest position in the Blood sect, he understood this, but Hanbika unexpectedly added, "Fourth Supreme's words have a flaw." Action glared at her. "What?" Bika retorted confidently after receiving Ryona's nod of agreement. "That rule only applies to people with the same Blood Demon bloodline, and we also received information about fake swords from the Muram Alliance. So surely that sword will also be fake, am I right?" Action immediately sneered with contempt. "Hee. Do you call this fake?" Then he glanced at Wonhui and signaled improve. However, Action did not expect that Wonhui would be so reckless as to throw the Blood Demon sword at Hanbika, so please check it out for yourself. Bika unguardedly grabbed the sword with his thin fingers and taunted Wonhui with a cold voice. "Dude, it's only been a few days since we last saw you and you've already become arrogant." Seeing this, Action rushed to Wonhui, complaining, "What are you doing? Why did you give the Blood Demon sword to her? What if it falls into the second young miss's hands?" Wonhui chuckled and reassured him, "It's alright, what Master worries about won't happen." At that moment, Hanbika, holding the sword, quickly dropped it with a pained groan. Obviously, the Blood Demon sword was wreaking havoc, tearing at the blood vessels in her wrist. She tried to endure it, but the Blood Demon sword severely damaged her hand. If it were someone else, they might have died holding it. Seeing the veins in Hanbika's wrist swelling, Ryona was shocked and anxiously asked, "Sixth Blood Star, what's wrong?" Hanbika's face turned pale as she turned to Ryona. "Young miss, this is the real Blood Demon sword." Ryona's eyes widened in shock, speechless. The real Blood Demon sword. At that moment, Galma suddenly rushed out, shielding Action and Ryona. His purpose was clear, to obtain the sword at all costs. Galma believed that with Ryona's Blood Demon bloodline, she wouldn't be rejected by the Blood Demon sword. He shouted, urging her, "Young miss, take the sword, quickly." Wonhui calmly extended his hand, inviting Ryona without any intention of taking it back. "Check it yourself, it's fine, young miss can try holding the sword." Seeing Ryona about to touch the hilt, Action glared at Wonhui. "This kid, what are you doing? If the sword falls into the second young miss's hands, what's the point of our fight?" He was worried because Ryona also carried Blood Demon blood, so she might be able to wield it, but Wonhui calmly replied, "I've considered everything, trust me." When Ryonha held the blood demon sword high, a joyful exclamation escaped her lips. She felt a connection with the sword, the treasure she had always longed for. Its miraculous and alluring power made her eyes sparkle. But 3 seconds later, veins began to surface on her hand, spreading to Ryonha's face, shocking everyone. Ryonha was forced to drop the sword, and despite trying her best to control it, her hand was still injured. Everyone was stunned. They thought the sword would accept her. Ryonha herself stared blankly at the sword stuck in the ground. I have blood demon blood, yet I can't wield the sword. What's going on? Ryonha didn't know why the blood demon sword rejected her and wanted to try holding it again, but Wonwi quickly snatched the silver cord wrapped around the hilt. Noticing this, Ryonha tried to grab the sword, but she couldn't be faster than the silver cord retracting the sword. She could only exclaim with regret, "Why?" Wonwi said to her in a cold voice, "The sword doesn't accept the young miss as its master." Ryonha looked at the sword with disappointed eyes. "What?" Wonwi pointed the sword downwards, focused his internal energy, and activated the constellation on the back of his hand. When the 4th dot turned red, his appearance changed, starting with his hair. Wonwi was like a star in a magic show. As his hair, eyes, and the sword in his hand turned blood red, he declared, "The blood demon sword is a divine artifact that can choose its master, and it has chosen me." The blood demon sword clicked its tongue regretfully. "I like that child too. But if I accepted her, I'd have to leave you, wouldn't I?" Wonwi replied indifferently, "You can go if you want." The blood demon sword changed its tone. "No, I'd be bored. It's all thanks to your unique ability, human." Wonwi understood that the blood demon sword liked his ability to converse with it, so he only slightly injured Ryonha. Bika continued to question, "This is impossible. Aren't you the son of Yulong's So family? Then how could you be chosen by the blood demon sword?" Wonwi, not wanting to reveal his private life, replied, "You really want to know how I was chosen by the sword? Alright, the head of the Yulong So family isn't my real father, and my mother conceived me before becoming his concubine. She was a descendant of the Flying Moon Shadow sect," Wonwi said, taking out a jade pendant as proof of his identity. Galma's eyes widened in surprise. He seemed to understand the situation. "Isn't that the Flying Crane Moon Clan jade, the heirloom passed down to the successor of the Flying Moon Shadow sect? So, young master So is." Han Bika quickly grasped the situation and continued, "A descendant carrying the bloodline of the sect's founder." However, the shrewd Han Bika didn't give up so easily. She quickly found a loophole and smiled. "Then, I have a question for the young master. Young master So, do you know whether you inherited the Flying Moon Shadow sect bloodline from your father or mother?" Wonwi in action immediately realized Han Bika's intention. This cunning woman wanted to know if he was a direct descendant. Before action could scold Han Bika, Wonwi himself stepped forward to resolve the issue with his reasoning. "6th blood star, is that important now? What could be more important than the fact that the blood demon sword has chosen me?" Before Han Bika could retort, Wonwi glanced at Ryonha. The second young miss is a direct descendant of the previous liege, yet she couldn't wield the blood demon sword. This shows that legitimacy is only one factor, not an absolute value. Seeing Han Bika and Ryonha silent, Wonwi addressed Django, 4th bloody star. "You know Ryonha young miss is a direct descendant, right?" Django nodded. "Yes." Wonwi continued to delve deeper into the conversation. "Then why did you still decide to follow Haihang young miss?" Django frankly stated, "It's because the first young miss has the talent to become the blood demon, although the second young miss has legitimate status. The first young miss has a terrifying growth rate. Blood relation is important, but strength is also valuable, because the one who represents the blood sect must have the power to revive it. Do you think I changed my mind because of the sect's rules? The reason I want to serve the young master is because he has greater talent than the first young miss." Not only Han Bika, but even Galma was shocked by Django's words. "What? No way, that brat has only entered the peak realm. How can he be compared to the first young miss who has surpassed the peak grandmaster realm?" Wonwi understood why they reacted this way. They couldn't even know his exact growth rate because he always hid his true skills and strength. At this moment, Action, who had been silent until now, suddenly suggested with a provocative, insane laughter, "Kaha, that's right, only the strongest deserves to be the blood demon. If you don't believe it, test it yourself." Blood demon witch, want to try? Han Bika's expression immediately turned cold upon hearing Action's challenge. Obviously, she wouldn't miss the chance to prove Wonwi's inferiority to her master. However, as Han Bika stepped forward, Ryonha stopped her. The second young miss unhesitatingly stepped up to fight. "I'll do it." Han Bika was flustered. "Young miss, why?" But Ryonha's eyes showed her determination. "How can I let someone else replace me in the battle to decide who will be the blood demon? I'm the one who should stand in this fight." As she walked towards Wonhui and looked him directly in the eyes, Ryona sighed with some displeasure. It seems our relationship is really deep. I never thought we'd do this. Anyway, I don't want this to become a fight between both sides. Wonhui felt bad for having blocked her dream, but he couldn't back down, so he replied, I'm sorry it turned out this way. I also don't want things to escalate. Ryona pursed her lips, a little bitter, and made a commitment. Then let this duel decide who will be the blood demon. If the young master wins, I and all my subordinates will submit to him. Then she turned to her subordinates. Everyone heard that, right? This battle decides everything. We won't forgive anyone who underestimates it. Everyone silently agreed with Ryona. Wonhui also confirmed without hesitation, if I lose, my side will do the same. This was a neat solution that wouldn't harm either side. Hearing Wonhui's commitment as a representative, everyone on this side of the boat unanimously nodded without a word of complaint. After approaching within 5 steps of Wonhui, Ryona asked again. Agreed, Wonhui decisively declared. Agreed. As soon as she finished speaking, Ryona moved closer to Wonhui, displaying her beautiful footwork, her most standard attack stance. On the opposite side, Wonhui also began to move. Ryona's eyes lit up as she saw Wonhui's familiar movements. Try your best. It will be very different from fighting without using internal energy. Now, she had begun to gather energy, forming a blazing red light that enveloped her body. Her eyes sharpened, and her slender fingers curled and tensed like a hawk's claws, signaling an imminent merciless battle. All the leaders of both sides nodded in agreement with the bet, so Wonhui and Ryona immediately got ready to rush into battle. Facing Ryona's warning, Wonhui just wanted to show off. To the best of my ability, I humbly did not respond. Du Django stood between the two opponents and raised his hand high. After smiling happily, he signaled the start of the fight with a resounding scream. The crowd on both sides that was stirring immediately fell silent in the atmosphere. The atmosphere is highly tense. The moment Dujt speaking, Ryona immediately launched an attack, dashing towards Wonhui and displaying her graceful footwork. Her speed in closing the distance was maximized by her serpentine mobility arts. When only 2 steps separated them, Ryona began to unleash her blade-like finger techniques. Her relentless attacks approached from all 4 sides, surrounding the space in front of Wonhui, but he remained calm and unmoving. As Ryona's finger techniques surged towards him like a storm, Wonhui calmly opened his eyes, using his bare hands, normally used to wield a sword, to unleash palm strikes that deflected the attacks. The innate core energy in his lower dantian glowed with the crimson light of the blood demon's sword, sending chills down everyone's spines. Ryona was surprised to see Wonhui easily deflect her techniques. She concluded that he had been hiding his strength, and that was partly true. Recently, his power had increased mainly due to the blood demon's sword unlocking a new star in the Big Dipper constellation. At that moment, Wonhui suddenly strode forward. His unexpected movement caused Ryona to instinctively jump back. Her defenses immediately heightened due to her uncertainty about his strength. However, even with increased vigilance and retreat, Ryona was startled by Wonhui's lightning-fast attack. In the blink of an eye, the sword, trailing crimson energy, was before her, mere inches away. Wonhui gathered his energy and moved towards Ryona like a hawk striking its prey. His swift, decisive movements forced her to lean back, then twist and slide to avoid the sword, her body as supple as a dancer's. After slipping under Wonhui's arm and sliding back on the deck, Ryona's eyes lit up as she recognized Wonhui's movement, the mobility arts she had taught him, believing she could easily counter it. Ryona boldly counterattacked, unaware that Wonhui's mobility arts had drastically changed thanks to the blood demon sword. Before she could strike, she found herself encircled by a crimson ring of sword energy. Wonhui hadn't even turned around. The incomprehensible sight astonished Ryona. What's this? Did he see through my intentions? She realized she had once again underestimated her opponent, but it was too late. Meanwhile, Action, observing the fight, chuckled with amusement, recognizing the technique Wonhui was using as one his liege had once employed. Haha, haven't seen this in a long time. Indeed, those mobility arts were meant for this sword technique. With the crimson sword energy ensnaring her, Ryona was lifted into the air against her will. Even her attempts to use her mobility arts to escape were futile. It felt as if her entire body was being controlled and suppressed by an invisible force. The sword technique Wonhui used was called Blood Azura Sword Heaven. The sword energy continued to propel Ryona upwards until she hung suspended in the air directly above Wonhui, then was flung away. Ryona curled into a ball, spinning to lessen the impact and find an opportunity to land on the ship. A moment later, the crimson sword energy dissipated. Ryona finished spinning and quickly scanned for a safe landing spot, trying to choose a location as far from Wonhui as possible. However, even after carefully calculating her landing and choosing a spot tens of steps away from Wonhui, he suddenly closed the distance in a blink, like a ghost, his movements unseen. As soon as he approached Ryona, Wonhui thrust his sword towards her neck as she struggled to regain her balance. His merciless movement and crimson eyes flashing with killing intent sent chills down Ryona's spine. The crimson blade swept across Ryona's face. She instinctively tried to dodge, but it was no match for Wonhui's speed. If he hadn't intentionally deflected the strike towards her right shoulder, the sword would have pierced her throat. It turned out Wonhui had targeted the mast diagonally behind Ryona. The power of the sword energy exploded upon impact, causing the ship to violently shake. The mast, as thick as 3 adult arms, was felled in an instant. Ryona stared at Wonhui, dumbfounded. Her emotions were more turbulent than ever, a mix of terror, surprise, and a hint of excitement at Wonhui's complete dominance. Ryona knew she couldn't win against Wonhui. Continuing the fight to the death would only harm the sect. She closed her eyes with a forced smile. I yield. I acknowledge young Master Wonhui as the new blood demon of this sect. Wonhui calmly lowered his sword from Ryona's neck. Silence fell over everyone. The result was much faster than anticipated. They had expected the fight to last at least 50 moves. The first to recover from their astonishment and break into joyous laughter were Sama Young, Sungwon, and the twin brothers. Cheers shook the night, erupting from Wonhui's supporters. In contrast, those on Ryona's side looked as if the world had abandoned them. Galma and Bika were completely speechless. If action could recognize Wonhui's technique as the blood demon's swordsmanship, so could Galma. He could only sigh at the unexpected complexity of the situation. He had sworn allegiance to Ryona just months ago. Bika, as cold as ever, seemed angrier, acting as Ryona's guardian. Both were momentarily at a loss. A moment later, loud cheers for the new blood demon erupted from the other sect members. The result was utterly shocking. Who could have imagined that Ryona, the main lineage successor, would be defeated by a sideline member in a single blow? As Wonhui looked at Ryona's face, he felt something strange. Instead of anger or hatred, she seemed relieved. She even gave Wonhui a faint smile, showing no regret. Young master, no, blood demon, I have a question. How did you learn the great blood heavenly art? Wonhui thought for a moment, then raised the blood demon's sword. I learned from the blood demon's sword. Of course he couldn't explain that he had absorbed the blood demon's evil spirit and his moves suddenly became part of his powers. But Ryona is not a fool to be fooled by such a stupid answer. Her eyes immediately filled with doubt. Did the blood demon's sword teach you? However, that suspicion quickly dissipated like fog, and she gave Wonhui a faint smile, her throat trembling slightly as she transmitted her voice to him. Blood demon, when this is over, could you spare some time to talk with me? Wonhui sensed no resentment or anger from her, leaving him bewildered. He hesitantly replied in a whisper, yes, all right, but when there are no outsiders, please keep calling me young master. Immediately after, Ryona calmly returned to her ship. Wonhui felt relieved that bloodshed had been avoided. With Ryona's declaration, the power dynamic shifted naturally. Everyone was under his command, whether they liked it or not. The result was undeniable. The two factions were now one. Afterwards, all the ships, which had been moored close together, were separated. Since Wonhui's original ship had been struck, it was partially damaged. The damage wasn't severe enough to abandon ship, but most of the sect leaders moved to a better vessel. Wonhui also moved onto Ryona's ship, and when no one was around, the blood demon's sword started muttering in disbelief. No matter how you think about it, it still felt strange. That child gave up before using it all own strength. Wonhui clicked his tongue. I know, actually, when she landed and tried to regain her balance, I noticed her eyes turning red. At that moment, I wondered if I was being too arrogant, but she didn't unleash her full power. The blood demon sword sighed. You're right, that child had reached the 5th stage of the great blood heavenly art. I can't understand why she so easily abandoned her ambition. The true value of the great blood heavenly art is only clearly shown when reaching the 5th stage. Heavenly South offered his speculation. If Ryona had displayed that level, the fight wouldn't have ended with a single blow. She's not as skilled as Hai Yang, but she's still strong, and even though she would certainly lose, the battle wouldn't have been so overwhelmingly one-sided. Maybe she wanted to help Wonhui. Wonhui looked at him in surprise. Help me. Heavenly South continued his analysis. As a martial artist, from the very first move, she knew she wasn't your opponent. In my opinion, she wanted to help you gain everyone's recognition. Wonhui clicked his tongue and sighed inwardly. That's even more of a problem. I thought she would try her best regardless of the outcome, because my actions could be considered a betrayal, but this is unexpected. Second Elder and 6th Blood Star probably knew she hadn't used her full strength, yet they readily accepted this result. Why? Wonhui intended to see Ryona alone, but before he left the ship's side, someone approached him, a person with a pale face and a cold demeanor. Although unexpected, the encounter wasn't entirely unforeseen. Meanwhile, inside the cabin were Action, Galma, and Django. The atmosphere was tense and uneasy. Action was the first to speak. "You said you wanted to talk. We're here now. Why do you still have that sullen look? Are you still angry with the blood demon witch?" Galma shrugged. "Brother, hey, relax." Action snorted in annoyance. Galma continued, "I accept this situation for the sake of the sex revival, but honestly, I find it perplexing." Action retorted irritably, "What's so difficult to understand?" Galma replied thoughtfully, "Fundamentally, he's different from the two young misses." Action frowned at Galma's veiled words. "What do you mean?" Galma sighed again. "He's the blood demon now, but he doesn't inherit the main lineage bloodline of the previous liege. If it were you, would you easily accept it?" "Brother, hey, don't you feel guilty towards the former liege? Haven't we both served him faithfully? But with this person being acknowledged as the new blood demon, I feel like I'm betraying him." As Galma said, Action and Seal Kalma were both extremely loyal to the former liege. Action recalled the past and let out a breath. "Honestly, is there anyone among us who doesn't feel guilty towards him?" The atmosphere immediately turned gloomy. The death of their former liege was a horrific event for all of them, a stain on their honor for failing to protect him. Seal Kalma sighed. "Even if we overcome this psychological barrier immediately, there will still be people who think like me or the blood demon witch." Action coldly snorted. "So what? You mean you won't accept it?" Seeing Action's defiant smirk and cocky expression, Galma couldn't help but grumble. "You're so stubborn." After clicking his tongue a few times, Galma explained, "Your faith in your disciple is good, but as the blood demon witch said, the blood demon isn't a direct descendant of the first liege. If Hai Hyang's faction uses this as an excuse, will they withdraw as peacefully as Ryona did?" Action stared at Galma, then suddenly slammed his hand on the table excitedly. "What if there's a way to solve your worries? Would you accept it then?" Galma frowned doubtfully. "What are you talking about?" Action smiled mischievously with eyes shining with determination. "If the blood demon is not a direct descendant, then let him marry Ryona Young Miss to strengthen the bloodline. Ryona Young Miss has a legitimate lineage. By marrying a blood demon chosen by the religion's holy relic, their descendants will become the most legitimate heirs, right?" Hearing those words, Galma's eyes widened in surprise. He exclaimed in shock because he had never thought of this way, even though this way was understandable. "How about getting married?" After a moment of confusion, Galma suddenly grinned broadly, a radiant smile rarely seen on his aged face. "How could you have come up with that? A brilliant strategy, a perfect idea. You are truly wise." Action also burst into laughter. "Ha, what a great idea. Is that convincing enough?" Galma nodded rapidly, his eyes shining like a child's. "Of course, I know you're very intelligent, but I didn't expect this much." Galma, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly fell silent. Wait a minute, is it necessary? Why is it so important whether the blood demon is a direct descendant or not?" Action frowned in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Galma excitedly revealed a cunning smile. "Even though they share the same root, the two branches have been separated for hundreds of years. Therefore, regardless of whether the blood demon is a direct descendant or not, there's no reason to prevent a marriage with Ryona Young Miss." Action was slightly shocked by Galma's words. It seemed that the old man only cared about Ryona's marriage, because he was the one who first mentioned her marriage not long ago. But since Action also felt there was nothing to object to in this match, he went along with it. "So you mean just marry Ryona Young Miss to the blood demon without worrying about anything else?" Galma nodded triumphantly. "Exactly." Action laughed boisterously again. "Ha, you're also wise." "Ha." Galma laughed heartily. "Ha. How can I be as wise as you, my brother?" Meanwhile, Django, caught in the middle of the conversation, couldn't even understand their thinking. It seemed that these two old men were only thinking about marriage and nothing else. Django involuntarily glanced outside the room, having a strong feeling about something and sighing inwardly. From a nominal and logical standpoint, this wasn't a bad approach, but marriage wasn't that simple. Besides, wasn't there still a mountain to climb? The sixth blood star would never agree to this idea. At this moment, Bika approached Wonhui with a murderous aura. "So young master, I'll get straight to the point." However, he wasn't startled or surprised. He knew this would happen because since being on the boat earlier, she had been glaring at him with murderous intent. But what shocked Wonhui were Bika's following words. "Marry Ryona Young Miss." Wonhui quickly blocked Bika's murderous hand. "What's this? Sixth blood star?" Bika answered frankly, "I swore allegiance to you, young master, but I don't trust you." The anger in Bika's voice caused Wonhui to step back. "I'm really shocked. You don't trust me?" Bika glared at Wonhui. The young miss and you hold different importance in my heart. Since losing her family, the young miss has risked everything to restore the blood sect, but you are different. I don't know why the blood demon sword chose you, but I won't forgive you for taking everything from the young miss just because of the sword's choice. I must ensure you'll keep your promise to never abandon the young miss and protect her to the end, otherwise, I'll risk my life and go to hell with you. Looking into Bika's eyes, it seemed she was ready to die, so Wonhui immediately explained, I haven't broken my promise. Why would I abandon her when we share the same bloodline? Bika coldly snorted. For a long time, those who threaten the power of others, whether family or disciples, have killed each other. Believing your words won't be easy. At that moment, Ryonha rushed over. Sixth blood star, what are you doing? Bika didn't hesitate to express her opinion. Young miss, I don't trust him. He betrayed his oath to you just because he was chosen by the blood demon sword. Ryonha sharply rebuked her. So what? Are you trying to disgrace me? Bika frowned at Ryonha's words, as if she had never seen her master act this way. I'll give my life to atone if I tarnish the young miss's reputation. Please just listen to me this once. Then, Bika turned to Wonhui and continued, give your word, you will marry Ryonha, young miss. Wonhui was speechless. Her idea was just like that old man's actions, but Bika was raising her inner strength, as if he didn't answer, it would be a fight to the death. So he retorted, is it reasonable to accept her as my wife just to protect her? Even without that constraint, I would never betray the young miss. Besides, on what grounds do you arbitrarily decide on the young miss's marriage? Do you intend to ignore the wishes of the one you serve? Wonhui's gaze sharpened as he looked at Ryonha, waiting for her objection, but Ryonha remained silent with a confused expression, causing Wonhui to directly reach out to her. As someone who has cared for the young miss since childhood, you should respect her opinion even more. I won't accept unreasonable demands and force someone into marriage like this. Under pressure from Wonhui's question, Bika looked at Ryonha in confusion, then pondered for a moment, but when she spoke again, her tone was as firm as before. That's not a problem, the young miss likes you. Wonhui was so shocked he was speechless. This woman actually liked him. No way. He stared blankly at Ryonha like a lost soul. Wonhui looked at Ryonha's blushing face and tried to dismiss Bika's words. She's joking, right? But Ryonha immediately covered her blushing cheeks with an embarrassed look. Ah, sixth blood star, since when? Young master, it's that. I didn't intend to say it this way. After speaking, Ryonha glanced at Wonhui with affection, then quickly turned away shyly under his astonished gaze. Suddenly, Action's mischievous grin appeared in Wonhui's mind. That kid. I told you so. He couldn't help but shiver at the thought of the old man's smug expression. That strange old man was right. But why? No one did anything. Before the shock could subside, another shock arrived like a tsunami, with a loud yell interrupting the conversation on the deck. No, everyone's eyes immediately turned to the source of the yell. Sodam cried out anxiously, another problem. That's exactly what Wonhui wanted to say. Because the one who just yelled was Sama Young. Bika spoke in a cold voice, showing her displeasure at Sama Young's interference. Leave immediately, this doesn't concern you. Usually, sect members would be terrified if a bloody star said such words, but this was Sama Young. She angrily rebuked Bika, this is too tyrannical. Why are you forcing the blood demon into marriage? If he must marry, then it should be with his consent. Shouldn't this be decided rationally, not emotionally? Sama Young questioned Bika sharply while removing her human skin mask. Bika's eyes widened in surprise as she glared at Sama Young upon hearing those arguments, but Sama Young had no intention of stopping. With tears welling up in her eyes, she looked at Wonhui, her cheeks flushed. Brother, are you all right? How dare they force you into such an unreasonable situation? Sodam, perched on Wonhui's head, gossiped, clicking her tongue and shaking her head in lament. Trouble on top of trouble. What will our Wonhui do? TCH. Wonhui also looked dumbfounded at the burning flames of rivalry from the women vying for him, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. Ha, my second life. Meanwhile, a light mist hovered over the Yangtze River, for ships sailed in the middle of the river in a formation resembling wings. A sect member stood on the deck, responsible for navigation, but he kept yawning and couldn't concentrate. Another member standing next to him scolded, if you're too sleepy, pinch your thigh. Don't doze off and neglect your duty. The other continued yawning and complaining, it's because I haven't had much rest for the past few days. His colleague advised, only 30 minutes left of your shift, just hang in there. But the sleepy man continued complaining, I'm going to die. I don't even know what I'm doing on this ship. Even when we're moving through canals, we can't see anything approaching immediately. As he spoke, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise and squinted ahead. His colleague also squinted, even frowning as they saw something gliding on the river's surface. What is that? What could it be? Isn't it just a rock? There were no ships in the direction they were looking, but there were ripples on the water, and the ripples appeared after every 2 steps of the shadow. Surprised by this, the sleepy man moved closer to the railing to stare at the water. No, I'm sure it moved, like a person. His awake colleague rubbed his eyes for his friend. Are you still sleepy? When the sleepy man looked again, the shadow was gone from the water's surface. Why is it gone? What was that? His colleague chuckled. There's nothing there, you're probably too sleepy and seeing things. While the 2 guards were still bewilderedly arguing, a dark shadow suddenly appeared on the deck behind them. In an instant, only the head of the awake soldier was seen cleanly severed, blood spurting out in a bright red stream under the moonlight. The sleepy man instantly woke up and quickly turned around, intending to yell a warning. Who dares? Just as he was frantically about to shout, something flew towards him, the hand of a mysterious figure. In the sleepy man's eyes, it was a monster in a black cloak. It grabbed his mouth and lifted him over the ship's railing, as if intending to throw him into the water after the headless corpse falling from the ship's side. The demon's skin, from face to hand, was pale and icy cold like a ghost, to the point that the sleepy soldier was scared to wet his pants. Even if he wanted to yell, he couldn't because his mouth was tightly covered, his jaw feeling like it was about to be crushed. Then, the demon's voice echoed in his mind. Answer honestly. Is the so brat and that eccentric old man action on this ship? The guard was completely paralyzed by the opponent's oppressive aura, but even if he was too terrified to answer, his expression was enough to reveal the answer. Returning to the beautiful women's squabble, Bika flicked her sleeve, clearly displaying an yulbong to threaten Sama Young. This is your final warning. It doesn't concern you. You're interfering in the young miss's affairs. If you don't back down, you'll be punished. Sama Young didn't hesitate to draw her sword. No. There's a saying, if the water looks clear from above, it means the water near the bottom of the lake is also clear. I don't want to talk to someone who just dared to threaten the blood demon and lecture me about my position and authority. With that, the point of Sama Young's sword was directed at Bika, full of defiance. Bika was speechless with anger because Sama Young wasn't wrong. Bika had indeed had a heated argument with Wonhui. Bika's blood boiled and she wanted to fight, but thankfully Ryona stopped her in time. Step back. Then, Ryona softly persuaded Sama Young. Sama Young miss, I know about your loyalty to the blood demon. I'll handle this situation. Please sheath your sword first. But Sama Young didn't back down. First, demand that the 6th blood star apologize to the blood demon and receive appropriate punishment for her crime. Ryona's eyes immediately narrowed, her gaze full of killing intent. You dare to disregard my words. It seemed Ryona was very angry that Sama Young, merely a captain, dared to point her sword at her close subordinate, but Sama Young glared back in defiance. Protecting the blood demon is considered disregarding the young miss's words. Ryona bit her lip upon hearing these words. She trembled with anger and immediately moved, closing the distance with Sama Young. You dare overstep your bounds. In a blink of an eye, Ryona lunged towards Sama Young, her chi-imbued hand radiating a crimson blood-red aura. The distance between them quickly narrowed to just 2 arm spans, but Sama Young didn't flinch or dodge. Instead, Sama Young didn't step back but took a step forward and swung her sword high, decisively striking down as if intending to take Ryona's life in one move. The sight of the two about to clash made Wonhui anxious, but Sodam gleefully cheered for Sama Young. The 2 women clashed violently, and Ryona's fingers, protected by the blood demon technique, emitted a chilling scraping sound like metal against a blade. Dozens of moves were exchanged in an instant with fierce momentum. Ryona's hand managed to pierce through Sama Young's sword strikes and aimed for the opponent's forehead. Sama Young had no choice but to step back to create space for observation and evasion. It seemed Sama Young would lose, but no, she dodged with a graceful bend on the ship's deck. At the same time, in a flash, Sama Young kicked Ryona's back knee, causing her to lose balance and stumble forward. Sama Young took the opportunity to have space to rush forward and stab Ryona in the neck. Ryona quickly pushed the sword aside with her bare hands and threw herself back as quickly as possible. In just a moment, Ryona was the one to launch the first attack but was easily pushed back. She was forced to throw herself back into the air to widen the distance with Sama's thrusting blade. Young. They had exchanged less than 20 moves before separating, and Ryona's face froze as she looked at Sama Young. What the hell? Could her strength be on par with mine? Was she also hiding her true strength? Even if Ryona wasn't trying her hardest, she wasn't the type to be easily pressured or pushed back. So Sama Young's strength and swordsmanship were truly astonishing, like a seasoned expert with decades of experience disguised as an innocent girl. Sama Young continued to point her sword at Ryona with a challenging gaze. It's not me you should punish, but as I said, it was the 6th blood star who was disrespectful to the blood demon first. You should punish her. Ryona exploded in anger with a piercing shriek. I said this doesn't concern you. Sama Young let out a snort, mocking Ryona's double standard, something I shouldn't interfere with, what's wrong with me intervening? Immediately afterward, Sama Young's face turned as cold as ice. One look at her eyes was enough to know how angry she was. Don't tell me what to do, I follow the blood demon, not you. Ryona snorted at those words, and behind her, Bika couldn't contain her anger. She began to clench her sharp, knife-like fingers, growling, "You dare. A measly team leader dares to speak so insolently to the young miss, the heir to the main blood demon lineage." With these words, Bika ended the fight between Ryona and Sama Young by launching herself towards Sama Young. As Bika leaped into a clash with Sama Young, a wave of inner energy exploded from her like a storm. Strangely, there was no retaliatory energy from Sama Young, and Bika still couldn't instantly defeat her opponent. The struggle lasted a moment. When Bika felt strange about her inability to overwhelm Sama Young as expected, she looked up at the owner of the sword blocking her 5 claws and flinched slightly. Wonwui's voice then rang out, "I tried to listen to you and thought you were acting out of loyalty to the young miss, but it seems you're mocking my position." It turned out that the person Bika clashed with wasn't Sama Young, but Wonwui. He had tried to resolve the issue amicably, but it seemed that kindness alone wasn't enough, so he ordered her in the coldest way, "Get out of the way." Bika stubbornly gripped Wonwui's sword with her bare hand. "I don't recognize you as the blood demon." Bika couldn't continue because Wonwui focused his will and used the power of the blood demon's great technique, forcing her to struggle against it. As the blood demon-colored inner energy overwhelmed her, Bika's eyes trembled violently, and Wonwui's words echoed like thunder, "Now retreat, and I'll pretend this never happened." Bika finally retracted her murderous hand and questioned Wonwui. "Those words, doesn't that mean you won't accept the young miss?" Wonwui coldly flung her hand away from the blood demon's sword. "I don't want to talk about that anymore. One last time, get out of the way." Bika hesitated for a moment but finally responded stubbornly, strongly challenging Wonwui's authority as the blood demon. "What if I don't retreat?" The moment Bika finished speaking, Wonwui immediately swung the blood demon's sword, aiming for her, forcing her to move her hand to try and grab the sword. This time, he attacked with blood-red eyes, creating an unimaginable pressure. Bika's eyes widened in surprise and shock at Wonwui's fierce reaction. Unable to catch the blade in time, she could only cross her arms to protect her head instinctively and try to resist the slash with her inner energy. Bika tried to change the sword's trajectory to escape, but even with her skilled fighting techniques, she was no match for the blood demon. Because Wonwui used more force than before, Bika couldn't hold on for even a second. When he pushed harder, her knees buckled, and the wooden planks on the ship cracked. Simultaneously, he hooked her ankle and easily toppled her body like felling a tree. Bika was knocked backward, hastily and shakily getting up. Ryona, stunned, wanted to stop them both, but Bika stubbornly refused to listen. She argued with Wonwui again. "The young miss has feelings for you. Why do you hate the idea of marriage to build trust between you? Through that, you could have a more justifiable reason to become the blood demon." Clearly, Bika had no intention of backing down. If she wanted to, she would have done so from the beginning. But Wonwui couldn't back down either. If he listened to Bika now, he would become a weak blood demon, obeying those who pressured him. While Wonwui was still thinking of a solution, Sama Young shouted again, repeating similar words to what she had said before. "No, why are you forcing the blood demon into marriage? If there must be marriage, it must be with the blood demon's consent. Do you think trust can be exploited in that way? Isn't this about feelings?" Bika argued with Sama Young again. You're so arrogant. No matter how rude I seem, it's all for the young miss. I think the young miss is perfectly suitable." Sama Young continued to emphasize, "Marriage is a matter of two people's feelings, not something outsiders can interfere with." Ryona's eyes fluttered when she heard those words. A strong female premonition flashed through her head. "Sama Young miss, you, like blood demon." Hearing these words, Sama Young's face flushed crimson. Although she was very confident in battle, confessing her feelings in front of others was very embarrassing, especially since someone else had just voiced her inner feelings. At that moment, Bika was stunned, not expecting this situation, but then she burst into mocking laughter. "Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Such audacity from a measly team leader. It's ridiculous that you think someone like you deserves to be the blood demon's wife. Don't have such foolish dreams." With that, Bika secretly activated her inner energy in her palm, intending to end the matter by eliminating Sama Young. The argument was so intense that no one noticed a man in black standing behind Bika until he opened his mouth, repeating her words with a mocking tone. "Someone like you, huh?" Bika was startled by the voice, as cold as winter frost, enough to make one's skin crawl. Naturally, everyone was surprised by the situation of a stranger in black approaching Bika undetected, like a ghost suddenly appearing in the middle of the river. Everyone was so shocked that, except for Wonhui, no one else heard Sama Young's slightly surprised murmur, "Oh, father." At that moment, Wonhui choked, speechless, hoping he had misheard. After a moment of shock, Bika immediately turned around and swung her arm at the mysterious figure. It was a natural reflex when she felt threatened by the stranger, but the man seemed to ignore everyone's expressions and looked only at Sama Young. As Bika launched her attack, the man grabbed her arm and tore it off mercilessly. Her arm was ripped from her shoulder joint as easily as disassembling a doll. As he held the severed arm like a broken toy, Bika collapsed in pain. Her scream echoed across the riverbank, so loud that members of the sect began to emerge from the cabins. Everyone was shocked by the sight of a stranger in black holding Bika's arm. Action and Galma roared simultaneously. "Who the hell are you, daring to barge in here, Sixth Blood Star? What happened?" The mysterious man, seeing Action and Galma running out, slightly curled one corner of his mouth under his mustache. As expected, it seems I've come to the right place." A fierce murderous aura erupted as the mysterious man looked towards Action and Galma. It felt like the killing intent of the four evils, those who disregarded life to the point of killing people for daily practice, and it was said that no one was as cruel as them. Even Galma and Action were startled and stood frozen by that murderous aura. The atmosphere became heavy, as if thousands of pounds of weight were pressing on their shoulders. Their intuition immediately worked to guess the enemy's identity. As soon as they saw the mysterious man's face and sensed his aura, both Galma and Action froze. Galma glanced at Action anxiously. "Brother, hey, is it the one we're thinking of?" Action also showed a rare expression of bewilderment. "Yes." The mysterious man tossed Bika's arm away, casually clasped his hands behind his back, and raised his head under the moonlight, revealing a pale face with a mustache. It was one of the four evils, Evil Moonsword Samachuk, also Sama Young's father. While Samachuk was distracted, Ryonha immediately ran to Bika and used acupuncture to stop the bleeding from her left shoulder. The usually cold Bika was shedding rare tears and huddled in Ryonha's arms in terror. Ryonha quickly comforted her subordinate. "Let's go, don't say anything." As Ryonha tried to move Bika to safety, Samachuk suddenly turned his head and asked in a cold voice, "Who gave you permission to take that wretched woman away?" His overwhelming aura made Ryonha freeze for a moment. Even the proud Ryonha felt she had to humble herself to survive. She tried to plead with Samachuk, "Although I don't know why you did that, please be lenient with us, senior." Before she could finish, Samachuk snorted and flicked out small spherical objects with his fingers. Ryonha was frightened and immediately used defensive techniques, but evading them might be impossible compared to their speed. In that brief moment, Wonhui moved in time and struck the flying iron balls with the blood demon sword. A loud clashing sound rang out, making Ryonha and Bika behind him freeze in shock. After taking that blow, Wonhui understood how much the alliance leader Miram had suppressed his power when fighting him. As the iron balls struck the sword, Wonhui's body staggered backward from the force transmitted. Even the blood demon sword trembled violently after the impact. It possessed such monstrous strength that Wonhui wondered if Samachuk was even human. Sodam exclaimed in alarm, "Crazy, why did you step forward?" Even the blood demon sword has to acknowledge Samachuk's strength, as sharp as a blade. Wonhui immediately explained, "Sama Young often talks about her father and mentions that he despises hypocrites, cowards, and the weak. If I, as the blood demon, choose to hide behind my subordinates, he would hate me. Therefore, I must resolve this issue before he draws such a negative conclusion." Without releasing the sword and quickly regaining his balance, Wonhui clasped his hands and bowed to Samachuk. Junior Wonhui greets the great senior, Evil Moonsword Samachuk. "I am the blood demon, their leader. If there's anything that displeases you, please let me know." Wonhui's heart pounded, but he tried to remain as calm as possible. He was worried about how Samachuk would react. Hearing Wonhui's words, everyone around trembled, except for Action and Galma, who had already recognized Samachuk's identity and weren't too surprised. Samachuk coldly interrupted Wonhui and glanced at him with sharp eyes. "You are the blood demon. You're different from what I've heard." Wonhui became increasingly anxious and wanted to speak to ease the atmosphere, but before he could say anything more, he was silenced by Samachuk's murderous gaze. He looked down at Wonhui with prejudiced eyes. "Isn't seducing my innocent daughter enough that you're also discussing marriage with someone else?" Wonhui was momentarily speechless, but a strong intuition told him that if he didn't explain, he would surely die. I think, senior, you have misunderstood the topic about." Before Wonhui could finish his sentence, another iron ball was thrown at him. "Shut up. I don't want to hear any excuses." Wonhui, startled, hurriedly stepped back and tried to stop the ball, but the distance between them was too close, making evasion more difficult. Fortunately, At that moment, someone stood in the way of the iron ball and grabbed it. The sound of impact was so intense that it seemed like an explosion had just occurred right in front of him. Sodam even took the liberty of commenting to make it more scary. Men in the world all said that there was no one scarier than the father of the woman he was living with. The giant's shadow covering Wonhui is action. His hand is even steaming from the friction with the iron ball. He, evil moon sword, even if you are the four evils also, I will not forgive you for being disrespectful to the blood demon. Having said that, Action opened his palm, revealing the iron ball suspended in midair, controlled by his inner strength. Even knowing his opponent was formidable, he smiled brightly, arrogant and defiant. All the warriors couldn't take their weary eyes off Samachuk. Wonhui wanted to stop Action, because no matter how strong he was, his hand wound hadn't healed. If he chose to fight again, it could be very serious, or even fatal. Just then, Sama Young stepped between Action and Samachuk, arms outstretched. "Father, please stop." Then, Sama Young ran to Samachuk with open arms. What was she going to do? Everyone, including Wonhui, watched with surprise and curiosity. Sama Young hugged Samachuk playfully. "Father, did you leave home because of me?" Samachuk did a complete 180, not only stroking Sama Young's hair but also hugging her with a gentle smile. "Don't you recognize me? I had to personally come and get my mischievous daughter." Sama Young rubbed her face against her father's stomach. "I missed you so much, father." Samachuk scolded her with clear affection. "Who told you to run away from home?" Sama Young pouted. "Because you wouldn't let me go." Samachuk continued to pamper his daughter. "So what? There's nothing I wouldn't do for the child who stole her father's sword and ran away." While the threat remained strong, Sama Young's presence calmed both sides. However, everyone was stunned by the affectionate attitude of one of the four evils. While Wonhui was still shivering at Samachuk's affectionate smile, Sama Young suddenly transmitted a message to him. "Young master, please don't say anything. Just leave it to me. I'll try to persuade my father." Wonhui then realized she was the one who could speak positively about him, and in a way, she was also the only one who could control her father. Then, Sama Young looked up at her father with sparkling eyes. "Oh, right, father, the blood demon is a good person who helped me since I entered Jianghu, even helping me get used to everything. I really want to introduce him to you, father. Besides, everyone here has been kind to me, so I'm happy every day." Having said that, Sama Young extended her hand towards Wonhui. Despite her protection, he remained vigilant, clenching his fists, ready for anything. However, Samachuk coldly interrupted Sama Young, his eyes filled with killing intent. "I don't care about others, and there's no need to introduce those about to die to me. We need to pluck the buds before they grow into trees." Hearing this, Sama Young's face darkened. She never imagined her father would go this far. Biting her lip, she broke free from Samachuk's embrace and fiercely protested. "Then kill me too, because I've decided to live and die with the blood demon." Samachuk glared even harder at Wonhui, then gently approached his daughter. "You'll live and die with him." This was like adding fuel to a burning house. Seeing his daughter's strained face because of a young man, Samachuk seemed to lose his reason. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Then I'll kill him to bring you home." Sama Young frantically tried to stop him. "Father, if you do that." At that moment, Samachuk's hand moved like lightning, sealing Sama Young's acupoints instantly. Sama Young was immobilized, and Samachuk caught his daughter with a pained expression. "My poor child, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? I didn't come here unprepared." Then, Samachuk's cold gaze turned to the others on the ship. "Today, I will eradicate the blood sect to the root." The high-ranking members of the blood sect were terrified by the threat. Ryona quickly brought Bika to safety, but there was no intention of escape in her eyes. More than anyone, she had the ambition and responsibility to revive the sect, and she wouldn't let Samachuk have his way. The others on the ship were all trembling to some degree, because they knew the four evils were four of the 12 greatest warriors in Murim. Rumors of their brutality had spread throughout the mainland, so no one wasn't terrified. The entire ship was filled with anxiety, and everyone became vigilant. Wonhui never expected things to turn out this way. He thought gaining Sama Young's allegiance would benefit his relationship with Samachuk, but it seemed more like he was making more enemies than friends. Samachuk simply clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes sweeping over those on the ship. "There is no one in this world I cannot kill if I wish." The look was terrifying, making Wonhui's heart pound. The power he exuded was truly overwhelming. Samachuk immediately reached into his sleeve and flicked out iron balls towards Action at high speed. Action didn't even move. Using one hand to deflect the incoming projectiles, he punched the iron balls he contacted, sending them flying back. In an instant, dozens of balls ravaged the space around Action, but he was unharmed. Remarkably, he didn't even flinch. His body glowed red, steaming, because he was using the highest level of the golden blood body. The iron balls action deflected flew around like cannonballs, piercing the wooden structures. Everyone on the ship ducked and weaved, desperately avoiding falling masts. Seemingly out of iron balls, Samachuk's eyes gleamed as he looked at action like an unmovable bronze statue. I thought it was absurd to say your golden blood body could compare to the indestructible Vidra. But it seems the rumors are true. Wonhui was surprised. Samachuk was praising action, one of the four evils praising his master, but this wasn't the time to celebrate. Samachuk, having run out of balls, reached for the sword beside Sama Young. The sword flew into his hand in an instant. Let's see if that arm can withstand my sword. Wonhui's eyes widened in surprise. Void capture, is that really possible? He'd heard that was only achievable at the peak of innate core energy, but this was his first time witnessing it. Wonhui could feel the killing intent emanating from Samachuk. He was determined to kill them all. In this dangerous moment, Wonhui heard Action's voice transmission, "Run, jump off the ship, or do something. That monster really wants to kill you. I'll try to buy you time at all costs." Wonhui was touched by Action's protection, but his words weren't helpful. They were adrift on a river ship. How could they escape? Wonhui's following words made Action's eyes widen in astonishment. How can I be an apprentice who abandons his master in danger? No matter what happens, we'll face it together. Even if we die, I won't resent you. Action, both surprised and moved, choked out, "This kid." Wonhui chuckled, teasing Action. "This isn't a voice transmission, so don't speak hesitantly. Everyone can hear you." Hearing Wonhui, Action, a man known for his stoic exterior, stuck out his tongue and burst into hearty laughter, but unlike usual, his eyes held a deep emotion, making Wonhui wonder if he was proud of his apprentice. Samachuk seemed to have guessed the content of their voice transmission and commented with amusement, though his expression remained cold. "It seems you truly know how to act like a respectable blood demon." At that moment, Galma and Du Django drew their swords and attacked Samachuk from behind. Although they attacked together, Samachuk simply brushed them aside with a flick of his hand. Their sword energy had no chance of touching him. Wonhui was slightly surprised by Galma and Du Django's sudden attack. "Fourth Blood Star, Second Elder, are you willing to risk your lives with me?" Galma's face was tense, but his eyes shone as he saw the necessary leadership qualities in Wonhui. Du Django also approved but shrugged indifferently. "We have no other choice." With everyone's support, Wonhui strode towards Samachuk with a fearless demeanor, but in reality, he was tense from head to toe, because everyone knew Samachuk's power was among the top 5 strongest. Samachuk's innate core energy alone surpassed human limits, but Wonhui raised his sword, pointing it at him with a determined look. "I can't die now, so this little brother will fight you to the death." Samachuk let out a half-smile, mocking Wonhui. "Too arrogant, aren't you?" Immediately, a terrifying aura erupted, threatening to blow him away. After those brief words, Samachuk attacked first. He wouldn't pass up the first strike. The first to strike is the strongest. Wonhui thought Samachuk would target him first, but no, the old devil leaped high and disappeared in a flash. His target was Action, behind Wonhui. Of course, Action lived up to his motto, to meet and engage. He laughed heartily as Samachuk approached. "Kuhaha, excellent." As the fight began, he greeted Samachuk with a blazing golden fist. Even the wind behind the punch turned golden as his hand moved. Dozens of afterimages of fists approached Samachuk, but the old devil didn't dodge, seemingly waiting for Action's attack. Just as Action's fist was about to land, Samachuk's sword moved in a graceful arc, sweeping away the ghostly afterimages. Action's massive body was pushed aside against his will, forced to lean to avoid Samachuk's sword energy. It seemed Samachuk considered Action the strongest on the ship, and thus the biggest obstacle. Impatiently, he swung his sword, aiming for a killing blow. "I must kill you first." Having said that, Samachuk thrust his sword towards Action's heart, unleashing terrifying inner strength like a whirlwind. The situation was dire, as Action was still leaning, unable to regain his balance to dodge. Fortunately, Samachuk's sword didn't reach its target, as Galma used his long sword to deflect the attack. "Humph, don't be so arrogant, old man here has a sword too." While Samachuk's sword was sent flying by the collision, Galma rotated his wrist, changing his grip to deliver a sharp counterattack from below. However, Samachuk had noticed his movement. Both sides engaged in fierce combat. Indeed, Galma deserved the title of Fourth Supreme, among the top powerhouses, reaching a level comparable to the Blood Demon. The power he unleashed was as immense as a mountain. However, his opponent was one of the 5 strongest in Murim. After 20 exchanges, Samachuk stamped his foot on the deck, seemingly impatient. The wooden planks cracked and splintered, forcing Galma to retreat. He spat out blood. The fight had been too intense. Blood flowed from Galma's mouth, his sword trembled, and his face was strained with cold sweat. Samachuk's inner strength was so powerful it made him shiver. Is this the difference between us and the four evils? What realm has he reached? At that moment, with a sharp metallic sound, Samachuk stabbed his sword into Galma's chest. Luckily, Galma was an experienced warrior, so she was able to change the direction of the blade in her hand to block the blow. Stab. Although he was not hit, Galma was pushed back by Samachuk's internal force, colliding with wooden structures and causing them to crumble. It was clear that he could not deal with this evil man alone, so at that moment, Django's sword also rushed forward, aiming at Samachuk's back. At the same time, he silently leaped into the air, unleashing his inner force through his blade, sparking blue flames. In this state, Django gathered momentum, swinging his sword in a unique arc. As his arm rose to face level to gather momentum for a downward strike, his eyes flashed with intense killing intent. The accumulated energy was poised to transform into lightning bolts in his thunder sword technique, but Samachuk had noticed before Django could strike. The Demon Lord once again stomped heavily on the ship's deck, this time with far greater force than before, causing the wooden planks to crack and fly up into the air. Faced with the flying debris, Django had to bat it away to see and move, but this gave Samachuk the opportunity to vanish from his sight. Django squinted through the gaps in the splintered wood, bewildered at Samachuk's disappearance. The old man was gone. Where did he go? Realizing Django's confusion, Galma shouted, telling him to look up. Samachuk had been hovering above him the whole time, watching him search like a fool. Django frantically turned around. Up there, since when? However, even after finding Samachuk's position, it was too late. The Demon Lord swung his sword downwards, creating a furious gust of sword energy that swept Django away. The fierce blow, carrying devastating energy, swept across a corner of the sky. Even though Django blocked with his sword, he was still sent flying back onto the deck, the sounds of impact and shattering wood echoing incessantly. As Samachuk landed, Galma and Action quickly closed in, surrounding him and circling alternately to disorient him, but Samachuk calmly followed their movements with his eyes. A surprise attack, useless. Immediately, Samachuk circulated his inner energy, creating a powerful flow around himself. He didn't even look at Galma or Action, his gaze was fixed on an indeterminate point, yet he seemed to grasp all the movements around him. Action quickly realized Samachuk's actions were unlike their expectations. The Demon Lord wasn't even slightly distracted by the two opponents circling him. Then, Samachuk suddenly swung his sword in all directions like a whirlwind, scattering his inner force towards Galma and Action. This was a move neither of them could predict, as if he were using an invisible sword technique. Ryoma watched the battle from the side with a speechless, shocked expression. Unbelievable, was he really human? Three masters of the sect were being overwhelmed by an old man who hadn't moved an inch. Even if she and Bika joined the fight, they couldn't turn the tide. Both Galma and Action had to employ defensive techniques to avoid injury. However, regardless of the unique aspects of Samachuk's swordsmanship, his inner force alone was enough to knock them back. Action's condition wasn't too bad, thanks to his golden blood body. But Galma was different. He could not withstand the power of Samachuk and was knocked into a nearby mast. The impact aggravated his internal injuries. Meanwhile, Django lay sprawled in a corner after receiving Samachuk's blow. He'd been unconscious for a while and showed no signs of waking up, further weakening their combined fighting force. When there were no more opponents surrounding him, Samachuk suddenly looked up with a cunning expression. Not bad. You haven't fled, but you're still attacking me. Wongwi had used the distraction to move to a height above Samachuk and, without hesitation, brought his Crimson Blood Demon sword down. Wongwi knew a half-hearted attack would be useless against Samachuk, so he had to pour all his strength into this strike, a gamble of all or nothing. The fifth technique of the true Luminous Star Sword technique, Meteor Strike Cleave, was unleashed. As its name suggested, it was a powerful downward strike from above, with tremendous internal energy exploding upon impact. It seemed as if the entire ship would sink under the pressure of the sword energy. However, the result left Wongwi completely stunned. Samachuk snorted contemptuously at his attack and stopped the blade with 2 fingers. It was a full power attack, yet he caught it barehanded. As Samachuk channeled a bit of his energy into his hand, he bent the Blood Demon sword, seemingly attempting to redirect Wongwi's attack. In an instant, the bent blade flew from his hand, the force of the impact sending Wongwi flying. Samachuk didn't stop there. He moved towards Wongwi and struck him in the stomach with a palm strike. Wongwi felt his stomach violently shake, his body aching as if it would break in two. He was a monster on a completely different level. The sound of exploding air was like crackling firecrackers. Samachuk's palm strike hadn't used much of his energy, yet it created an energy explosion that sent Wongwi flying backwards several meters. As Wonwi fell onto the deck like a broken puppet, Sodam couldn't help but urge him, "Can you handle him? He's too strong. Why fight a monster like that? Just run." Wonwi sighed inwardly, "I'll do what I can, I'm his target, and if I run, he'll still chase me." At that moment, Heavenly South's voice rang out, "Wonwi, wouldn't it be better to express your true feelings? How long will you keep this wall around your heart because she's the daughter of that man? Don't you have feelings for Sama Young?" Wonwi couldn't immediately answer Heavenly South's question. Because Wonwi had died in the past due to betrayal by those he trusted, after his regression, he decided not to show affection to anyone and not trust anyone again. However, things gradually changed as time passed. The feeling of attachment to Galijong grew strongly in Wonwi's heart, but he still wanted to deny it. In Wonwi's heart, there were countless images of his master, friends, and family. They trusted and followed him, even willing to sacrifice their lives to protect him. And most importantly, Wonwi met Sama Young. In a way, she was a very dangerous woman, the daughter of one of the four evils. It was difficult to approach her easily because of the fear of her identity, so he always tried to keep his distance. Ironically, no matter how hard he tried to keep her away, she always got too close. At that moment, Heavenly South offered a philosophy that awakened Wonwi. "Wonwi, if you're given a second life, shouldn't you live it the way you want, instead of being so cautious because of the past?" With Heavenly South's advice, the lingering thoughts in Wonwi's mind disappeared. "It seems my cautious nature has muddled my thinking. Now I should live the way I want, shouldn't I?" Then, Wonwi stood up and confidently took a step towards Samachuk. He could feel the sharp energy cutting into his skin as the demon lord turned to him. Death felt imminent, but he didn't flinch. Wonwi asked Samachuk directly, "Can I say this before I die?" Samachuk didn't answer, as if considering whether or not to listen to the words of the man he was about to kill. However, Wonwi didn't care whether Samachuk wanted to listen or not. He boldly declared with a confident smile, "I also have feelings for your daughter." He felt relieved at having decided not to hide his feelings anymore. Wrinkles appeared on Samachuk's forehead. At that moment, a sharp sensation like 1,000 knives pierced Wonwi's chest. Samachuk's eyes were filled with even more terrifying killing intent than before. The demon lord looked at his future son-in-law with an expression as if this was absurd, as if Wonwi was deliberately provoking him.